We have played already once. We kind of get clapped.
Hopefully Team Liquid gets in better form, so it won't be as easy this time.
Dardoch looking to go big into Reset City. IMT has their 2-0.
I think IMT's biggest threat is Dardoch.
Damage coming in. Echo Fox still trying to finish this off very rapidly, down to about 1,000 HP, and Dardoch's got the steal.
I think Reignover's performance was definitely not as good as he was expected to do. People overestimated how good his teammates are. I think now they're seeing that they probably should have kept me.
Welcome to week 6 of the North American League Championship Series. Teams are coming back after a week off, ready and raring to go. As we start off week 6 of the North American LCS, Piglet and Youngbin ready to go. Smiles on their faces despite a lot of changes as we saw coming in. Team Liquid Immortals to start off the day. P1 and CLG just after. Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Biz in the third, and I've chosen Joshua Jat Leesman to join me on the analyst desk today. And there's some spicy stuff to talk about.
Thank you for choosing me. Yeah, the roster changes we've seen, and also a lot of hype in our second matchup between CLG and P1. So it's a really exciting Friday night.
Absolutely, and let's begin with our week with a reminder as to how the teams align in the standings as of right now. As we know, no spot is safe, with every position up for grabs coming into the week. Cloud9 holds on to first place despite their rough week 5, with TSM trailing behind in second. Phoenix1, CLG, and Immortals place in the middle of the standings, and the rest of the teams trickle down before Team Liquid in 10th. And we'll see which teams can rise in the standings with our matches this week, starting with Immortals versus Team Liquid in the Battle Arena. And after that, Arrow and Phoenix1 will look to take down Stixxay and counter Logic Gaming. On NALCS 2, a little bit later for that game, you can get a more focused look on the bot lane matchup, where Freak, Markz, and Freeze will be hosting an Arrow versus Stixxay stream. Now, as I said, we did have a week off, and one team that's kind of feeling the pressure and the heat of the standings right now is Team Liquid. We saw all these roster moves. Piglet now to mid, and Youngbin in at 80 carry.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid mentioned that they were looking to be making changes when they had the off week due to IM Katowice, and they made some changes.
They did make
but I don't necessarily know if it's what people expected, especially the fact that the guy they are bringing in, Youngbin was a mid laner, so you'd think they'd put him in mid lane, but they actually moving him to AD in order to put Piglet in the top lane, and it's just very surprising and a little bit weird.
Right, and it's, as you say, a surprise and to many people because Piglet has shared his grievances with the position just weeks before the announcement.
지금 솔직히 탑미드 정글이 너무 중요하고 뭐 바텀 터렛을 먼저 날리거나 뭐 그렇게 하면은 뭐 스노우볼 굴릴 수 있겠지만 탑미드 정글이 만약 탑미드 정글에서 주도권 한번 잡으면 너무 그게 빼둘 수가 없어서 뺏기가 너무 힘들고 해서 네 그래서 지금 그냥 탑미드 정글이 그냥 게임을 다 하는 것 같아요. 바텀은 그냥 CC용 그냥 그래도 그냥 뭐 스턴 날려라 막 그런 쪽인 것 같아요 지금 뭔가.
The move itself provides a bit of a stun, I think, for everybody. How does something like this kind of come to be?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the mindset that Piglet is in. He doesn't feel like he can have an impact in that role. But one of these things comes to be when Team Liquid is actually struggling in two major positions here that they're trying to change. Golden Glue wasn't doing well in mid lane, and Piglet was not doing well in the bottom lane. As much as he wants to say the role isn't impactful, he hasn't been impactful in his role. 10th in KDA, most deaths of ADs, bad gold, bad CS per minute, and you can see Golden Glue is the same. So they're hoping to remedy both of these in a sense because Piglet is an old school AD carry. He wants to do the late game scaling with the crit build and bully lane. He doesn't think that is as important. I can argue that point, but that's for a different time. What's true is he hasn't been performing in that role. So whether he learns how to play Varus and Jhin in the bot lane better, or he just tries to learn how to play a few mid lane champions better, I guess is up to Team Liquid, as long as they have faith that he can do that. And that's kind of where they're putting all the eggs. They're putting in with Piglet in picking up a new role mid-season in 2 weeks. He says he off-rolled it. He says he played it in Challenger 5 years ago.
We'll see.
I don't believe these things mean you're an LCS level, so we'll have to see how he does on his first
We did see him feel very comfortable when he did play Twitch, player of the game coming into that week 1 or 2 matchup. So there's that transition that he can go back to. It's just going forward. So like you said, will the mid one still work? It's still a transition.
Yeah, it's very exciting as well.
It is going to be.
See him go up against Pobelter. It's adding more to this matchup where we have Dardoch versus Reignover as the rematch. And it's also do or die for Team Liquid, really, because they were already 10th place. They're kind of abandoning ship with their old plan. They're trying desperately to find a new one. Their owner, Liquid, has mentioned they've worked super hard during these last 2 weeks, and they're just really trying not to fail. So I'm excited to see what they've come up with, but I'm extremely skeptical.
Well, that's our first match of the day, and after Liquid debuts their retooled roster, we have Phoenix One versus Counterlogic Gaming, which we mentioned features a battle in the bot lane for kind of the best AD carry here in the LCS now.
I mean, Piglet was saying that the role can't have impact. I think Arrow and Stixxay have shown this year that it can. These guys have been super high performers in a lot of their games. Stixxay feels like he's been the reason CLG has won many of their games, whether it's through a laning phase advantage or a late-game teamfight advantage. So I really want to see those guys go at it. I know there'll be multiple ways you can watch it as well because of NALCS2 is going to be doing a featured matchup on that. So another thing that's actually very exciting, on top of the fact that these are two teams that are actually in the upper half of the standings.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great game to watch on that one. And before we get you into the matches, a reminder that ticket sales for our finals in Vancouver are available at LOLesports.com. Come out April 22nd and 23rd to cheer on your favorite teams in the iconic Pacific Coliseum. Make sure to get your tickets early so you don't miss any of the action. And now with that out of the way, we're going to send it over to the casters to get us into the matches.
Thank you, Riv. Hello, I'm Julian Pastry Time Car, and dusting off the caster desk with me is Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley.
Happy to be here, man. The debut of Piglet Mid.
Well, we'll have to find out how it works out, because our first match of the day is between Immortals and Team Liquid. And obviously, there's nothing of note at all to talk about for Team Liquid coming into this game.
Yeah, except maybe a little asterisk there. So we do have to talk about Piglet and Youngbin. We got a mid laner playing AD and an AD playing mid lane. And I think in a situation like this, if it wasn't already super important, it now is for Reignover to step up, play his role as a leader, keep the team calm, and come back to form. Because the question for Liquid at this point in the season is, what does success look like for them? Is it just avoiding relegation?
Well, it may very well be, and their first test is a rematch against their former superstar jungler Dardoch, who's having a much better time coming into Week 6 than some of his former teammates.
Yeah, he certainly is, but Immortals have struggled in the early game. Coming into Week 5, they were actually last in the league at gold at 10 and 9th at gold at 20, but last week, Dardoch He led the team to a bit of a resurgence there against Echo Fox. They had massive early leads, and just by himself, he was 1.2K up at 15. So, they have shown that they have the ability to have a strong early game if Dardoch can get going.
Well, as the teams get ready for pick and bans, let's introduce the starting lineups on the blue side to start it off. It is our unchanged Immortals, top lane Flame, jungle Dardoch, mid Pobelter, bot Cody's Son, support Ole, and coach Hermes.
And donning their updated roster on the red side, it's Team Liquid. In the top lane, Lorlo. In the jungle, Rainover. Mid lane, Piglet, that's a new one. Young Bin at bot with support, Matt, and Coach David Lim.
And there's so much to look forward to in this series. We're finally back after a week's break. Liquid have used all of that time to maximum change, I suppose. We're not sure if it's good or bad just yet. We'll find out in a second when we see Piglet in that new role. But a new patch as well, 7.4, did also bring some changes. So Liquid are going to have the most possible change moving into a fresh LCS week.
I mean, one thing you can say for them, they certainly haven't just given up, right? No. They're not just saying, who cares, whatever, we'll try next time. They are making changes. There's a lot of talk from Liquid on social media, from the owners, from the players, saying that they spent so much time in the last couple of weeks working really hard to make sure that this is going to work. So they are confident in it. They feel like they have done something that is a good change for the team, and now they just have to be able to put that into action.
And that's the toughest thing for Liquid. It feels like all season long they've been investing. Rainover was one of the hottest pickups coming into this season. Liquid, they want a final so bad, and now it looks like they might be looking at the bottom end of getting relegated. So it's tough, but we'll see how Immortals and Liquid start off in our first draft here. Shen, the first ban for Immortals, and there's Camille open for Team Liquid. So some changes here for the new patch as Graves gets banned away, but some things never change.
Some things do never change as the Camille red side ban does come in. A lot of teams have been letting it go completely through draft though. So we're seeing more of a mix up. And to me, Varus, especially on 7.4, is something that should always be banned by the red side. A lot of the other OPs have gotten nerfs. We saw Corgi get nerfed, Jhin got nerfed, Maokai got nerfed, Ryze got nerfed. So there's all these nerfs along a lot of the people that would have been first pick. Varus wasn't touched, so to me, he's the best champion right now, and you should not allow Immortals to first pick him.
And some of his friends got changed. Edge of Night had a few changes here and there, but still Varus is very effective, and I think Graves kind of joins that pile as well, as he's the second ban from Immortals. We'll see what Liquid have here for their third ban, though.
We've actually been seeing a lot of Rengar going as that first pick because people red side aren't feeling like it's so important that they must ban it away. But a lot of the blue side teams also don't feel like it's low enough priority that they can give it over for a second round rotation. So things are in flux, certainly, in this patch, especially with some of those changes, with things like Shen rising in priority because of the nerfs on some of the other top laners. So now we're going to get to see what these teams think it should be.
And this is a smart ban from Liquid, taking away Rengar, as actually the Immortals missed a ban. That was what I missed out on. So first pick LeBlanc there for Immortals.
I'm pretty sure that was actually an intentional missed ban. So what they're trying to do is force them into this trade that Liquid did not want to give over, I guess. They were not really willing to give Rengar over to Dardoch, probably because Piglet might not play LeBlanc, right? So this is a champion that does have a pretty high skill cap. You have to think Piglet coming in as a new mid laner might not be comfortable to do that. And then Immortals could have taken Rengar and gotten theoretically LeBlanc the next round after that, which is kind of something you just can't do.
No, well, there's Kha'Zix and Malzahar for Team Liquid, so a good solid start there for the support and jungle. This isn't the first time we've seen Immortals both intentionally and unintentionally miss a ban. Hermes does have some more unique strategies, so we'll get confirmation on that, but Immortals just going to take Ashe, who is certainly rising up with Varus being banned. I mean, Jhin, he's still good, but the pool of AD carries is pretty small once you ban out Varus.
Yeah, Jhin is definitely very good. Would not be surprised to see Youngbin pick that up for himself, although we are seeing a lot more Ezreal, a lot more Caitlyn, things like this are working their ways back into the meta. Even specifically against Jhin, Sivir is very effective at shoving him in early, can scale up the late game, so we are seeing some more diversity there. The question I think on most people's mind is really, what does Piglet play? What does his champion pool look like? I've heard whispers of some of the things that he's playing. I don't want to really give anything away, but you cannot think that this guy is going to have a deep champion pool.
No, certainly not after only a week or two of practice. As Elise actually over for Dardoch was their jungle pick to round out phase 1. This would be bold. It is Ryze for Piglet, so has been practicing the meta mages.
Yeah, so he is going to be going in with that Ryze, and Ryze is something that matches up fairly well into the LeBlanc. Obviously, LeBlanc can have the ability to snowball against anyone, especially with an early ganking jungler like Elise. That CC combo pretty powerful. Something that a lot of Ryze players like to do is actually take Courage of the Colossus. You can use that for the CC as long as your passive CC is up or shield is up as well. You can absorb a lot of the damage coming in.
Yeah, have to make sure that you don't take too much, as Renekton actually banned from Team Liquid. So this is another thing we're starting to see as Jin's banned out for Immortals. I like that target ban as well, but Renekton is rising pretty quickly in popularity for a lot of top laners.
He really is. I mean, the guy has been a lane bully for so long, and as more and more of the S tiers kind of get knocked down a peg, he becomes stronger just by comparison.
We'll see what Team Liquid have here with 10 seconds left for their final ban in this draft. Have to think maybe they continue to target top lane, actually target ban Olay, so taking away Morgana, a support that he has shown multiple times that he loves to play, so I'd like that ban as well. And Immortals might continue the trend of taking out AD carries, because Liquid feeling like they had to give Piglet a mid lane pick in phase 1, which I think makes sense. Youngbin, the new guy as well, is going to lose a couple picks here.
Yeah. And I do think that Morgana makes a lot of sense, both as a target ban towards Olay, because he's performed well on it, but also because you already have multiple forms of targeted CC drafted for TL, right? You can put that Black Shield on your LeBlanc, he goes in, safe from the Rise, safe from the Malzahar ultimate, at least for a short time, and that's not the option now. And I would think that Olay would go towards something like the Thresh that he's shown a propensity to play. He likes playing those playmakers and those pick champions.
We can see Liquid take Ezreal here because it was a Sivir ban there for Immortals, so couldn't take all of them, but at least kind of narrow the pool, and this was the obvious pick for Youngbin, so Immortals could prepare for this. Seems like they've already got a relatively good comp built up, but we'll see how they finish their draft. Looks like Liquid want to last pick their top laner, so we're going to have something blind here for Flame. He's definitely leaned more towards the bruises and the carries and less so the pure tanks, but he's definitely flexible, as there's MF actually support there for Olay.
Yeah, I mean, you could still go into a tank. Like, we all obviously have Maokai, Nautilus, things available, but there's still Rumble, there's Jace open, there's those sorts of options here too. I think it is more risky to go for a carry-style top laner when your opponent has counter pick, and so will be the tank. But for Youngbin, getting a safe AD carry, remember, this is his first ever LCS game. This is something that makes a lot of sense, I think, for the team comp, but also just as an individual player, you're not in as much pressure, right? You have a safer AD carry, you have some time to kind of scale up, sit back in lane, and hopefully get comfortable.
Well, there's Poppy, last pick for Liquid, so things kind of shaking out pretty standard here. Tanks in the top lane, pretty strong meta mages where they do very different things between LeBlanc and Ryze, and that's really what we'll be paying a lot of early attention to. First pick LeBlanc. She's a champion that did have some changes, but a lot of players are still playing her. She's been around forever, despite a lot of changes in the update last year. And Pobelter, he's had a rough string of performances, but it feels like he and the rest of Immortals are starting to ramp up as well. Dardoch, he's been solid to amazing in most of their games. Now it's time for someone like Pobelter to also step up and help Immortals propel forward into the back half of this season.
Yeah, exactly. They are on that upward trend, and I think it's important that other players on Immortals are stepping up so Dardoch does not overreach, because that has been my criticism of him this year. He has had some amazing, outstanding performances, but he also has the performances where you can just tell he's trying too hard to carry and throws away the game.
Yep, he can't afford that there. Ran over on Kha'Zix. We'll see how he does, as he's had a bit of a shaky looking start to the season, but has also improved. Coaches are going to shake hands for our first draft of the NALCS in patch 7.4. Nothing too unexpected. Piglet, again, clearly has some champions practice. We expected maybe top 3, top 4 mid laners to be there for him, maybe a pocket pick there as well. But I mean, his experience will definitely show in this 1v1. This is a tough matchup to play. It's your first ever game in mid lane.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like a lose-lose for Pobelter, because if he wins, he's supposed to win. If he loses, he just lost to an AD playing mid, so it's kind of a rough spot for Pobelter. We'll see how he does, though, because I think this is a tough team to play LeBlanc into. You have Poppy with that steadfast presence, can block your distortions. You have Malzahar, who can ult you when you go in. You have the lockdown from Piglet as well, lock you down when you go in. So there's so many forms of CC and ways to kind of disrupt and lock down Pobelter in the teamfight stage that I feel like he must get ahead early.
Well, we've got a lot to look forward to as the NALCS is back here for spring in 2017. We're out onto the rift for Immortals versus Team Liquid, as they'll have a rematch here with an awful lot of changes for TL. Piglet on Ryze. Welcome. Welcome to the New World Order.
Welcome to the new age. We'll see if it's a good one or a bad one for TL fans. So everything looking pretty standard, I would say, across the board. One thing that I always find a little bit interesting, though it's not that impactful, is the choice of mid laners to start either 3-pot or refillable. Refillable is kind of that greedier choice. If you think you can get away with it, then you can get through that. But having the triple biscuit start does give you a little bit more leeway in lane to have a lot more extra healing. And if some of the trades are going a bit more poorly, you're not going to be as punished for that.
Looks like Cody Sutton booked it after eating, I assume, a Mystic Shot. He lost about 50 health and decided that that wasn't good enough. He's going to run himself back to the lane. Other than that, nothing crazy being set up. No deep wards here for either side. And Piglet's already in it, though. Should certainly have the auto attacks down as a former AD carry main. Pobelter's going to eat a little bit of damage on the early trade.
You can also see the difference in masteries in the bot lane between the AD carries. So health potions there for the Ashe. A lot more players are going actually 18-0-12 as opposed to 18-12 that the Ezreal is going to be doing. So that is something that is changing up. And we have to remember that Fervor has been buffed a fair bit, and Warlords has also been nerfed, right? So Fervor champions like Ezreal are going to get some added benefit from it.
Well, Rainover with a huge leash. Mostly thanks to the Voidlings there of Matt, so he'll be flying pretty quickly through this jungle. Dardoch shouldn't be too far behind as Pobelter and Piglet square off once again. E leveled up already there as Pobelter dives in for a bit of harassment. And Youngbin and Cody Sun will face off here for Youngbin's first ever LCS game.
And this is a lot of pressure on Youngbin. So many people are going to be forming their opinions on this guy based off this one game. And I mean, he is going up against one of the weaker bot lanes in North America. So at least he's having a bit of a chance to kind of get eased into it. You know, this is not him going up against Arrow and Adrian or Stixay and Afromu or even Smoothie and Sneaky, some of those really powerful NA bot lanes.
Dardoch actually trying to steal away a buff here is actually all the way to Rainover's red buff side. He does have Smite, so he should be able to take this. It's just a question of, does Rainover know? It looks like he is moving down towards Immortals red side.
Yeah, he was actually on a ward there, I do believe, so Rainover is going to probably head down to the red and try to steal that away. The question becomes, how does Dardoch actually react to this? Does he run straight to his red and try to defend that, or does he look for a gank? And it looks like he's actually pathing straight from red to try to catch Rainover out here, and we'll see if he's able to get this and get out.
Pobelter can get there as well, but Cody's in trouble. Exhaust is down. Youngbin looking for his first kill of the LCS. He was going to be used. Olay was out warding, forcing the flash as well.
This was actually Olay trying to make the collapse on the red buff, right? So he leaves to try to help out his jungler at the red buff. That gets his AD carry heavily punished, and he's low on health too.
Good chain though. Piglet though turning it around instantly. Proc there from the chain is going to snare Piglet down, but Pobelter had to also leave to protect Dardoch, and I don't know who ended up with that buff, but Rainover is going to come mid now instead. Pobelter forced to back away. Rainover is going to get a summoner.
He does get that summoner, and actually no one got the red buff. So, you know, Rainover had to back out, but it hasn't even been secured yet by Dardoch. Either way, it's definitely a very good exchange for TL because they force out bot lane summoners, now they force out the mid lane summoner, and Dardoch does end up with the eventual 3 buff.
Well, you can see TL went nice and aggressive there in the bottom lane. Cody Sun, though, able to drink his potion, should be safe. 3 buff now completed for Dardoch as he does take the red buff down, and looks like Ashe is continuing to push in the lane, so no harm done just yet. As you can see, mid lane CS looking pretty good for Piglet's side. I mean, Pobelter did get chunked early and felt like he had to leave, but Piglet being 10 CS up already with a tier finish now, looks pretty good.
Certainly does. Things looking good for them there, and you know, it is just early, maybe able to make that gap up as Pobelter, but certainly losing the early flash is more impactful to a champion like LeBlanc who wants to be aggressive and looking for those kills. You have so much kill pressure with your chains and that ignite that when you can't utilize that at all because you're down a summoner, it's a pretty tough situation.
Piglet's going to rejoin mid lane and start charging up his mana. Does have an extra Sapphire Crystal as well, so not a bad first buy. Pobelter actually went for a second Doran, so I think aware of the attention that Rainover might be wanting to pay him here. Other than that, junglers have been relatively quiet, apart from that invade, so Dardoch does have decent lead, actually upper level currently in the jungle.
Yeah, and that is because of Dardoch's jungle path thing, and you know, the question becomes, can TL actually capitalize on the fact that summoners are down in the bot lane and mid lane? If you can't do that, then even though you got those for that red buff, it's not worth it, right? So Rainover now, his job is to actually punish their opponents for being down those summoners, and he is down around this bot side. Obviously, this is not a level 6 Malzahar, so the gank assist is not as powerful, but it is a summonerless Ashe who's quite vulnerable.
See if he can make a play here, but neither AD carry wants to back off. Rainover over the top with the blast cone, though. Gonna look to
Elise
set it
is
up.
coming.
Good silence there. Damages through. Exhaust is great, but there's a good stun. First blood though over, as that's a tray kill for Dardoch. Rainover goes down, and Dardoch's chasing Youngbin as he's gonna go down as well. Now Matt forced to run through the slow field, wants to try and make the flash and does get over the wall. Red buff tags him. Dardoch flashes. Gonna look to keep chasing it down. Great cocoon from Dardoch, and that's gonna be yet another kill.
3-0 for Dardoch. What a start. He read Rainover like a book. He knew that Rainover had to go bot lane to make that work. And he is there for the counter gang. Comes up huge.
Bending Wave gonna betray him there. Dardoch almost zipped over to try and get yet another kill, but Piglet holds onto his health for now. You can see those early Moby boots paying off huge for Dardoch as he rushes straight towards bottom lane and outplays for 3 quick kills.
This is the Dardoch special. He went for it last week, and now he sees Rainover. He's there.
Good stun again. The ward's not there in time. Now Rainover's going to get chunked by the Thunderlord's going to try and fight it out, but Pobelter up in here as well. That's going to force the leap.
Dardoch went for this build last week. Looked great. Was even talking about how much he loved it. He was everywhere, and you really can take over a game as this Moby Boots Elise. Such powerful early game and the ability to move around the map so quickly.
Now even looking towards top lane, but Lola's just going to back off. Matt, level 4, comes to visit mid lane. Pobelter's just going to back towards his turret and stay safe. Olay spots him with the Scryer's Bloom as Matt gets slowed down by the rain. And again, Cody's Sun's still pushing in. But Eddie carries have gone back here, but that's BF Sword versus the Tears. We'll watch this one again.
And this was all about the counter gank for Dardoch. Good read. Yes, it is first blood to TL, but there's already the TP coming in earlier for Nautilus. Dardoch able to clean up a couple early kills. Both top laners can back out of that teleport. You know, nothing to benefit from Flame coming down, and Immortals already knew that Dardoch could clean this up. So really just smart pathing from Dardoch. He limited his opponent's options with the 3 buff, and then with the fact that the only where he could actually get something done is bot lane, and then he counters it. So just great stuff.
Looking great so far. Down in Jungle CS, but certainly up in gold with the kills that he's gotten. You can see Cody's Sun starting to shove in. Youngbin's getting chunked now of the poke between Ashe and MF, and this is not really a fair fight as far as combat stats go, and Ashe is a pretty good laner anyway.
Yeah, it really is, and it's tough. It's tough for Youngbin. I mean, he's pretty far down now, and this is like the least combat stats you can almost have for this kind of gold. You know, he has the extra mana crystal going towards a Sheen, so it will eventually pay off, and he is kind of scaling up, but with the lead that Immortals have, you have to be careful about giving up that turret too early, because if you give that up early, Cody Sun starts making the rotations, and things can get out of control.
Well, still looking good in the mid lane, at least for Piglet. Up still about 10 CS. He shoves the next wave in. Pobelter did go back. He has the Lost Chapter and a pair of boots, plus that refillable, so might be looking to make some plays in the side waves. Yeah. And again, he's got a strong jungler behind him, so should be able to go wherever he wants.
One of the things I would like to see when you're playing, you know, a Fervor AD carry, going longsword to me is rougher because you have no form of lifesteal essentially, right? He's going up against a Warlord's Ashe, so Ashe can get away without building lifesteal more because of a mastery. Youngmin does not have that luxury, bought no potions, comes to lane without lifesteal. Of course he's going to get poked out. I mean, it's very tough to not get forced back to base in that situation.
Yeah, and learns his lesson this time, goes back, buys a few biscuits, and returns with a Ruby Crystal. So not looking too hot as far as the raw AD stats go. I'm gonna maybe he's going Trinity Force?
I guess so. I guess he is gonna go Trinity Force, but this is such a mishmash of items. He's gonna be so weak for so long. It's hard to see them defending this turret unless Rainover can pull off a gank.
I mean, he's being cost efficient, which is good because he's buying components, but that should tell you how the lane is going, which is badly, given that he's kind of just doing whatever his gold says he can do.
Yeah.
And again, now level 6. This could be an easy gank attempt for Dardoch, who is more than happy to try a dive here.
Yeah,
in fact, that tower's almost dead.
They're probably going to go for the dive if Youngbin and Matt actually stay around. Otherwise, they just walk up, they just kill off the turret. Easy peasy. Great job from Immortals.
Yep, first turret goes over to them. So extra gold into the pockets of everyone, including Dardoch, who's still making his presence known around the map. Ocean Drake is up, but teams aren't going to collapse on it just quite yet. And Immortals can't find a clean pick. As meanwhile, we check in with top lane for the first time. Good hook there from Flame. Lolo blocks it with the W. And that's top lane.
Now check out a top lane. Come back in 15 minutes. But for Elise, that's one of the strengths of Elise. Elise can just walk into a lane with red buff and start autoing your turret. And that's actually, as hilarious as it seems, a pretty decent amount of pressure, right? You start pushing down those turrets. Now they've unlocked Cody Sun and Olay to look for the rotations. They didn't expend their ultimates, so this is still Ashe with ultimate available with a high kill pressure mid laner. If Piglet gets caught, definitely going to be going down in a hurry.
I mean, really like the cleanse he's got there for kind of that exact reason, but we'll see what Immortals can make happen with the strength that they've got. Little clone there, going to get some vision down. As fake Pobelter will get a little bit of vision. Got on a long walk.
Cleanse is certainly necessary, but there's so much CC that it can all
Surprise!
be overlapped, right? He's not even going to... Oh, wow. It is going to stop. Okay. I mean, they stopped Pobelter mid lane, so I don't think you need to actually stop that recall.
Spooked, I suppose. He's just going to go recall again. Now Dardock's going to make his way towards the dragon. And again, Immortals just have so much strength around this bottom and center of the map that this is a pretty easy dragon take for them. TL not giving up too much here, but any Drake is a good Drake, and Immortals will take the first one here.
Especially to get this in the early stages of the game is when it's most effective. You know, Dardock, he already had the Hunter's Potion, so he's not really struggling for health and mana, but he is never going to have issues whatsoever now. And Young Bin, I mean, the amount he's down is very problematic at this point. Yes, he kind of had some rough components and everything, but he has 58 CS, 11.5 minutes into the game. This is not LCS level.
No, it's not. Good flash from Matt with the ultimate out there, but Pobelter's going to answer one to Youngmin. Ult's going to go wide there from the arrow, but Matt's going to go down to Cody's son anyway. Dardock nails him with a cocoon.
Good play from Immortals, but it's starting to feel a little bit desperate from TL. They're rotating their bot lane up the top to try to continue matching, but Youngmin is so outmatched that it's very hard for him to really do anything wherever he is at this point in the game, and they're going to continue to get pushed in, continue to get bullied. Piglet, funny enough, is actually kind of the lone bright spot this game. You know, he is doing pretty well, and not that he is dominating by any means, but he's having a decent lane for himself.
Yeah, starting to push in, level 9 on the rise, so building up. But Ole, I mean, face checks here, but Immortals with a great response.
Yeah, there's just not enough damage really coming out of TL. Ole doesn't even end up going down. Ezreal has almost no damage to his name, and they didn't have a third damage source there to actually contribute.
Held on to Sums as well. Pobelter with the next extra chain. He's going to lock down Piglet for a little while longer. Burns the ulti, but it's a short cooldown, and I think Piglet might be looking for a back, so again, just buying more time. Flame in the bottom lane, 1v1ing the enemy jungler.
Oh, here comes Piglet.
Piglet in with the Realm Warp, there's one. We're going to try and lock him now. Rainover's still low, and Pobelter can pop over here as well. They're just going to lock down the rise. Good flash from Piglet's going to get him out. And now Rainover trying to turn it back around. He flashes out, and here's Lawler, but Flame flashes
Dardock's
into the
here.
auto. Lawler looks for something. He's now going to try and stun down him. Lawler, but there's another bit of damage from Pobelter. Dardock kiting it out. Good ulti there from Lawler. Going to knock one down and give Piglet the double kill. Dardock running back towards his support, and he'll be saved.
Yeah, they will be able to zone them off. Can't chase through the corridor with Ole there on the MF, and ends up being a pretty even trade. Good for TL in the long run, but it's now Immortals pushing here mid. Piglet is by himself without the flash. Cannot defend this turret.
The massive wave as well. Ezreal Ultimate's going to try and cut it down a bit, but Cannon Creep's going to be there for long enough. Good damage from Piglet. Gets the bounce onto Dardock, almost gets the shutdown. That will force Immortals off the turret.
Yeah, so that Ezreal ult plus Rise is enough, and Flame getting pretty aggressive here. Does not have a lot of backup, and the TL members are closer. Nice rotation did come in from Piglet, so you know, he's doing a pretty good job here. And this is a fight that they actually are able to win, mostly because Lorlo, their third member, is closer. He's faster to the fight. So, you know, Flame and Pobelter are already very low before Dardock arrives. Had Dardock been here at the start, it'd be a bit of a different story, and that's a bit of an overreach, I would say, from Flame. There's no reason to go for a fight when you're down numbers, when you already have this kind of a lead, right? You just always want to take even or above number fights, and you're pretty much always going to win them with this sort of gold lead.
I mean, credit to Dardock. He booked it from the top side and almost made it with his mobility boots. You can kind of see the power there, but nice play from TL, knowing that they had the advantage, and Pobelter's trying to get the last few auto attacks on the turret. Doesn't quite have enough, but still 3,000 gold and counting for Immortals, a very solid early lead. And again, it's Dardock involved in every kill, has involved in almost every kill. 3 of the 5 and 4 out of 5 participations. So he's looking good, and the rest of the team is kind of doing their job, which is all they really need to do right now.
It is, but there is kind of that worry that TL's team fighting is very powerful. With the Poppy, the Rise, I think, is certainly a better team fighter than the LeBlanc, especially now that Piglet has picked up a couple kills for himself. And this is a very powerful team fight team. So if Immortals does not continue to push the pace and get something done with this LeBlanc, despite the gold lead, TL could end up with an edge.
Well, Immortals also working on the rest of the outer turrets, but Team Liquid doing a very good job defending them, so that's gold that Immortals feel like they should probably have already, with top and mid being so low. So the longer TL can hold out, the better it's going to be for them as they'll continue to pick up gold and equalize that farm. Right now, though, Piglet's just chilling. Blue buff battle here in the mid lane.
He's doing well. So far, so good. 15-minute report card. Check. He's looking good. I'm pretty impressed that he is matching up well against Pobelter, especially into a high kill pressure matchup. Yes, Ryze does go pretty well against Blanc most of the time, but still, you would think that there would be a pretty significant advantage to Pobelter.
Oh, very nice cocoon. Rainover tries to get in there. Realmwarp's going to follow through. Dardoch, I think, dead. There's the shutdown. Doesn't even need Piglet, but now Pobelter is going to get the counter kill. Lolo slams him into a wall, though, and Piglet going to get the easy lockdown.
Nice rotation from Lorlo, and Dardoch takes that fight. He's actually pretty far ahead, even with the nice cocoon. Loses out to Kha'Zix with that isolation damage. Could not compete.
And this is what we've been talking about. Dardoch, he's been playing so well in pretty much every game, win or lose for Immortals, but still feeling like he's needs to overreach, needs to carry just that little bit harder, and does cost his life there trying to make this play.
Yeah, and I mean, he does land the cocoon, but so much damage coming out from Rainover, cleanly wins that. Pobelter is able to make it an even trade, but Lorlo, again, fast on the rotation, comes in, picks up the double buffs, gets that kill, and this is a zoning ultimate from Cody Sun. They want to clean this up, but does not look like they'll be able to.
Yeah, arrow used there for Ashe as well, so it was an all-in attempt, but TL managed to dodge it. Looks like Matt had to burn the flash, and heal down Beyond as well. I mean, this is good pressure from Immortals, but again, they really need the turrets that they've been working on. It felt like they should have taken these within the last 5 minutes, and the fact that TL are holding on to them, I mean, it's gold that IMT expect to get, but you don't actually get the gold until you take the structure.
Yeah, and like we said, the longer the game stalls out, the less the gold lead means, and especially with a solid team fighting composition that TL has. But Immortals getting the advantages that they can. They're continuing to stack the dragons. You have map control. This should be a free objective for you, and Dardoch is going to take full advantage.
Yep, it should be a Cloud Drake that no one else is here to even see go down. Dardoch able to comfortably solo that one out. Pobelter going to clear out a control ward, and there's the turret that Immortals expected to get. To take the outer turret there and move themselves up a little further ahead in gold. Almost 4,000 gold up, and again, mid lane turret is a stiff breeze or two away from also falling. Team Liquid still on the back foot here.
Another thing worth mentioning is Cody Sun was super ahead as far as combat power, but he also bought a cull, right? So he had a pretty greedy buy there and is going to be cashing out into that. He already has a massive advantage as far as the gold lead in the AD carry role, and when that checks out, it's going to be even bigger.
Yep, does have the Runins built up and moving in towards his second item, Essence Reaver Infinity Edge. We'll see what he does want to go for. That longsword seems to indicate Essence Reaver, but I'll let him make the decision. Pobelter now in top lane actually, so moving himself towards a side lane, and again, IMT just making the standard rotations, trying to knock down that mid turret that's got about 5% health left. Team Liquid doing a nice job holding on, and it does feel like Piglet keeping his lane pushed up, doing what he needs to do, and Rainover, despite the early mishaps, has been playing a bit more proactively and reacting nicely to Immortals' aggression. So TL's defense looking good so far, almost 20 minutes into this one, and like you keep saying, it will get better. Immortals, I would like to see them try and press the advantage a little more and do it together. Dardoch, he'll always make the play if he finds an opportunity, but his team needs to be there with him as well.
And I want to see Flame get a bit more involved. He should have the push advantage against this Poppy and should be the one who can shove his opponent and rotate around. And he's finally doing that, pushes in bot lane, moves towards the mid lane. You can use the Nautilus to zone people off the turret, to threaten that dive and help you finally finish it off. And they should be able to finally get it here, you would think.
5 ultimates at the ready. This should be straightforward for Immortals. Plenty of threats, gonna zone them out a little bit to make it rain. And they're not that much,
so hesitant.
And there's just not that much wave clear for TL. I mean, with 3-4 people there, they do manage to get it done quickly. Lolo threatening the flank deters them, but Immortals playing quite scared here.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, yeah, there's a lot of wave clear, but it's like, that is 2 autos on a turret, right? You can have people step up. You had your 5-man squad there when your opponents had 3. Yes, the other 2 were making the collapse, but I think you can cleanly take that turret and back off. Using some of your ultimates if you must, but still, they want to play it very safe. They are worried about throwing at these turrets, and they're trying to play it as slow as possible.
Yeah, look at, they're actually hoping the pressure from Pobelter draws another member of Team Liquid up. It looks like Piglet's going to go answer. But this is decent damage that Pobelter will get done and should create enough space for Immortals to take the outer tower. Right now, though, they're translating through the jungle, trying to pick somebody off as Team Liquid try and collapse on Pobelter.
Yeah, Pobelter is well aware of what these guys are doing, though, has backed off, and now they're going to be creating that pressure on the bot side because Flame is pushing in there. Someone must respond, and Pobelter and Dardoch.
Yeah, Rainover going to get chased down. Pobelter leads himself forward, ignites down, should be enough for the kill, and now Piglet going to get himself stunned up. Perhaps Pobelter looks for the chain. Realmwarp, so he's going to try and turn it onto Dardoch, gets himself out under the turret, though.
Does get out, but it is the pick. Cost some summoners. They get the kill, and now bot lane is crashing into that turret. TL's pushing up the mid, Immortals pushing up mid, pushing up top. They're starting to actually look pretty good here.
Yeah, it could be a nice double play, but Immortals don't want to overcommit for the top outer turret. Instead, Flame moves up. They take the easy mid lane outer turret as a result and continue pushing ahead in gold. 31,000 to 38. 7,000 gold up now for Immortals. And all of a sudden, that gold lead is starting to look problematic to catastrophic.
It feels like the floodgates have opened somewhat here for Immortals. Really nice map movement to actually force that. Finally starting to control their lanes, manipulate the waves so that they could have the right players in the right places and get those kills, get those turrets. We'll see what they can do next.
A major objective up right now, unless an early Baron is on the cards for Immortals, but you can see their items are starting to reflect the power that they should have given the gold lead. 2 items done now for Ashe, 2 items done now for Pobelta. Actually has a pretty quick Void Staff, and expected given the aggression of Dardoch. He's got 2.5 items, and he's going full carriers. This is the catch that started it all.
Yeah, exactly. And they're able to get this because they have moved more quickly than their opponents between mid lane, between top lane. They've gotten jungle vision. They've cleared out safe areas where they can look for those picks, but
oh, no.
they're looking for the solo kill on Pobelta.
This will be a 1v1. Pobelta just going to double distort out of the way. And save face there on that play. Piglet, though, I mean, good CS, starting to play up and aggressive. He was complaining almost that he couldn't quite carry from bottom lane, now moving himself to mid lane as a result. And certainly looking proactive on the champion, if nothing else.
He is, but I got a secret for you. You can't carry from any lane if your team is doing poorly.
Also true.
It's just the way that the game works. It's a team game. Everyone at this level needs to be working well together, and that has been more the problem with TL than it is about any role in particular, in my opinion.
We'll see if they can look a little sharper. Ocean Drake up in a minute, though, and Immortals have had full control of that objective thus far in the game. Double buff Dardoch, level 13 as well, still up in experience over Rainover, and he will comfortably blow people to pieces if he finds a 1v1. And Dardoch, he's always going to be moving up, clearing out the vision, and just hoping somebody does something stupid.
Yeah, this is really the next step that is kind of a more conservative approach. Yeah, you can try to randomly rush the Baron or whatever, but that is often how you lose the game, not win it. So I think that this is smart from Immortals. They're going to keep looking for picks. They're going to keep extending their vision and forcing TL to come into them. And with LeBlanc, with Elise, with Ashe arrows, there's so many forms of pick here that if you face check the wrong bush, even as a pretty tanky member, you can get taken out.
You know, despite not having double global or double teleport, Immortals are also doing a nice job just sitting 1-3-1 and shoving all the lanes. You can see Cody's son moves the mid lane back in. Flame is now top lane again, pushing up against Lola, and Pobelta's consistently been first to a side lane and just pushing that out, opening that space back up for Immortals. So it does feel like Dardoch and Pobelta starting to play well together, and then the rest of the team are very aware of what they should be doing, especially when they're ahead, to make sure all the lanes are pushing and they keep taking objective after objective as Immortals to secure Ocean Drake number 2.
Yeah, Immortals just had full vision control on that side of the map. There's not actually a single TL ward on this right side of the map if you look across, which is very problematic. I mean, not one ward. They have no vision control. How are they supposed to make a rotation to bot lane if that gets pushed up? You simply can't do it safely, and this really does show a lot of the problems that this team is having. They're losing so much vision. They're not fighting back as a team to get those wards back in, and you can't expect Matt to be able to do it by himself.
No, and the tough thing is, you know, again, that's a team thing. Warding is now a team because everyone is required to buy wards. You can't just stack wards on a single player like your support. And
Immortals pink wards, right? There's one on the map.
Yeah, it's the one right there that's not in the river. That thing's about to get cleared out. Realm of top side though, looking for Pobelta. Good off from Lolo, flashing from Piglet, but it's a little early. Pobelta able to distort out of the way. Rainover going to chase him, distorts his way back, but there's Piglet now on a killing spree as he takes down LeBlanc.
The whole team collapsing in there on Pobelta. They do get the kill. We'll see if they can get the turret. Flame's already in the bot lane shoving that up. So Immortals has their response underway. But at least, at worst, it's a trade for TL. And that is always good when you are behind. So they're making a proactive play. They're getting something done. We'll see if they lose 2 turrets. That would be a bit bad for them.
That's the response Immortals want here. Young Bin.
No, Young Bin.
That's a threat. They're going to go in 1v2. Easy follow-up. Doesn't even need the Protovel. The arrow sails by for Cody's son.
And that is what a fed Elise can do to your poor Ezreal there, as Young Bin does find out.
By the way, Dardoch still has quite a lot of gold to spend. I've been watching these Void Staff components just sitting there for the last few minutes. He's got 1,600 gold now to spend, because he's actually caught out here. But Lolo going to get caught by the rest of IMT. Ella here, finally in reserve, as Lolo going to get himself slowed down. Matt also in the front lines, but he does get the exhaust down. Slow down for the volley as Olay. Let's see ulti rip, not enough on the Matt. He's going to be forced to flush out, though.
And both summoners are down there. Very close fight. No one actually goes down, but it's still Immortals' advantage. Next Drake will be the Infernal, and they're going to continue to try to control the Dragons, control that stacking advantage that they do have. Immortals have been pushing the pace very well. They're still up quite a bit in gold. They're at the point in the game now, too, where you can control Baron Vision and actually take that down pretty quickly. And this is the pain that Elise can push out. If you can actually get that face check off, Dardoch will delete you.
Even need the extra proto belt damage. Pretty straightforward, as he's now finished the Leandries, spending the gold that he had just weighing down his pockets. Important to note that TL actually got a tower up for nothing at the end of it. I mean, there was damage done for Immortals in mid tier 2 and bottom lane, but didn't take either of those. So TL will close the gold gap just a bit here, but Immortals again, happy to play it a bit slower, knowing they're ahead and thinking that they should be able to take these turrets in pretty good time.
Well, one thing to note is Immortals does not really have a lot of QSSs. Generally, you see quite a few against a team with a Malzahar alone, and when you add the Rise and the Poppy and other sorts of CC in there, even someone as fed as Dardoch, if he gets Malzahar ulted, he is very squishy. He can go down in a hurry, so TL will be looking to make these sorts of picks happen, to make use of that Malzahar ult to get their advantage back.
Well, right now it just feels like Immortals are setting up shop around the Baron area. Flame doing his duty in the bottom lane, making sure that pushes up. And almost full control. Cheeky little ward from TL just to the left of the river, but that's about the timeout. And Team Liquid know they need to do something here. Dardoch dashes out with the proto belt, just creates a bit of distance. Stun onto Lolo's going to land. Poke's going to follow through, but Lolo nice and tanky at this point, so not feeling too much pain just from Elise Poke.
Already, Flame has the main advantage. It's going in the favor of Immortals. Someone has to get back and answer that, or they'll lose the tier 2. And that means that TL has to go back off the map, and Immortals maintains vision control. They know they have a little bit of time until the Dragon's back up. They can wait a couple minutes for that, or they can start to get a little bit more aggressive and siege the tier 2s, but it feels like they want to pick up a Dragon or Baron before they make that next step.
Well, again, just forcing TL to react to them means they're getting favorable positions in a lot of areas on the map. Probelta working on this side lane, almost level 16. So feeling good about that upcoming rank 3 ultimate. And Piglet again, he's hanging out waiting for the wave to come to him, but that's kind of the story overall for Team Liquid. They really just have to wait for Immortals to make the play, and if they face check a little too aggressively, this can happen. Pick off attempt onto Matt, does get the chain down, massive damage. Arrow's gonna follow, and that's an easy kill for Cody-san.
Remember, Matt did not have his summoners because of the earlier bot side play around the Boo buff, so that is the payoff for Immortals, but it's just a support. Not sure if they're gonna want to start up Baron off that. Would be very aggressive.
Well, Dardoch just going to hope someone else comes to check. TL can't check right now. Youngman's going to have to commit his trinket. Well, he does have it now. Team Liquid not too scared of a Baron attempt. I guess they can see most of Immortals, so...
Just compare the vision, though, in the red side jungle for TL. I mean, they can't see anything. They have 1 ward on this side of the map, 0 wards on the other side of the map. What is happening with TL's vision this game?
I think that's their only ward.
They have overall. 1 ward on the map. 1 ward on the entire map. Have you ever seen that in a professional game before the start of the map? I don't even know, man.
Oh, that'll be a fun one. Let's get stats to try and track that down. As the Rainover, with the safety of their 1 control ward, does it recall back to base.
The 1 safe spot. Everyone huddle around the pink ward.
I mean, Drake up in 20 seconds. Immortal should have another easy objective pickup here, but you imagine the pace is going to start to be pushed just a little more. Immortals, no, they don't need to rush anything here. But at some point, TL, either they're going to have to make a risky play and hope it works out, or Immortals are just going to keep accruing advantages until TL just cannot hold the weight of it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, Immortals is playing kind of slowly, but this is okay when you're getting everything that you want. It's not okay for the losing team to just slowly bleed out. You need to kind of choose your moment and go for a play. It may be around this Infernal. There are options for TL. They can look for a fight, or they can threaten to rush Baron. I think that's what they're going to try to do. Rise into that Baron pit. They're going to try to rush this as a trade. We'll see if Immortals can respond. They need to
Immortals
go
are
now.
already over. In fact, Ola's going to get there pretty
getting low
quickly.
fast, though.
Arrow hits onto Lolo. Just going to try and get the ulti down. Dragon low. Can someone get it? No, the Arrow never does manage to smite it down, but Piglet may be caught by Flame.
Has a
Rest of them
summoner.
make over, but Pobelta's looking for the chase. Piglet does flash over the wall. That's going to reveal a few as Pobelta wants to chain down Piglet. Does land it in and out. Piglet forced to fight. Cleanses out of the snare. And Team Liquid get away with that.
Yeah, the great job from TL. They needed to make a play. They went for one of their options there. Very good usage of Piglet's Rise ultimate still. They're going to lose a turret, they lose the dragon, but they get the Baron. And even just taking off the map would have been a win, but they keep all 5 members alive and may be able to actually get something done now.
Well, if nothing else, they buy themselves some time and get much needed gold in the trade. So Immortals still well and truly ahead of Team Liquid, but TL might even be able to make something proactive happen with the Baron buff. It's so much power when you get it.
They should at least get the mid lane turret that is very low, and Piglet's going to try to threaten the bot lane turret, try to close that gold lead, which would be very, very big for them. But they need to be careful to not overstep. Great, you got the Baron, but the other team is still much stronger than you right now, and you need to show respect to that.
You see Reynova just taking what he can. Gonna look to get the Raptors for himself as Cody, Sun, and Ole are still standing strong here in the mid lane. The rest of the teams around. Pobelta are actually bottom side answering Piglet. And Team Liquid know they, despite the Baron buff they got, still woefully behind. Chain lands on, but Pobelta doesn't want to commit with not too much vision. Does get good damage done with the passive, but Piglet is guiding the minions in, and Team Liquid get their second turret of the game. And that's not great, but it's better than nothing. All Team Liquid need is just a bit of gold and a lot more time.
Yeah, they need a lot of time. I mean, especially when you're taking a glance at the AD carries, the amount by which Youngbin is behind is pretty astounding, but this is really nice from TL. The Rise ultimate allowed them to do this much more quickly than what Immortals was expecting. I don't think that this is a shocking play that they went for this. You know, I was kind of predicting that they might, but the fact that they did it with the Rise ultimate meant they did it so quickly, they were able to get out. Because Immortals is saying, hey, if they go for Baron, we'll kill them all after, so it's fine. Instead, TL gets away with a good play. They keep their hopes alive.
Nice play there to make sure everyone gets out safely as Team Liquid still not done. On the offensive now, looking for the mid-outer. Oh, yo, that's onto Youngbin. Pobelta can't find the chain though. Cocoon lands onto Piglet. That could be enough. Olay has enough damage. Gets 2 actually, including a shutdown onto Piglet. Youngbin goes down to Cody Sun's auto. Ran over, flash leaps over the wall, but it's into the arms of Flame. And there's another snare and a double kill for Cody.
That is the risk. They get too overconfident. Yes, you can see, yes, you can get some advantages with the Baron, but they went too far up into the full squad of Immortals, and they're still down massively in gold. They pay the price, and the base is gonna get cracked open.
The price is mid-inhibitor turret and likely the inhibitor as well. Could be Lolo for some collateral, but he's got a Guardian Angel and he's a big tanky poppy, so he'll be safe, but the rest of the base is just falling apart.
Yeah, and bot tier 2 goes down, so even more gold going their way. Immortals were kind of just gifted what they needed to probably close this game out.
And look, TL could have taken a turret safely. It wouldn't have catapulted them massively ahead in the game, but it would have at least extended the game. Instead, Youngbin eats an arrow and disaster strikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the problem that you have when he shifts, but he shifts a bit late, and he doesn't shift to the side or anything, so he's not going to dodge that anyway. And with no QSS on him, he gets tagged, he gets taken down, so a good catch there from Cody Sun.
Really nice stuff. Flame also in prime position to collect Reynova as he leapt over the walls, so maximum damage done there on the play from Immortals, and now they're almost 10,000 gold ahead of Team Liquid. They've got an Elder Dragon, when that spawns in a few minutes, and have once again complete map control.
The really sad part about this is Ole is also an AD carry like Youngbin, and he has this pretty much the same amount of gold. So it's like the MF is, the support MF has as much gold as the AD carry on TL. That is just brutal. The amount of damage that's going to be coming out of Immortals is so huge. And without a consistent damage source like the Ezreal, how do you ever punch through the front line of Flame? This guy is going full tank. It's not even an Iceborne. It's a Frozen Heart, full on defensive. He knows his team has enough damage to close it out.
Pobelta actually going in for Lolo here. Does have a Leandrews and avoid stuff, so Lolo's not that tanky. Does get a good slam in though. Might just get the 1v1 damage from the ultimate's good, but there's an arrow from Cody Sun to save the play. Lolo flashes forward and will get the kill, but now Dotto finds Reynova. Ole lets loose again as Lolo's GA gets popped, but Reynova still chasing down Flame in the front line, trying to block up the rest of Team Liquid. Gets himself ultimate, but he's so tanky. The damage isn't there. Now
he's flashing in.
Flashes forward as Lolo tries to go back into the backline. one. Youngbin over the side trying to make a play, but he's going to get himself killed by Cody, Sun, and Flame. Still not going down.
Yeah, they just do not have the damage to take out Flame. Youngbin tries to go aggressive and attack the back line, and he goes down in a hurry. So it was a nice initial play from Lorlo, but TL does not have enough. They're just too far behind to make a play like that work.
Yeah, and again, trading isn't bad for them, but all they really have to do is delay the game and not let it get any worse, because at this stage, Immortals should just be moving into position. If they want a major buff, they can take it. Elder Dragon in 40 seconds. Baron follows a minute after. It's Pobelta. This is quite an ambitious 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually Wing forward onto Lorlo when Lorlo has the buckler. He doesn't even break the passive shield there, so not really sure what Pobelta was trying to get done there. If anything, you kite around and you try to keep him there with the chains. You don't fully commit to that fight. He does give it up, but look at how little damage Flame takes here. Courage with Colossus flashes in the middle of everyone, so he has them all around, gets the maximum possible shield there. A nice little play, and then as Youngbin goes forward, he realizes he can't deal with Flame, so he tries to dive in, and just not going to happen. So much backline damage there still alive.
Yeah, just not enough. And now the Elder Dragon is ready to go. Immortals straight there on the spawn. And TL are going to have to challenge something here. They're in position to try and force a fight. But that Elder Dragon's actually dead.
Yeah, it's long gone, and all the dragon stacking is going to pay off for Immortals.
That's getting picked off. Nautilus Ultimate doesn't even see himself for a kill confirm. And now 5v4 Immortals with the Elder Dragon looking to just close this one out.
They certainly are. They have all the tools that they need. A 4-stack Elder that is 45 damage base plus 45 more for every single dragon. That is so much damage. 225 damage true burn coming out from every little hit.
Now Flame's going to prep this wave. Rest of the team's there. Cody Sun's going to move himself over, and Immortals will start a pretty difficult to defend siege. Looks like top lane might be in TL's favor. Hard to see from the minimap alone. But I don't think TL really, IMT really care that much, because they're going to try and end the game.
You can just force a fight now. I mean, TL is so far behind in gold. If they try to defend it at all, you just start fighting.
They're trying to defend it all. Realm Warp in. Rainover looking for a flank. Not a bad position, actually. As Flame still taking damage. Going to try and get the hook down. Finds Matt as the ultimate out. He's going to get another kill. And Flame's still there. GA is going to finally pop up. Rainover's got himself caught straight in the front side. GA is going to revive Flame. Pobelta dives back in for Lolo. And there's another kill. Rainover's GA gets himself killed as he revives. That's the second inhib turret as IMT move in for the kill.
Rainover at least takes down Pobelter, but it's still 4 members pushing down here. That turret is going down so fast.
Dardoch looks for the play. Youngbin shifts his way up and didn't actually need to. Predictive attempt perhaps there from the Elise as TL hold on to their base for now, only losing one Nexus turret.
Yeah, it's enough to keep them alive, and that is pretty good for TL. They're still in the game at least, but Lorlo now moving forward.
Caught up by another good hook from Flame,
no.
and damage should be there. Cody-san dominating with 6 kills. And this inhibitor is just going to get retaken. What an awkward time to respawn. Immortals in perfect position to take that one.
Yeah, Lorlo just kind of wandered up there. They had walked out of the base, but I guess he thought they had fully recalled. They had not, and now Immortals can run straight over to the Baron. The wave is going to be crushing in bot side with supers, and TL is in kind of a bit of a lose-lose situation.
There's the Baron. I guess I might as well take that one on the way out. Don't see the exit Baron too often. The Immortals have more than enough time. Ezreal ultimate's going to give it a hello. But Immortals will take yet another objective.
Immortals fully in control and looking very good. This is a pretty strong team fight for TL. When you consider the fact they're down 10,000 gold and it's a 4-stack Elder, the fact that this is a pretty close fight showcases some of the strengths of their compositions, but it really just is not enough. And they are going to get bullied out. Every little instance of damage adds so much with those dragons that they're forced to retreat. They go down so fast. At least for TL, the game is not over. They can still have a hope of hanging on, but with Baron, 2 inhibs down, it's a long shot.
Yeah, I mean, IMT just going to walk top here, all find a pick, and then look to end out the game. In fact, they might not even need the last inhib.
It's only one Nexus turret. They can just walk it down mid.
Just going to run it in right now. Lolo does get himself out with a good flash dash, but Flame finds Matt with the ultimate. Might be enough to kill him. Not quite, but Pobelta finishing the job off. Hook on a Piglet barely lands, but Flame doesn't quite make it through the Nexus. Youngbin trying to flank around the other side, but this next turret's going down. Dardoch lands the Kakuna, deletes him 1v4. Oh boy, it's rough. Piglet gonna get hooked up as well. Dardoch taking turrets, and the Nexus now exposed. Immortals with a huge advantage. Snowball the game completely in their favor, and they'll take down Team Liquid here in the first one.
Looks rough for TL. Piglet at least had a pretty solid debut in mid lane. But there are a lot of bot lane troubles here. 4TL and Immortals just look to really outclass them.
I'm sad to say that the most neutral part of that whole game was our mid lane matchup. Piglet, he played fine, but he couldn't play spectacularly enough to try and one-man carry that game. Immortals just look too good together. Dardoch still just destroying people in every single matchup, and Immortals seem like as the season goes on, their team's just getting more and more synergy, and they're starting to play like a much cleaner looking unit.
I mean, Dardoch had significant advantages. The bot lane disadvantage was actually astounding for TL. I mean, 7,000 gold down on your AD carry, 5,000 gold down on your support. The opponent support is 2,000 gold up on your AD carry. That is almost unwinnable, right? Like this is so far behind that they almost don't even do anything in the fights, right? It's really, really tough. So Piglet actually, I think he performed really well. To look okay in a game where your team is getting blasted is pretty decent. Lorlo was actually holding his own there too, but definitely a lot of troubles in the bot side, and Dardoch just performing so well.
I mean, just so tough there. I mean, realistically, how much more are you going to get? I guess we'll find out soon. We are going to break down the IMT win by sending it back over to Riv and Jat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And there we have our first game for Liquid with Piglet in mid. Actually fared quite well, as we heard. But once again, it seems the story continues that Liquid as a team can't come together as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. We had so much focus on Piglet in the mid lane, and he actually did really well. But we kind of underestimated, I'd want to say. What about the other mid laner who hasn't even been in the LCS, now switching roles and trying to make his LCS debut with a support who also hasn't been doing well? Young Bin and Matt got absolutely blasted. But we do have kind of a fun graphic here, which is first LCS game for mid laners. And funny is that Piglet got to play against the same opponent as Golden Glue did. But like, as far as CS goes, Piglet had the best debut of any of these guys. So, and that was after up against your first pick LeBlanc. So Piglet did well, but that
not actually too bad, especially with the fact that Reignover got 3-buffed by Dardoch in the beginning, who was actually playing quite well, and then was able to just kind of take control of the bot lane, who we also saw really wasn't CSing well. There was a lot of kind of mismatch under the turret. A lot of things weren't coming together fundamentally for them. And then the buys for Young Bin, as we heard Pastry say, kind of forced back with the amount of gold, and you recipe everything and come up with nothing.
That was just almost a display. We'll see if he can bounce back in game 2, but that was kind of a display of just the difference or the skill of all LCS bot lanes. Because Cody Sun and Olay haven't been a top-tier bottom lane, but they absolutely decimated them. They had a lot of help from Dardoch at the start of the game, but they took that advantage and they ran with it.
Let's actually hit that 5 and 50 seconds in. Dardoch's first 3 kill in the bot lane, and this is actually when Young Bin and Matt started to go forward with Reignover.
Yeah, when a counter gank works. Because Cody Sun was going to be going down, but because Dardoch so quickly returned that, it made it a pretty easy double kill at the start, and then Matt had already pushed through because he was going for the kill onto Olay, so Dardoch was able to pick up a triple kill and then really shut down Reignover's jungle. But even within this play, Young Bin healed super early on in that play.
The chase.
They kind of get the chase for the early kill, and you can't do that because you need to be able to save your summoners for defensive purposes, and it just kind of made things go from bad to worse.
So Dardoch's Elise coming through, those early Moby boots getting him back down to the bot lane. We jump up to 32 minutes in. Things are looking great. Team Liquid gets Baron, and then Young Bin gets a little ahead of himself and the entire team.
And Team Liquid is already like 7,000 gold down even with this Baron, but Young Bin was way on a different page than everyone else for Team Liquid. He saw the turret was at about 3 hits, so he tried to walk up against it.
You want it, Chad. You want it.
You can't walk up against Elise and Ashe, especially when you have no QSS, no Cleanse, and no Mikhails on your team. And that just leads to absolute disaster. Any small chance the Team Liquid could have had from the Baron sneak, which was from a nice Realm Warp play that the team made, was just dashed right in that play.
And we already know coming into the game this week for Team Liquid that switching these positions, even though Piglet's been in for so long, and we see things happen with in the bot lane, he can do well on Twitch, somewhat transition. Going to a different lane, you have different calls to make, different information to give to other people, and then Young Bin has to insert that. So there's so much that these guys have to work with coming in that actually you can see is a glaring difference right now.
Teamwork's going to take a lot of time, and I like the point Azale made during that game when actually you can't solo carry on any role in League of Legends. If your team is actually doing that poorly and your AD is 7,000 gold behind, it don't matter if you're jungler or top lane or mid lane, you're not making up for that. So that's a negative thing that Team Liquid has to work on. And I do want to touch on Immortals just a little bit because this is a team that had and still has a lot of the same coordination problems that Team Liquid is dealing with right now. They've had
Very
games
true.
where Cody Sun and Ole has been way behind. They've had games where it seems like they just have no chance and they're getting out-pressured in every lane. And they're able to give it back a little bit to Team Liquid right there. The map pressure they displayed the entire game, it just looked like they were
Hitting
on
those
another
wards
level.
out there, which were quite lacking on Team Liquid's side.
Oh, man. I want to know what those ward numbers were in that game because there was at one point where there was one ward on the map for Team Liquid. And right after
they'll
that,
let you know.
Right after that, Piglet bought 3 control wards. He was like, I need to do everything, man, but it didn't work.
Instantly. And we say one person can't carry the game, it takes the team, but Dardoch, player of the game honors this time around, sure helped in the beginning on his Elise, getting the 3 kills, 3 buff as well. It's all about 3s for him here.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit more Elise around the world. Dardoch, in typical Dardoch style, just builds a whole bunch of damage, had that nice one-shot on Youngbin in the mid-game, on top of being able to get that triple kill early on in the game. So really set the tempo for Immortals and big part of the victory.
Oh, both teams are going to get a chance to talk. We'll see if Team Liquid can make the roster changes work in Game 2. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the North American LCS.
Piglet top next week.
Piglet top. And middle. And AD carry.
And jungle at some point.
Damage is through, exhaust is great, but there's a good stun. First one though over, as that's a Trey kill for Dardoch. Rainover goes down and Dardoch's chasing Youngbin.
We're fighting top, I'm running top, I'm running. He's gonna go over.
Yo, he's flash. No, his flash is still down, flash is still down.
Who's behind? Nice.
No. I'm TP. Wait. Behind TP. Go. Flash. Ezreal said. Look for Kyle. Kyle flash, no jump. Okay, we can end. Push on mid.
Welcome back to the NALCS. I am here alongside Steve, owner of Team Liquid. You guys ended up not winning that first match, but I first want to start off talking to you about the roster changes you guys made. You took Piglet from AD carry and you put him mid. What was the thought process behind putting that star AD carry in that role?
You know, we have been, of course, disappointed in our results so far in the season. We're tied for last place, and we needed to do something. We weren't going to just roll over and just accept our fate and keep things at the way that they were and have kind of marginal increases in performance based on that. So we sat down with the team and we said, should we do something? And the answer was yes. What should we do? So we decided that we would hold tryouts for a week and just do a lot of different plays on the roster. We switched around roles. We brought in about 10 AD carries to test with the team, and we just watched. We had all of our coaching staff and our players, and then after that full week of tryouts, we sat down with every player individually and we said, what do you think is best? Should we go back to having Golden Glue play and have Piglet? Should we go with this version, that version? And we basically concluded that the roster that you're seeing on stage was the most obvious choice. And that was unanimous from every single member of our roster plus our coaching staff. So when something's that clear, I think it is the reason why we went through that whole process to begin with. And then we started playing with that roster this week. So we've had 4 days.
Oh, wow, not much time at all, but it doesn't seem like it was a decision that you guys made quickly. It took a lot of methodology. You guys were going through it, but you said those tryouts, there was a lot of deliberation, but it ended up being unanimous. So what did everybody and yourself see in Youngbin to fill that AD carry role that Piglet had left open? What was really the standout for him among those 10 AD carries?
Yep. You know, Youngbin has actually played with the organization previously. He was with Team Liquid Academy, so he actually played with Matt. So he has some synergy from playing in that scene. In addition, he was coached by David Lim previously, and he understood the game better than all the other AD carries that we tested out. He, in-game, makes a lot of shot calling to waves, priority, crashing waves. He knows when to play on certain sides of the map. He is really keenly aware, and he also makes really good kind of mid-late game decision calls that are pretty creative. So that in of itself is an advantage. And then in addition to that, he was playing pretty well mechanically. It was actually funny in one particular scrim, because you know all the names in the tournament realm, you don't know who they are. And the enemy team messaged our coach, is like, is that double lift? And I was like, you're like, no, it's not double lift. But Youngbin was playing really well. Yeah.
All right, well, that's awesome to hear. So I want to know, what does success look like for this roster? When do you start going, all right, that was a good decision, that was the right decision?
Yep. You know, success is interpreted in a lot of different ways. For us right now, success is improvement. It is just making sure that we are learning as much as possible from each and every scrim, more so and at a higher velocity and degree than any other team. Right? And if we stick to that kind of commitment to improvement, then we will be further along than where other teams are. Now, you could easily just say, yeah, success is just winning. Well, obviously, do I think that in these next 8 games, are we going to go 8-0? Probably not. But that's okay. We just want to continue improving, because those things, we can't just control winning. We can control all the steps up to winning. And I think learning is a key component to that. And I think that will deliver the best results for us by the time we get to the end of the split.
All right, and final question for you here, Steve. You ended up saying on Twitter that you kind of regretted taking a step back, and then you put yourself back into the organization and started being around the League of Legends team again. For the last 2 weeks, I believe you had actually put yourself in there. So what had influenced you to come back and actually start being a more hands-on owner?
Yeah. So we announced our partnership with Ted Leonsis and Peter Guber, Golden State Warriors, and the Wizards and the Capitals, and that had kind of taken on a whole realm of responsibility for the organization, and we moved into a bunch of other esports, and we put together some awesome partnerships, and it was consuming all of my time. And I had kind of entrusted to our coaching staff to pick up all the expertise that I've learned over the last 5 years. And it didn't happen, and so now we're seeing the status of the team right now. So I said to myself, you know what, just screw everything else I'm doing right now. I need to focus 100% on the League of Legends team. And so that's why I've been around, and You know, even though I may not be the best player, I used to play professionally back in the day, and I coached the all-star team for China, and you know, there's experience there, and I want to do everything I possibly can to get the team to improve.
All right, well, hopefully they do improve, and hopefully they give you that results that you're looking for. Thank you very much for joining me on stage, Steve, and thank you for the interview. We're going to throw it over to the casters to get us into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Cyrene. Great to hear from Steve. Thank you very much for that interview. Very insightful to hear all the changes TL making. Understandably, not changes they made lightly.
No, definitely not. And I think it's very encouraging as a TL fan to hear that all the players were on board with this. I think that not having that inner strife, everyone in agreement, can give them some leeway that even if they don't get the results right away, the players feel like this is the best move that they can make, and hopefully they're given that time to actually improve.
Yep. On the other side, of course, though, they still need to translate that improvement into some more results here. This is going to be rough for Team Liquid no matter how you slice it. Moving a rookie mid lane sub into AD carry, moving your AD carry out of mid was never going to be an easy transition. I like the attitude from Team Liquid. I think a lot of teams that do adopt that are successful, but it needs to, you know, show sooner rather than later. Because unfortunately for Team Liquid, we're 6 weeks into the split, not 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the worry for them is, you know, you can say wins isn't the only measure that you want as much as you want to, but at the end of the day, if you're in 10th place, you're in danger of getting relegated, right? You're in danger of losing your LCS spot. And for TL, that's almost something that seems too crazy to face, right? This is a team that is known for being near the top of the league, for being a consistent, strong performing team.
Well, we'll see what happens here in our second draft. Team Liquid on the blue side for this second one. Shen and Malzahar banned by them. Varus LeBlanc banned by Immortals, so kind of cool to see that ban. Immortals also respecting the power of the pick, but also respecting that, hey, we think Piglet can probably play this. And there's an Elise ban for Liquid, which I certainly like, given what we saw last game.
Yeah, Dardoch has been going off on Elise. Smash last game, he got a player of the game as well last time he was playing here at the LCS. And Piglet, round 2, you know, do they take Ryze away, right? Do you say, hey, what else can you play? He actually looked good on Ryze, and there it is, right? I think this is a smart ban. Even though TL lost, Piglet did look good on Ryze, right? Force him to show you that he has a champion pool, that it's not just one thing.
Makes sense to pick on the new guys as first pick Camille actually for Team Liquid, and with almost zero hesitation from them as well. So could be support. We've seen that here and there. Shout out to Gate for bringing that one in. But of course, I'm kind of expecting him for Lolo here. Maybe for him to have a big carry performance. As we'll see a lock-in for Jace there. Could be for Flame, but of course, seeing it a bit more mid. And Graves is a top tier jungler. Immortals going to snag it here in round 1.
Yeah, it really is, and the Jace could be flexed. If they want to grab that Poppy, though, they have to do it first round, right? And Poppy is considered to be a pretty good matchup into the Camille. You can stop those stunts pretty easily. It has good gank assist, but they are giving over some high-priority picks. I mean, this is Jhin, Rengar, Camille as the first 3 for TL. So if you're just looking at champion strength, TL has grabbed themselves some very powerful stuff, but they have to be able to perform on it.
We'll see what Immortals do here. Do they want the Poppy? Are they going to hide a different top lane pick? There's certainly some mind games to be played here. I certainly like where Immortals have got themselves into, but Liquid have also secured 3 very good champions, and it seems like they don't want to get pinched in AD carry because there aren't very many AD carries people want to play, so Sivir will be taken here.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there are a number of other AD carries, specifically because there's only one ban, right? So you still have Ashe, Ezreal, Caitlyn, Sivir, right? So you still have 4, you will get one, but this particular matchup is very good because Jhin has very low pushing power in the early game, and Sivir is very high, so you can kind of minimize a lot of his strengths by bullying him in, especially if you compare this with something like a Karma who can help you push.
We'll see what Liquid have maybe for the ban, but a Z ban for Immortals as they continue to pick on mid lane. They picked on Youngbin last time, pushing him down to Ezreal. Now it's Piglet's turn to feel the wrath of Hermes bans.
I mean, these are the 2 champions that I've been hearing that he has been playing, right? So now they're both banned off the table, and that is a tough spot for Piglet. This is his second mid lane game. He performed well in game 1. Now they're putting him in the spot where he's not first rounding his pick. He's going to have to be at the bottom of the draft getting target banned on your first series ever as mid lane. That's really, really tough.
Yeah, and there's a Syndra ban. Immortals could even pick a mid laner out of this phase as well. So Piglet is going to get put super far down in a role he is very new to. Rumble ban for Liquid is nice. So suspecting that Pobelt already has his champion, in Jace. But we'll see if they go for another top lane ban or if Liquid want to mix it up. But no matter how you slice it, things are looking tricky for Piglet as Renekton's the last man out of this space for Liquid.
They really are, and he's going to have to show us something special here if they want to come back in this series. Pobelter likely will get the Jace, but with a lot of top lane focus, already 3 top lane bans from TL, you could just say, Flame, you play it. But that said, Jace top has not worked well in North America. Jace mid has been much more successful. I'm expecting a top lane tank from Immortals, and that going mid.
And they're going to take the Poppy now as well, suspecting it's Camille top and not wanting to have it maybe picked away, I guess. They could have saved it, but they're going to get a counter pick on support. They'll lose Karma, which was the first pick I thought of if Team Liquid want to pick it, and they do.
Yeah, I think that Karma, I mean, this is a tough one, right? If you think that, theoretically, Camille could be flexed elsewhere, then yeah, that pick order makes sense. But to me, getting a Karma Sivir bot lane is so powerful. And even if they somehow take away Poppy and do this weird Camille flex, you still have Nautilus and Maokai available.
Yep.
So I actually think that this is not the best decision in draft order. I really would have preferred them drafting the Karma, because that kind of stops a lot of the pushing advantage that Immortals would have had.
Yep, I expected it there, but again, they have practiced this. Ole will get Janna once again, but I love the Ari from Piglet. You know what? If he's gonna, go all the way back to Season 3, you might as well throw him in Ari.
Ari is actually pretty strong right now, I think. We did see Ari come out, I believe, I want to say Power of Evil played it off the top of my head in the EU. I think he looked quite good on it. So this is certainly a strong pick, and there is a more diverse damage profile from Liquid. That said, it's not like there's a lot of people who are going to be natural armor builders for TL. Camille can build some, though. We've seen Reignover go tank Rengar, has never looked good, but he could go full armor Rengar against this sort of composition, because this is a full AD team from Immortals, and they do tend to get outscaled.
Yep, you're going to have to look to that mid game to really use their strength and try and take down TL quickly.
Yeah. I mean, that said, if TL does not want to build armor, that does no longer hold true, right?
Yep.
If they're not going to armor stack, if you can't actually fit those into your builds, it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's still going to be some advantages because you can build Seeker's Arm Guard on Ari and things like this, get a lot of value, but if you're not stacking armor, late game Sivir is going to be very, very powerful.
Yeah, armor goes a long way, but we'll see what happens here. Very different looking compositions here for both sides here. Immortals kind of keeping aggression in a lot of the places we expect, but I think Graves Jace is a very different duo for Immortals. And I mean, Lolo is maybe the one to look at here, including the fact that we'll get Piglet's second mid lane game as well, because Ari's a pick has been pushed down. We'll see what he does on what's kind of a pick that's coming back into the mid lane, and Lolo's on a carry. The last time this happened, Lolo went off. So Team Liquid, they're going to need a lot here to try and push themselves to a third game, but I think they've set themselves up nicely here to do so.
Yeah, Lolo certainly has the ability to carry these games, but my eyes are going to be a lot on Pobelter this time. He has been set up completely for success. He's gotten his highest priority pick, and they triple banned the first time mid laner of the other team. If you cannot smash this game as Pobelter, I think that there's some problems there. You know, he really should have a big advantage over Piglet on his fourth pick.
Well, second time now, I suppose, because Piglet is going to return to the mid lane for game number 2. Immortals up 1 here as the teams move out onto Summoner's Rift once again. And looks like just a fan here for both sides. Maybe some vision getting poked in. Pobelter tries to spy someone in the brush. Piglet's going to spot them, and Immortals don't really fancy moving too far forward.
The bot lane will be kind of interesting now because some of the math on Sivir outpushing Jhin and getting that advantage is kind of thrown out the window when you have Karma on one side, a great pushing support, versus Janna on the other side, a support who adds almost nothing to the push, right? So this is something where they have kind of shored up a lot of those weaknesses, and definitely something I would attack as a mistake in the draft. But we have to see if TL can actually capitalize on this because their bot lane got blasted last game.
A liability, frankly. So we'll see if TL can clean that up and look again to Reignover and Dardoch to make those early plays. Dardoch especially always wants to play aggressively, at least in game 1, has Graves here again in the second one, and Graves is arguably the strongest jungler at the moment. So, I mean, Rengar notwithstanding, I think, he's certainly up there. We'll see what happens as Dardoch going to get a bit of help from Flame, take down these Raptors ASAP.
I think Graves really up there. Ivern, and people make the argument for that. There are definitely some very powerful junglers, and a lot of it just comes down to kind of personal preference, personal opinion. See how these guys can perform, because TL has an incredibly strong, very disruptive dive composition. If they can get going, you have Karma shields speed up, Jhin ultimate opens up there, Rengar, Ari, Camille, all diving backline. That's pretty frightening.
Kind of an interesting start to the lane there in bottom though. Ran over here a little low, but should be perfectly safe. Didn't get any help, I don't think. but actually saving his smite, so trying something here. Dardoch though zipping through the jungle. Graves always nice and healthy, so should feel happy. But kind of interesting to see Cody Sun and Ole fight the Jhin Karma lane so aggressively at level 1. Not sure I fancy that.
Yeah, I mean, Ole does have coins, so he gets a little bit more HP regen because of that, and he can get a little bit back. So, ooh, nice little dodges there from Cody Sun. So that may be playing into it, right? He's saying, okay, I trade some of my health, but I actually have this coin that's going to give me more and more health back. And you know, speaking of sustain and those kind of choices, it's interesting that Pobelter did not go for a longsword start. He actually started Doran's Blade, which we see very rarely now, especially into something like Inari, where you'd love to build a lot of longsword items, whether it's a Ghost Blade or a defensive Hex Drinker. His build has less innate sustain in it, at least first time around, but you know, Doran's Blade does pay dividends over time.
Well, looks like Rainova moving in towards IMT's jungle. Looks like both junglers actually are trying to take some buffs away here, so it will just be a trade. Rainova, I think, looked down bottom lane, was kind of around just in case something happened, but going to take this blue buff. Dardoch's going to go ahead and trade on the other side, though, and everyone's just going to keep farming away.
Yeah, very evenly matched jungle paths here in the starting game. Both junglers even saving their smites to go in aggressively on their opponent's jungle and use that to take something away there. Nice trade on Cody Sun.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the nice things about any Jhin lane is that he follows up nicely on what CC you bring. Matt, able to walk up nice and effortlessly there. Piglet, gonna be okay.
Yeah, this is a tough one to actually make work unless Piglet just kind of walks forward, and he's going pretty far forward, but he's cheating to his strong side. He knows that Dardoch would be coming from the top side of the map because his jungler did a full clear of the bot side of the map, so he's playing with that knowledge and using it pretty intelligently, even though he's not actually spotted him until just now.
Yep, Ward's gonna spot him out, so Dardoch gonna waste a bit more of his own time. Piglet might try and let him stick around, but Dardoch no, instead just walks back over. Cody Sun again does not eat the mantra half of that Q.
One interesting point about that is normally you would be like, oh, look at all this time Dardoch is wasting. I can't believe this. There's actually nothing really for him to farm right now because of the jungle routes that they have done, and he lost his full bot side. So now he has to go around. He's going to try to contest rates, but he's not purchased yet, and this is kind of risky. I mean, Piglet's faster to this play. This is way too risky.
Dardoch, no, Choke's going to miss, but it does not matter. First blood goes to Piglet from the Ignite.
I mean, that was so ballsy from Dardoch. I think that was just straight up bad. The fact of the matter is, his mid laner is not even close to this. Look at where the mid lane is. Piglet is so much faster to this. Yeah, sure, if the Jace is fully pushed in, great, go for it. But he wasn't, and then this cost them summoners, it cost them first blood, and that's a blue buff given over to Piglet. So just awful from Dardoch, and that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, his aggression costing him again. Gets picked off for free. First blood goes over to Piglet as well, who's up a little bit of CS and will go back and spend his extra money. Looks like Matt and Rainova run back towards top lane as well, looking for a 3v1 versus Flame.
I mean, he's so far up, it's going to be tough for Flame to get out with that root that's going to come in.
There's the exhaust. Flame's got his splash, going to need to use it pretty creatively. Still going to get locked down and go down to Matt.
Great job from TL. They're gifted one first blood. They roam top as a squad, get another. So this is really a much better start from TL, and the bot lane is actually up a couple CS.
Well, looking good so far. Looks like Matt and Youngman have done a nice job in the 2v2, and of course Matt left, so Youngman's just going to wait patiently for the waves to come towards him. IMT are freezing this wave, which I suppose is fine, trying to deny some CS from Youngman, but Jin's just going to chill. It's pretty long range on the W, able to snipe out where he can, and now Rainova's going to walk Matt back towards the bottom lane.
For Dardoch now, he has to kind of farm it out. He's still going to be strong, and he didn't actually blow his flash in that death at least, so he still has playmaking ability. He still can move around the map and get right back into it. But it's definitely a quick start here for Piglet, who is already level 6, and Rainover likely will hit 6 first, and then can look to make that gank work. And the first Rengar gank is so important.
Oh, Cody Sun, great grenade there from Youngbin. Actually made sure the snare landed. Got a bit of mana back for the Sivir, but doesn't go down.
And this is a level 6 Rengar now. He has snuck around here and can look to make something happen, but Pink Ward will spot him out. At least Immortals is aware of the possibility of an ultimate.
But it's going to take this down. Crab's going to get snared, and Rainover will take that for himself instead, just making sure TL have control of this right side.
And Piglet is actually making a roam up to top. They're looking to set up a dive here. This is a bit risky, but they both have level 6. He needs to hit the charm.
Flame already taking damage. Charm's going to miss, and Lolo snared against the wall. Needs to commit the ultimate. Hextech ultimatum down, but Piglet can't get in. Knock it there from Flame as Lolo flashes out, but that dive did almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and Pobelter is here. This is very risky. Pobelter just needs to hit the Shock Blast. We'll see if he can do it.
Have to try and read Lolo here. Needs to wait for the wave. Gets him straight in the face. And now they're going to chase down Piglet. Not going to see him. But now Cody's son has actually done damage to Youngbin.
That was just such a risky dive. You need to hit the charm to have a chance of that even working. And even on a flashless Poppy, he's still very tanky. You know, these are not guys who are just going to punch right through him. So they needed the charm. They couldn't land it. Piglet didn't have summoners to add that extra damage, and now Rainover in onto Dardoch.
Oh, lands a snare there as well. Dardoch bouncing one against the wall. Turns around with his ulti, and Rainover might just go down. Flashing from Dardoch. Needs another shell. There's one. Red buff going to do it. And Dardoch slays Rainover.
Nicely played from Dardoch. Does get that kill right back in it, and Immortals battling back 2 quick kills.
Good to see Team Liquid being proactive, but some mis-execution on these plays.
Good charm.
Because Piglet as well. Exhausted is down. Pobelter just going to run this one straight under the turret. Bats him down with a thundering blow.
And there's the power of the Jace. I mean, Piglet, he knew he had no ultimate because he went topside. He goes for that. It doesn't work. He doesn't have summoners from earlier. Pobelter goes for the clean all-in. Just very well played from him and knowing his limits.
Now got 2 kills as well. So Pobelter on a roll for the first time in a while. Immortals still even in goal, but they're up a kill, which is going to feel nice for them.
That's it. I mean, a lot of this is all off of the super aggressive play that they tried to make topside. It could have looked good had they made it happen, but it's such a low percentage play. And not only does that cost you the failure of topside, which gave Pobelter his first kill, now you get all in because you gave him gold to buy that, more power, and you have no ultimate to actually easily live this, right? So if he has the ultimate, Pobelter can't make that play. And that is the snowballing fact of League of Legends that is often overlooked. People look at the one play and say, oh, it's not that bad, right? We tried it, but it didn't work. Who cares? Well, this is what comes to be from that play failing.
The best teams know how to take those snowballs and just cascade them into bigger and bigger advantages. Piglet going to move his way over to the blue buff, so should be happy with that pickup. Ole getting some vision down. Wanting to make sure they have Dominion over the Infernal Drake. There's blue for Piglet. Blast cones his way back. Oh, not this time. Pobelter going to take the control ward down instead.
Credit where credit's due, though. Piglet has been doing well both games, and you know, he wants to extend his advantage. He knows how last game went. He doesn't want to sit around. He got first blood, and he's trying to extend that lead to the rest of the maps.
Yep.
You know, top lane play didn't work. It ended up getting him killed, but he's still right in there, and we'll be looking to make those aggressive plays.
Yeah, like I said, thought behind the play, wonderful. Execution, not so hot. We'll see if they can improve on next time. I do like that Piglet has been proactive roaming around his lane. Pobelter picked up the honey fruit in the meantime. He's going to zoom his way back to mid lane in the transform. Piglet still shoving out waves, wanting to make sure he kind of does the administration here before he does go on his roams. And Ole and Dardoch are lining up a dive.
Yeah, they are looking, but Rainover is going to be coming with his ultimate. He's on the way, and this could get turned around onto Immortals.
In ultimate hits Ole once. Second shot's going to hit Dardoch. Third lands onto Ole again. Matt's going to try and take him down, but the crit shot goes wide. Piglet's here as well. There's the snare landing. Rainover dives in as Ole flashes out. And Piglet just can't make it down in time. Now
both TVs coming in.
Flames in first. Lolo's in as well, but Flame's going to try and just run it all out. Pobelter, we're going to take one down as Cody's son gets Matt. Flame is going to fall on the front side as ulti out from Dardoch does a bit of collateral damage.
10 members in the bot lane. It's a party. But it is only the 1-for-1. A support for that top laner.
Not a bad trade for Team Liquid, but I don't think they have enough to try and get anything more. They want the Infernal Drake, but Immortals just going to force them to stay here. Rainover gets chunked out by the Jace.
Yeah, I mean, it would be risky to go for that Infernal, and that is kind of the extra price of everything that's happening in the bot lane here, and Youngbin pretty far up.
Not tagged, but the Exhaust is going to get him. Tornado is going to save him, but Youngman going to have to flash out of this one. Good flash over the wall, but Cody's son is going to keep roaming down. Doesn't want to dive, doesn't have any mana. Youngman will live this time, but no flash means he's a prime target for the next gank.
And that might actually end up costing him the dragon, because now not only does he have to base, but he's summonerless. So Dardoch starts it right up, and that is the big cost of that error from Youngman. It's not just the summoner, it's the following one. And you know, TL wants to contest this, but Rainover doesn't have ultimate. They don't have TP. This would be a very hard contest. Rainover could try to go for a steal, but that's about it.
Doesn't have smite, so that's probably out of the picture as well. Dardoch takes it down. Clean Drake for Immortals, and Looks like they'll get out scot-free as well. In fact, Pobelta gonna face check one, gets chummed in by the Ari, takes damage from the Q, but just fires right back. Piglet.
Almost had his ult there. It's just coming up now. I think if he has his ult, he probably goes for that all in. But because he did not, he doesn't go for it. And Pobelta is patient with the exhaust. That's the thing. Correctly played by both sides.
Good bit of poke. Pobelta gonna recall though, and spend some more of that money. Look for that first major item. Piglet might just have enough for Morellonomicon, should indeed with change. As there's the Ghost Blade done now for Pobelta with an extra longsword to boot. So things looking good as Flame bops himself over the wall. Gonna look to collect the minions that Lolo just pushed in. Gets a ward down onto the red buff, so a little more vision on Dardoch in this side of the map. We'll see if TL can continue to make proactive plays, because they've done a nice job here forcing things onto Immortals and not kind of letting the game get too out of hand too quickly.
No, I mean, this is very, very even. I think you could say with the added stats from the Infernal that it's pretty much dead even, despite a tiny little gold lead for TL. And they've looked much better in Game 2. They're staying composed. You can tell that they did not let Game 1 really affect their mentality, and I think that is very, very important.
See what else they can get done though. Only 13 minutes into this game, so still a long way to go before we're even into the meat of the mid-game. Piglet again looking for another ward. Finds Dardoch, charms good! And Piglet gonna get his way over. Needed a charge, no, didn't even need it. Auto's there with the ignites enough for Dardoch.
Nicely played from Piglet, making an advantage from that ward that they actually had down, so they get the vision, they make the play, and Rainover is coming in with the ultimate. They want to catch Pobelta, but he's quickly getting out of there.
Yeah, Jay's pretty speedy.
Ooh, round 2, top lane, they're going for the dive, I guess.
Hectic ultimatum onto Flame. Rainover's running up as well. Flame kicks one out. Goodbye, Lolo. And now Cody-san onto Youngbin here. 2v2 all in. Could be a kill. Boomerang Blade. Not quite enough, but Cody-san wants it. Flash auto. Secures himself.
And he'll get it. There's the cash-in from the earlier Flash Force. And they're now pressuring heavily on this turret. No one really there to kind of help out, so Matt has to clear out the minion wave and is able to do so.
Nice spell shield there from Cody-san reacting to the Q.
Yeah, he should have stepped a little bit more forward though. That was actually the mistake. So even though he blocked it, the problem was the splash was in range of those ranged minions. So we want to take one more step forward, block the Q, keep the minions alive, get more damage on the turret.
I feel when you block it, but you didn't really block it. Story of Cody-san and Siva right now, but they might still get the turret. As Dardoch is trying to get Rainover off his own red buff. Smite's available for both junglers, so bit of a battle for it. Who wins? Looks like Rainover, I think, won that round.
Yeah, Rainover didn't even smite, but Dardoch just put it down to about 1 HP. It does get it. And here's the easy rundown onto Youngbin. They know he has no flash. Cody-san, quick follow-up, does take him down. And although they were doing pretty well early, the floodgate's starting to open a little bit down in the bot lane as they've gotten themselves a couple kills. They're up pretty well in CS. They're pressuring the turret. That is a little bit rough, especially when you're going up against the Janna, who I think has more strengths later in the game than early.
You can see Youngbin there. Just leans back in his chair after that. Kind of knows he made a mistake there. Gets himself killed as a result. But, you know, a lot of pressure on the rookie here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. There's so many extra circumstances that are adding pressure to his debut. I mean, not only is this his first game ever, it's in a role that he didn't play competitively before. It's for a team that has high expectations and has not been performing. And it's against Immortals, who really are on an upward swing. You know, this is not the easiest first opponent for them to face.
No, certainly not. As it looks like Rainover's trying something here in the bottom lane, but Dardoch's already here to meet him. Could be a 3v3 brewing. Piglet's already left mid lane though. Looks like instead Kings will just back away. Immortals do want to take that first turret and collect the extra gold, but TL again showing good defense here in the mid game.
Certainly have been able to hold on to that for now, but it feels almost inevitable that it's going to go down. As long as Immortals keeps vision out and does not get picked off, they will continue to push in, and they will eventually poke down that turret. And for Rengar, yeah, you would think, okay, great, we'll just ult that pushed up bot lane. Janna blocks you out of that pretty easily. Tornado plus ultimate, you can very easily knock the Rengar back, and it's pretty hard to actually run down this sort of a bot lane.
And I'll say again, Immortals have to really be respected for the pacing they showed in Game 1. Yes, they were very far ahead, but I think they played it not too quickly and not too slowly, and just kind of did what they needed to do to close out the game effectively. Here again, they have another lead, but it's significantly smaller than the last one. And they're still just showing the same amount of discipline, confident in their ability to play around the map, continue to build advantages slowly, and then win together as a team. That is not something we saw in Immortals in the first few weeks, and you can tell that this team has been building chemistry together, even against an opponent where they might be expected to come in, certainly at least favored. It's nice to see Immortals have just grown a lot and matured as a team.
And where the lead's coming from this game is also something that's important to look at, right? You know, it's not the Dardoch show this time around, but his team is saying, you know what, it's okay. You know, he made a mistake, but they have been able to make up for it. Pobelter with some good roams. He's up farm, has a couple of kills. The bot lane looking very good. So Dardoch does not have to be the one to carry this game, which is important.
Cody-san certainly looked good beside Ole, and Flame is just kind of absorbing the pressure that Team Liquid are throwing at him.
I think Ole quietly has been one of the best supports in the NALCS. I think that as a whole, their bot lane has not been the strongest, but I've actually been very impressed with him overall. I mean, even just last game, he actually did the most damage in the game on Misfortune. Not the most for his team, not the most for his position, the most for the whole game. So definitely did very well on the MF.
Oh, Pobel's looking for the big outplay. Got two people in mid lane though. Does have his flash, jukes one bullet, jukes another bullet.
Nicely done by Pobelter. Gets a couple ultimates in there. Doesn't have to expend anything.
Oh, now with the Youngbin, Ole's going to slow him down. Pobelter flashes for it. Youngbin flashes out as well. Drake also went over to Immortals in the exchange, so continuing to snowball that objective. And Pobelter's certainly a player we've been looking at. Feels like some of that swagger's starting to return. Because every time to gain confidence moving into the second half of the season, it's against a fresh mid laner here over on Team Liquid's side.
Definitely is. We need to see more of an emphasis, I think, from TL just on vision as a whole. You know, last game, we talked a lot about vision during the game. Some of the warding stats were actually pretty shocking, though. I mean, 9 extra pink wards placed for Immortals, 12 extra regular wards, as well as killing off 16 more of their opponent's wards. When you look at that all told, that is a massive discrepancy. That is 37 more wards, essentially, on the map for Immortals. And that is just, like, so much, especially in a pro play game. It's very hard to ever make the right choices when you don't have the information.
Yep, and you have to, again, just take risks. And unfortunately, generally when you take risks, you get punished.
Yep.
Particularly when you're behind. So Immortals, again, just kind of playing this at a nice controlled pace. We'll see what TL can do to keep the game proactive for themselves. And again, this game is also nice and even. Towers are starting to fall down, so we're going to open things up a bit. Dive on the Flame.
It's risky.
Rain over though, feeling pretty tanky. Piglet goes in. They're going to try and dive it out. Good W though from Flame. And the charm's gonna miss. That denies everything from that play. And now Immortal straight onto mid looking for Matt. Dardoch flashes straight in and blows Matt apart. Now Youngman's gonna taste it. There's the damage. Last auto's enough. There's a double for Dardoch.
They make him pay. Failed dot on the bot side. And Dardoch's able to go in. They're gonna get the top lane turret. They get a couple kills. And I just don't know why they're trying to force so hard on the Poppy. It may be that they think they can't actually make something happen around Janna, that she just is going to block the Rengar too much, but as long as Flame doesn't get charmed, it's really hard to see how he dies in a lot of these plays, and he's playing it smart, he's standing in the middle of his minions, he's not giving Piglet an angle to land the charm.
Really nice stuff there, so we'll watch this mid lane play again. TL just didn't have much to defend with here.
Yeah, and I mean, this would be fine if your jungler had not just shown bot lane and all those ults had been expended, but that was shown. They know Camille's top side, they know where the other members of the team are, so they can make this dive happen, and it's well executed by Immortals.
Tower stands in mid lane though, but Pobelter did get the top lane outer, so 2-1 up in turrets for Immortals is also feeling good. And now you're starting to see all of the groundwork they were doing before come to fruition in a gold lead. They're up almost 3,000 gold, and Immortals, if game 1 is an indicator, they'll continue to play this nice controlled pace, set up their waves correctly, collapse on the objectives at the right time, and then at some point, this gold lead will double or triple, and Team Liquid will seem like they're not in the game anymore.
Yeah, their macro play has just looked really good. The movements around the map, the pressuring of the waves, as well as the individual team fighting, and going for a play here again, but how does this one work?
Cody-san doesn't get the respawn as the last gym bullets went hit onto his spell shield. But again, TL used the Gen ultimate, try for a play and just can't get a pick.
At least it is just a trade of ultimates there. The Silverall comes out, so you know, not a big loss at all for TL. But Immortals pushing in the bot lane, and Pobelter is going to take down these turrets so quickly if he gets any alone time. The question is, did he go too far up as Rainover is coming down quickly?
Teleport in from Immortals is nice and deep. He's trying to cut around Lawler, but Rainover takes him out instead. And now Flames here, you know, 2v2 has started joined in as well. Oh, they're going to cut off Matt on the other side as Lawler still fighting his way out. Youngbin trying to tie them down as Ole wants to save his teammates. Needs to line up for the ultimate, but just trying to chase them
behind.
out.
He's going to look for the assassination.
Big flank here. Look
Nice
for the Cody's
farm.
run. There's the kill. Can he get any more? TL still on the chase. Flame trying to just run the rest of the team around, but Piglet goes straight for the throat into the backline. Dardoch gets snared up by Jin W, and Ole resets it with an ultimate. Tornado's good for 3, but TL get another kill for Rainover, and now Dardoch gets double left on, snared down and taken down. Double kill for Rainover.
That is so big for TL. Pobelter overextending in the bot lane, gets punished, baked his whole team into this collapse where they just get decimated. And this has been a trend for Pobelter all year long. He's always overextending in the side lanes, not respecting his opponents. Rainover makes him pay there with Lorlo, and TL are right back in it. They got another lease on life.
Yeah, I mean, gold lead's still even. There's no huge leads that have really been developed. I mean, Immortals had the start of one with a 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead, but we've turned that back around here with one match play.
The vision for him to be this far up. He's not respecting the fact that Rengar is almost always going to be able to make that rotation faster. And once Pobelter is down, that's a lot of the team's damage. So, you know, sure, you're able to get some poke down onto Lorlo, but this was a great flank from Piglet that really enabled them to pile completely in and finish off this fight. And Piglet does deserve a lot of credit, gets that first kill, and now it's full retreat for Immortals because their only source of damage is Dardoch, and he does not have the safety to actually ever step up.
It's an easy chase here. Plenty of brushes for Rainover to reset on. Actually uses the control ward for 1. And then a nice double reset there to finish this one off as well. Lots of fanciness there from Team Liquid. I like some of the swagger in the individual plays. Ooh. And right back in it as Pobelter shows Youngbin what's up. 2 lethality item Jace is pretty good.
Some lethality on lethality action there. It looks like we might actually be getting the Ninja Tabby Jace, or sorry, not Jace, rather Jin, as he has picked up that cloth armor. And even if these guys don't go full tank, you see Tabbies on Lorlo, which are going to be incredibly effective against triple ADC. I think Tabbies for pretty much everyone this game is so good on TL because it's not just 3 physical, it's 3 auto attackers, right? And Rainover has elected to go for the tank build that we talked about, which is going to make him very difficult to deal with in the team fights. He already has a lot of armor, and you know, Lorlo probably finishes his Titanic, and then I would expect him to start building pure armor too. And that's where it can start to get problematic for Immortals, because even though the gold lead is even, composition's tough.
It's a relatively interesting breakpoint here. Immortals shoving down mid, but there is a Drake on the table, and the gold is nice back to even. A team could look to get a lead here. They can win a clean team fight, but Piglet just got chunked and busy dealing with minions over in mid side, so Immortals get the track on Dragon.
It's a big strength of Jace, especially when you have that minion wave, and GL looking to contest here.
Flame blocking as much as he can. Immortals staying grouped. Rainover looking for the long flank around the side.
He's going in the back.
Drake goes down, but they want to try and start the fight. Rainover on the other side looks for Ole. Good flank by Piglet once again. He's going to take down Cody Stone to the back of the Orbit Deception. Double ult from Flame. Good turn it back around as Pobelter is diving onto Youngbin. Lorlo, though, stuns him as they kite him back away. And Team Liquid, a 3-1 team fight win. Make it 4 as Flame goes down as well.
That's going to be the Baron 2 base tree. TL can walk straight up there and get another advantage. Big team fight win. They give over the Dragon, but they will get the Baron. And that was such a good flank from TL. Great play from Rainover and Piglet.
No Immortals wanted the Drake and just baited them into a position together. I mean, Ole's here. If he steals this Baron, he may truly be the best support in the NALCS, but Lawler's going to try and track him down. Make sure absolutely nothing can go wrong. And that's Baron Team Liquid. All of a sudden, they have a lead.
They certainly do, and this should be a kill on Ole. The exhaust may prevent it.
Trying to find the chase. Lawler's just casually drifting between 2 turrets.
Either way, great stuff from TL. I mean, this is the power of the composition that TL has drafted, though. They're able to actually set up the flank. You can see Piglet coming down from the bottom. Rainover goes up from the top. You have this team of 380 carries that wants the kite and stuff. And Jonna can disengage, but cannot disengage all sides at once, right? So this team is getting squished in. They're not able to get their damage out. Cody Sun has a big gold lead, but if he's going down this fast, he's not actually able to make any use of it.
Really nice fight there for Team Liquid, and they'll find themselves up, not quite 1,500 gold, but they should get significant damage done with the Baron buff. Baron is such a huge surge in instant power once you get it, but it is temporary. So doing as much damage as you can is important, and Pobelta can be the first bit. Dive-in's going to start. Last bullet's easy one for Youngbin. Redemption's going to keep him safe for the dive, and they'll take this turret.
Yeah, they just have no return damage there, so the dive was never going to stop. Flame showed topside. No one else was there to support Pobelter. And TL keep on trucking.
And Lolo down bottom side is going to prime the next turret for the rest of his team. Team Liquid should be able to shove 2 lanes significantly and just take some more turrets for themselves. Kind of the gold standard for Barons is that you get an inhibitor turret out of the deal, or an inhibitor preferably. We'll see just how much of that Team Liquid can do, but there's a turret down for Lolo. Now Flame's forced to pull down and answer that, and Lolo doesn't really care about Flame at this point. Happy to try and 1v1, although Dardoch is going to join in on the party as well. Lolo just going to walk out there back towards the mid lane.
I mean, especially with the red buff there. He has the red buff, he has Fervor, he has his 2 completed items. Lorlo is so much stronger than Flame at this point in the game, and it is going to always mean multiple people have to respond to that pressure.
Blue pink top side now. Team Liquid, I think, might just take the safe play here and look to take all the tier 2 turrets off the table. 5 turrets right now to 3s. Big gold there for Team Liquid as well as good openings on the map to give themselves pressure there. Blue buff going to go over to Lolo. Pobelta almost managing to steal it away, but not this time. And the squad's out as they recall with the Baron buff. They've got 1 minute and 15 left to play with.
Yeah, I don't really see them getting another turret, but I don't really think it matters at this point because they are starting the full-on armor stacking. Look at how much armor Reignover already has. This guy's going to be ridiculously hard to actually deal with. Immortals, that said, they'll have a much easier time defending their inhibitor turrets and their backline turrets because you can't really pull off these flanks, right? When you come out of the base, that's where TL's composition succeeds. But still, Dardoch is
I don't know
pretty
if
far up
he's
here.
trying to take this Gromp. Ulti gets his way out over with a quick draw, but there's the blast going for Reignover.
Reignover just doesn't take damage.
Leaps his way back in. Good snare as well. Piglet blows him up. And now the fight starts again. Pobelta caught in the Hextech ultimatum. They're going to chase him down. Reignover unstoppable. Gets another kill.
I don't know what Dardoch was doing that far out at this point in the game. They already based, they have the Baron, they're going to be pushing up topside. Had no business being there. It not only goes down, but does end up having its mid laner go down too.
Only a player as polarizing as Dardoch could have the Dardoch be both the best and worst aggressive play you can possibly make in the jungle. We talked about it, Dardoch, the thing he seems to be missing most as a player might very well be some self-control. And that's not the first time this series that he's kind of had an oopsie moment.
No, I mean, this game, Reignover and Piglet are super outperforming their counterparts. Pobelter and Dardoch have not looked too good this one. And I mean, that's a tough situation to be in. Even just as far as mental tilt, like, if you lose this game to Piglet as Pobelter, and then you have to go into another one, you know how much flame you're going to get. So that can start to weigh on you.
Well, TL again looking to still shove things down. Dardoch again a little far forward, going to get snared up. As Reignover's just tanking turret shot after turret shot. Piglet looking for another flank. That's going to burn the Sivir ultimate out of Cody's Sun.
They can dive so easily because Reignover does not have to care about the turrets either. He has so much armor stacked, he essentially ignores most of the damage. Until these guys get their full, like, Lord Dominic's, their Last Whisper items coming in, they really don't do much to him.
Well, there's another turret for Team Liquid. Now it's 6 versus 3 as far as structures go, and a 7,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. They're looking in a similar position to Immortals in our first game. Kind of primed with maybe 1 or 2 more plays to take the game. Lolo deep, though, going to have to get himself out. Doesn't burn his GA, though. Holds on to that particular cooldown.
That is key, that he did not go down. If he dies in the base, probably gives up the GA and his life, and really does allow Immortals to push out and probably claim this next dragon, which is what's going in their advantage, right? So the fact that he stays alive means they can contest the dragon and probably will be TL's first.
Piglet is booking it down the bottom lane as well, because Immortals have done a nice job creating a distraction. Thankfully, it's a very financially strong distraction for Piglet. Gonna get himself a nice bucket of gold for cleaning out all these minions. And Drake up as well. Looks like Dardoch actually first to the scene. Might be able to get his team yet another Drake, and they do have 3 already.
You have to think this is going to be a repeat of the previous dragon fight, though. They're able to be flanked, and they're starting it up, but I don't think they can do this.
Flame's just chilling on the fruit, hoping it keeps him alive, but he's been CC'd for like 5 seconds or so as he's forced to burn the flash.
Yeah, I mean, Dardoch wanted to just try to rush it down, see if he could get that dragon, get more of an advantage there. I mean, if you can grab that second mountain, you have the ability to crush turrets and maybe rush a Baron. They're not able to do it, though, and will have to back out.
Doesn't cost them too much, as TL will get themselves their first strike of the series, managing to take down this mountain for themselves. And if sieging might be part of the problem as far as ending this game goes, that's a great step towards it there. As Dardoch is back at this Grump, but a little safer to take it this time.
And as Camille gets more and more armor, the dive becomes that much stronger, right? She can tank more turret shots, she can be more and more aggressive, and Lorlo and Reignover will be getting shielded up by Matt, going in really, really far, and looking to get those kills. And I think it's going to be tough for these guys to stop that. I really would like to see Pobelter and Dardoch, though, just buy the mini Last Whisper. You don't even have to fully upgrade it. In 7.4, you get 45% armor penetration for a 1,300 gold buy. It's extremely gold efficient against a team that has this much armor, right? This is 4 armor items for Reignover, and multiple armor items are already being purchased for Lorlo, so they need that Last Whisper if they're going to actually have a chance of killing them.
Well, like you said, they stacked a lot of AD in this team comp, and TL have taken full advantage of that, which is going to be even more painful given that they have a lead. Baron is also up again, so Team Liquid going to look to take another Baron in this game, and should be enough power to look to end this particular game.
And you also can't knock TL's vision this time around. They have 5 pink wards out on the map. They have full control of their opponent's jungle, and they are already on that Baron.
Piglet looking for another flank, trying to find Olay. Reignover going to stay and tank up the Baron as Lorlo zones the rest away. Immortals are blind, so they can't really do much but poke their head and hope they don't get killed. Olay again going to get chunked by Piglet, who's trying to make the play. Pobelter, they're going to chase him down, but that's not enough. Pobelter now running himself out as Flame is taking damage on the front side, but Olay already bleeding low as Reignover just goes straight in. Lorlo again's going to try and make the huge backline plays. Immortals look to kite back down, and Lorlo finally takes down Pobelter. Flame's going to go down here as well as Lorlo gets the double kill, and Dardoch left bleeding is going to get the GA, but he also goes down to Reignover, and Cody's son flashes out of the way. Reignover can't follow with a flash of his own, but that's 3 kills for TL.
They just can't take down the front line. Full AD composition. You fall behind, it falls apart. Lorlo right into the base, and they're going to crack this wide open.
Oh, Matt cancels 2 recalls for the price of a couple of
They could actually end off that, perhaps. I mean, Matt is going to keep stopping the recalls. The respawns are long.
Good flash from Matt. He's going to keep buying
They're on the
more
Nexus
time.
turrets.
And
I think that's it.
I mean, Matt's just going to do what he can, but the Nexus turret's now exposed. Team Liquid having a much better goal, but Matt finally falls. But Nexus turret 1 is down. The second's going to go down here as well. And Team Liquid with a decisive Game 2 win are going to push this series to a 3rd.
Huge comeback for Team Liquid. And Piglet shows up big time. You triple ban him. His second ever professional mid lane game. He was 5, 1, and 10 on RE. Really performing well. And Immortals drafting there left a lot to be desired. You know, we pointed out the Poppy over the Karma choice really kind of hurt their bot lane, I think, quite a bit. It hurt their ability to be aggressive and expand their advantages there. They also drafted a triple AD carry composition into some people who can build armor, and if you fall behind, that's what's going to happen.
And it almost feels like thinking that, you know what, the way we win this game is just by snowballing again. Yeah. You give Dardoch a champion like Graves, I fully expect him to be able to win you the game, or at least get enough of an advantage that you can parlay that into a strong enough lead to try and take it. But that did not happen this game. Reignover played exceptionally well.
And you would expect that Pobelter should have the advantage over Piglet, right? And the bot lane to have the advantage over the opposing bot lane, which they did. You know, they were up actually a couple thousand gold on the AD carry relatively early in the game, but it did not matter because the rest of the map was even further ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the tough thing, right? Youngbin still looking good. Team Liquid overall looking a whole lot better. And for more on that comeback win for Team Liquid, let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Pastry and Azael. And a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. We still have one more to pass through. It could be pretty dark at the end, but
they make it to Game 3.
They make it to Game 3. A little more team communication seen coming through for Team Liquid here. And they were going up against the composition Immortals could have ran them down with. We haven't seen the Silverjana for a while.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid handled it quite well.
It was interesting, right? Because with the Jace mid lane and the Silverjana bot lane, they were hoping to be able to just kind of overpressure the map and then have, with the Graves jungle, a huge amount of turret pushing potential to kind of snowball the game. But they had over-aggression in the jungle early from Dardoch, and that gave a few of the advantages kind of back to Team Liquid and allowed them to get to that armor stacking point before the Black Cleaver and the last Whisper were completed for the all-AD team.
And the All-AD team doing quite well as they went through. We see a replay at 23:30 as Immortals is on your screen, and this is where Immortals took quite a hit within the game. In the bot lane, it was waiting again. They talked about it on the stream. Pole Belter in the lane by himself for too long.
Exactly, and there were no wards to control this beforehand, and Rainover had a really strong game on Rengar, I'd have to say, being able to collapse and usually be the first one to the spot. And then here, they're already down the Jace, so why are Flame and Dardoch fighting so heavily? You have to question that, and it gives time for Piglet to come up with a huge flank. And this was another consistent thing about the game, is Piglet being able to consistently take down Cody Sun, because those dual lane issues that TL was having in game 1 with Youngbin and Nat losing was the same in this game.
Yes.
It's just in team fights, they were able to kill him before he'd be able to do damage, and that's Cody Sun.
Yeah, we still saw Youngbin somewhat getting caught out in his roams around the map, trying to keep together with the team, but the ultimates of the curtain call really allowed Liquid to kind of surpass what the errors he was making last time and get engages on their own terms, not with their backs turned, because we saw him go down a few times in the bot lane, being too far forward, and his back being turned was the only kind of result they had in that fight.
I do feel like it's kind of funny that the last time Piglet had a different AD come in Fabi, he played Jhin and stayed 3,000 units behind the fight and was able to contribute without being able to win lane. And that is what they were able to do with Youngbin in this game. If it works for them, all they need to do is scrape a few wins together, and they're going to have to go to this game 3. But I don't really expect Immortals to come in with the same type of reckless abandon they played with in the second game. Immortals was so dominant in that first game and have such a clear advantage in that dual lane. If they play a little smarter, I feel like they'll definitely have an edge. And you can see they had a pretty big edge at 23 minutes in this game.
Yep, it seemed that they just got scattered. Piglet was picking up kills, so was Rainover, but Piglet taking the honors this time. A lot of people thought he'd be coming in, spamming Corki, but he's had the rise, and now the Ahri in this game, he'll get player of the game.
Yeah, and the Ahri flanks coming in again and again. He had that one little blunder in the mid lane when he tried to make a play top lane in the field, and he got killed back by Pole Belter.
It did seem like the mechanical dives weren't there, but an open team fight where he could really just pick out his target really worked for him.
Exactly. Laning phase, awesome. Team fight phase, awesome. And it's just the in-between that he was a little struggling on. But without those flanks, Sivir destroys those team fights.
That's
so
true.
Piglet, a big reason why they won that game.
All right, well, Team Liquid has tied up the series, as you saw. Meet us here to see if Immortals can bounce back. We'll be right back.
Piglet's faster to this play. This is way too
risky. No, Chope's gonna miss, but it does not matter. First blood goes to Piglet from the Ignite. Rainover might just go down, flashing from Dardoch. Needs another shell. There's one. Right buff gonna do it. And now Cody-san onto Youngbin here. 2v2 all in. Could be a kill. Boomerang blade. Not quite enough. But Cody-san wants it. Flash auto. Looking for Matt. Dardoch flashes straight in and blows Matt apart.
Hey, no flash Graves, no flash Nana. One Sivir,
Nice.
I play W2.
Yep. I got Metro, I got
2. 8, 6,
There's no
5,
flash.
4. Nice, guys. Good job, man.
Rainover on the other side looks for Olay. Good play by Piglet once again. He's going to take down Cody-san on the back of the Orbit Deception. Double ult from Flame. Could turn it back around as Pole Belter is diving onto Youngbin. Lolo, though, stuns him as they kite him back away. And Team Liquid, a 3-1 team fight win. Make it 4 as Flame goes down as well. And Team Liquid with a decisive Game 2 win are going to push this series to a 3rd.
think their mid jungle are really strong. And yeah, biggest threat right now, since how Dardoch have been performing, of course, I think IMT's biggest threat is Dardoch. Both of us are struggling on like mid-late game. And if we get to improve on that point of the game, and then if we can have a good early game, I think we definitely can win.
Well, welcome back to Game 3 of our series between Immortals and Team Liquid. And I have to say, Rainover, maybe seeing some of the future there. The mid-jungle seem really good. That's how we're going to beat them. And look what happened. Mid-jungle doesn't show up and Liquid crush them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of mistakes, really, from Dardoch, from Pobelter that cost them big time. When you think about the first blood, invading when your mid laner doesn't have lane priority. Then Pobelter getting caught in the bot lane, which leads to 4 kills and the Baron and stuff. So there was a lot of mistakes individually from both those guys. And Rainover and Piglet just stepped up.
Yep, certainly looking really good there. Lots to talk about there from that last series. Team Liquid have a lot to be proud of, I think. A big turnaround from games 1 to 2. And even everything just felt like it clicked a little more. Piglet's feeling more comfortable. Rainover's much sharper in the game overall. And it felt like the team were just playing a little more comfortably. Sure, bottom lane still having some issues, but doing well in the moments where they could shine, like in those team fights, Youngbin with some clutch snares. And even in the draft, it just felt like Immortals looked a little lost.
Yeah, I think that the draft, there's definitely a lot to be questioned there. I think that Sivir, Karma, bot lane is incredibly strong, usually has super high draft priority. They actually had the ability to draft that. Instead, they take the Poppy first when they could have taken Poppy or Nautilus or whatever. I think they all kind of accomplished similar things. And I don't think that Poppy was going to be taken by their opponents anyway, because they already had the Camille, which would have forced them to do this weird flex. So I think that was certainly a misdraft. And then when you combine that with the fact that you're drafting 380 carries against people who can build armor, it's tough. You know, you can certainly win with that composition, but you have to get advantages and you have to be able to snowball a game.
And I think that's the biggest thing, is that it felt like Immortals just came into that game saying, you know what, we're feeling confident, we should be the better team here, we're just going to, you know, win an easy game here by snowballing it. And that's not what happened. TL put up a lot of fight and showed that if you want to win this series, you have to do it kind of pretty
well.
Yeah, pretty scrappily.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they thought they could do it after game 1, right? Game 1, they absolutely smashed them. So if you think, hey, we'll just do that again, run it back, same thing, easy peasy. But they did not have an AP jungler this time. They had full AD. And when you make mistakes, they get kind of worse and worse and worse with those kind of compositions because you are going to get outscaled.
I think mentally it's a very interesting spot for this series as well. Dardoch is a very hot-headed player. It's kind of why you see him make such good and then such bad plays, often in the same game, sometimes as well. And certainly Dardoch's had both moments in this series already. We know that Piglet on the other side for TL is a very emotional player. Team Liquid have to feel great momentum-wise coming out of that second game. And if Pobelter's been feeling like he hasn't been having the best season so far, and you can kind of see that reflected in his play, if Dardoch is the player that can just kind of go off the rails and have things go wrong, emotionally, momentum-wise, TL are in an unexpected spot because they're the team that you think if it starts going wrong, it just breaks down immediately.
Yeah, but Piglet, you know, at least individually, even in game 1, looked good. So win or lose in this series, I think Piglet mid is pretty much a success. Youngbin, the jury's still out on him. He has not looked that strong. But the fact that Piglet in game 2 gets triple banned, still does well in lane, and has a massive impact on the game, multiple flanks, picks up first blood, capitalizing on Dardoch's mistakes. So he's looked so good, even when put in that tough draft position.
Yeah, you can see Immortals pretty late to the stage. Clearly had a lot to talk about moving into this one, but they'll get back into their seats and we'll get into our final champ select for the series relatively soon.
I mean, this was a game that Immortals is supposed to win pretty easily, right? This is a series that they're supposed to take. They're on an upward trend. They're 5-5. They're playing the last place team in the league who just made this crazy change. This should be business as usual for these guys. And I think that, you know, if you fall down here for a team that has had some of those issues as far as kind of like stability or whatever you want to call it, it's really, really tough. It hurts your confidence.
And I think that's a great thing to point out now because, again, we are into the real business end of the season. And I do not believe in free wins in a league like this because the competition is so high. But you are playing the 2 last place teams this weekend. You have back-to-back TL and Envy. Liquid should be the easier opponents, and these should be the points you are picking up at a critical point in the season. If Immortals cannot convert here, That hurts their playoff chances. It can hurt the team morale. It does so much damage to have a poor weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, if you get super tilted off of a loss today, then that puts a series in danger tomorrow, too. A Dardoch, super emotional player. Pobelter has had a lot of ups and downs, and I honestly feel for the guy. He has not been performing well in this series against someone who does not even traditionally play the role. He's going to get blasted on social media and on these things, and that can really affect your mentality.
Well, we'll see if draft has any changes for either squad. Here is Immortals, a black back on the blue side for this third one final game between the two. Shen banned away, Malzahar banned as well by TL, and we'll see what Immortals do. We've had some pretty common themes as far as bans go, but we'll see if there are any dramatic changes here. I doubt it, is my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, I think that Immortals will likely go back to a more standard composition, have a more diverse damage profile. They've seen that TL has some fight in them, and if you make mistakes, if you give TL that window in, they will punish you, as they did in Game 2.
Graves ban there, Camille ban on the other side for TL, so the first 6 bans should go about how we expect. There's a LeBlanc ban on the blue side.
Now this is an interesting last ban. Varus would be kind of the obvious one, but they're not going to do... So they're essentially going to try to trade Rengar for Varus. So when you leave the 2 up, it's saying we get one, you get the other. And Dardoch actually puts the priority there on that Rengar.
I mean, we've talked about Dardoch and kind of his mentality. Certainly a player that does very well playing with confidence. He is supremely confident on his Rengar. I mean, it's a champion he's known for. It's a signature pick for him, and he's had a lot of carry games on it. But Liquid will get Varus, and he's been banned every game thus far for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, he is ridiculously strong. Youngbin has to have a good performance on this. You know, even last game, though his scoreline was fine and stuff, he still did like half of Cody Sun's damage. He was not really a big factor. It felt like he's more along for the ride. He's very down in the laning phase. If they draft Varus and Karma or some sort of strong laning support, they should have an edge there, and this is his opportunity to prove that he can contribute.
Well, there's Kha'Zix for Rainova, so a solid jungler, but with multiple picks already taken out, including the first pick from Immortals. Rainova is kind of bumped down a peg or two as far as overall jungle picks go. Still perfectly fine start to the draft for Team Liquid. We'll see how Immortals finish out their first phase here. We'll go back to Sivir there for Cody Sun, which I think seems perfectly fine. And again, prioritizing the early mid champions here. Actually taking away from Piglet, which I like here from the Immortal side. So Pobelter going to get that instead. Piglet insta-locks Cassiopeia, though.
I mean, this is essentially the 5th champion that they're now showing, right? Well, at least Immortals is showing respect that he can ban out on all these champions. He played the Ahri, now he's playing Cassio. This is supposed to be an advantageous matchup for Piglet. And if he really does have the flexibility to play this many champions in this many matchups, he may just straight up be a good LCS mid laner today, like right away.
I mean, he's certainly a good player, and that's translated well into his new role.
The funny part is, he's actually looked way better mid than he did in his own role. He did not look good. He looked like one of the worst AD carries in the league all year long, and he has shown up today and played some very strong mid lane games.
And I will say on that, Piglet, his shining moments were still good from AD carry this season, so the individual talent is there. It just needed kind of somewhere else to kind of blossom and be unlocked, and maybe mid lane's that role. I guess we'll find out, but 2 top lane bans for Team Liquid as we get ourselves back into the draft. I like the Renekton ban especially. Flamewall has not seen the champion at all this series, and there's a Zyra ban from Immortals, and looks like another support is going to be Karma banned out as well.
I think that makes a lot of sense. They're trying to take away one of those bully supports from Matt to pair with the Varus. You don't want to give up one of those super strong lane pairings, especially when you're already at a bit of disadvantage there. Matt is going to have to show us a little bit something extra. There's a lot of options on the table. And the thing for Olay is these sort of support bans, I think, hurt him less because he loves playing stuff like Thresh and Morgana and things like that. And with Thresh picked up here, Morgana's actually a good matchup into it. So I would not be shocked to see a Morgana drafted against this. I think that would be pretty clever. It can work pretty well against the Varus ultimate too. They don't have a lot of magic damage in the bot lane to ever pop that. And between Spell Shield on Sivir and the Black Shield, it's very hard for Threshland hooks.
I do like the kind of theory behind the bottom lane for Team Liquid, though. Give the best AD carry over to Youngbin when it's available to take it. And just give Matt a comfort pick on Thresh, which can also help maybe save some of Youngbin's positioning. Olay is going to go for the obvious Morgana here as Cody Sun takes that. We'll see how they complete the final pick. Looks like TL going to try and counter pick top lane. We'll see what Immortal is going to blind pick into the situation.
It's always interesting to me seeing the Thresh against the Morgana, because you can still make it work either through outsmarting your opponent, making them think that you're going to hook one person, then you hook sideways, hit the other, or through roaming around the map, making plays. There's ways to make it work, but it's certainly tough for Matt, especially in the lane. I mean, how do you really land many hooks into Spell Shield plus Blast Shield?
Yeah, and this will be well practiced for Ole as well. Thresh has been around forever, and Ole is clearly comfortable on Morgana. So I think both teams finding comfort for their bottom lanes here. We have Nautilus as Immortals for their final pick. That gives a choice over the Team Liquid, and Lawler will take Maokai, will make his first appearance in 7.4, at least in the NALCS.
And Maokai, first appearance in this series, it really has been falling through completely, and I think that the Maokai nerfs were really underestimated. To me, those were massive nerfs. The fact that the sapling no longer deals damage when it drops means you're not able to clear out those backline of minions nearly as easily. So, you know, before, you throw down the sapling, hits the middle of the 3, then you throw out your Q, the sapling explodes, you kill all 3. You can't do that, so you're always outpushed in so many matchups, and it becomes very difficult.
Well, see if Lola can manage some of the changes here. Team Liquid have adapted to a lot of change already, and things are looking, I would say, better than expected. Winning a game, I mean, they're definitely expected to win a couple here, but Immortals were looking very strong in the first game. Team Liquid answered back heavily in the second game here. And a series win here is not only more than they could ask for, I think, coming into this weekend. I mean, Steve talked about improvements.
Yeah.
Beating Immortals 2-1 is a pretty big improvement, given all the changes you've made.
It really would be. Even without changes, that would still be a very good result for a Liquid squad that had been struggling all year long.
That's a pretty gross understatement, I think. I mean, Liquid's season was on watch at this point. They said themselves, we need to make drastic changes. They've made them, and they do expect the payoff to take longer than a little while, because you do have to build chemistry and synergy and environments for your team. Immediate results will be nice. Liquid know they have a long road ahead of them, but they have to take it one game at a time, and that's where they are now in Game 3. A win here will give them a win over Immortals, but Immortals really want to keep that top 4 dream alive in this season. Pobelta would love to make a finals on this team. Immortals as an organization would love to make a finals, and if that's the dream of this sort of squad, you need to be making those strong pushes now. These are the critical times for Immortals.
I definitely agree. They need to keep on moving up in the standings. But TL, they can look at this as, you know, as a growing experience, even if they do lose this series. And they're talking about that growth mindset, about looking for constant improvement. And, you know, if you have 2 games like Game 1 hooked, then it's hard to take much away from it. With Game 2, you have something to build upon. And I think that is really a positive for them. This is a pretty interesting evade. 4 Immortals are kind of going for the long con, hoping that someone was actually guarding that bush and that the wraparound would catch them out. Doesn't work, but then it's just a trade of vision. It's not really much lost.
Yeah, don't actually get very many wards done at all. Just have one they managed to put down. TL have a few more, actually marking 2 camps there over on the right-hand side of IMT's jungle.
The thing with even just the 1 ward, they will see Reignover go towards the red buff, almost guaranteed. As long as they see that, that's enough information. So I think this is totally fine, and you can use that trinket ward elsewhere to hopefully get some sort of an edge there.
Reignover, of course, going to wait the maximum amount of time. Probably knows there's a ward there. You can see TL red ping, so they're going to make sure that they wait as long as possible. Piglet does have the Twin Fang leveled up already, so it looks like he's going to get help from Lolo. We have a tweet in from Shifter weighing in. Piglet getting to one-shot FD carries in the LCS. He's never going back. I trust the man that was playing all the bottom lane zigs at the start of the preseason to know exactly how that feels.
Dude, I was actually waiting for him to just bust out the Corki and stuff. I was like, of course he's going to play Corki. You just take the 80 carry, you put him in the mid lane.
Genius.
Yeah.
Well, instead, apparently you can play every meta mage. So
yeah,
definitely credit to Piglet for the show up already.
It's actually crazy to me that he can show up here and do this well and have the ability to at least draw the bans on all those champions. And this is his 3rd unique champion in 3 games. The fact that he can play all these, he's obviously pretty confident. It wasn't even like there was hesitation on the Cassiopeia. It's not like, oh, I haven't practiced this, guys. Let's think about it. That was an insta-lock.
Well, looking good so far. Let's take a bit of early damage, but again, just trying to keep Rise at Fang's length for as long as possible. Youngbin and Matt looking to get the shove down, but Siva should have that advantage. Kind of curious to see how this bottom lane plays. I expect IMT just want to play PvE for as long as possible. Matt and Youngbin won't find many opportunities to get aggressive, but they need to capitalize when they do.
Yeah, they certainly do. It can be tough if you get pushed in too much because it's very easy then for Morgana to fish for bindings and really kind of look to get you with that. If Morgana hits a binding, it's a very easy double hit with the Boomerang Blade from Sivir, so you can start to get a lot of poke down if you get them under the turret. But both of these teams want to push their opponents in and get them under that turret.
It also looks like he's out of potion charges already, so Piglet with his biscuits kind of keeping up there. Flame with a nice hook onto Lolo, actually. Getting good damage done. Looks like Lolo just going to chug another bit of corrupting potion.
Yeah, expect Nautilus to be able to shove in his opponent, try to make him miss some of the CS in the early game. And you can actually see Dardoch is sneaking up in the top lane, waiting in this bush. There is a top lane bush ward though, so he will be spotted out, and that's going to waste a lot of his time and also open up the possibility for Rainover to get something done on the bot side.
Yep, nice binding there in the bottom lane.
Sapling.
From Ole. Does manage to get a good trade down there. Kind of navigating that little situation nicely. But again, Varus and Thresh have so much pressure. And Matt might even push forward now, seeing the spell shield go down, especially with the binding off cooldown. Gonna look to zone it here and just threaten the hook. Or hit it onto Ole, good little mind game. But Cody Sun steps forward. Kind of smart from both here as far as the overall trades go, but there's the play back. Cody Sun could be a bit too far forward, forced to burn that heal to stay alive.
I mean, Cody Sun doesn't get hooked, so he can step forward, but do you want to step forward into that Varus Q, right? That's the thing. The Black Shield is not protecting you against any of that damage. It's no magic damage, so he still has to show that respect. Does blow the heal there. Good early stuff from TL's bot lane.
Rainover just taking away these Raptors.
That's the edge he gets for Dardoch showing top lane for so long. He is able to get a little bit back there.
It's actually about almost a quarter of a level up, I suppose. 5-4 right now, but Dardoch's quite close. Gonna be need to take another camp, so stealing one away is always nice. And actually does get through the fog of war back towards this left side of the jungle. Lolo teleports in onto Flame, just gonna get this wave pushing back, and I imagine Flame will TP back soon as well. Double Doran's up for Lolo nice and early.
Yeah, Lolo wanted to try to stop Flame from being able to freeze out the wave. He wanted to either shove it in or force him to use enough spells that the wave would actually crash back towards him. So now he has his choice. I think he should push in and make sure he's forcing out his opponent's teleport so they don't have that advantage.
Early recalls from the mid laners as well, as they've both shown up with some tears. Big, very mana reliant for both Ryze and Cassiopeia, so kind of those early buys make sense. But Pippa right now has a very slim lead as far as CS goes, and I think he's playing up a little more in the lane as well. So we'll keep track of that as Dardoch is back to his old tricks in top lane.
Rainover's up here too, but will not actually be able to really participate in any fights because he is so low on health. That's something that they're going to have to be wary of. I mean, Lolo's trying to shove. Great, your jungler's topside, but it doesn't actually matter if your jungler's topside if he cannot contribute to the fight.
Yeah, wave a little too threatening. Flame going to get this wave pushed in. Hasn't gone back yet either, so it's part of the reason why Lolo is getting an edge at this point. Lolo going to hit the recall button, go back home, spend a bit more of that gold, but Flame should have a nice buy here, given that he's been saving up gold and just trying to get a little bit more CS. You can see 10 CS up actually, kind of his punishment for sticking around, but does actually pay off for him.
Yep, looking pretty good there. We'll see what he actually elects to buy into. There are a lot of options. You can go pretty aggressive, and this is actually a pretty aggressive laning type early buy. With the double Doran's Ring, you are committing to a lot in the laning phase. A lot of people would have gone for something like a Bombing Cinder, or perhaps building more MR or whatever, but he's committing more to the laning phase.
You can see again, it's kind of a big back and forth between which skill shot's going to hit. Is Black Shield up? And that eats the binding there, but the last one did miss from Ole. Youngbin and Matt, so I'm going to play with a bit more confidence here. Actually 10 CS ahead for Youngbin, which is nice. Able to kind of use the aggression of the Varus Thresh lane to bully just a little bit.
And a lot of it is just really the Varus. The Varus is so good in the laning phase, even though the support matchup should be favored towards Morgana. It doesn't really matter because Sivir does not have the same kind of lane freedom that you do against a Jhin, right? This is a Varus who can poke you out, who has a lot more pushing power, just generally a lot more early game strength.
Matt roaming up here as well through the jungle. Rainover is actually starting to take very firm control, particularly the right-hand side of Dardoch's jungle. This is twice now that Rainover's been in. Got two wards down as well. In fact, Pabelta's too far forward. Play's not going to hit, but Piglet's going to get launched in. Rainover really wants it. Thumble looking for first blood, but Pabelta burns both stumps to get out.
Yeah, Matt had to blow his flash there too. So there's more summoners, more important summoners blown for TL, but where they do have their advantage is Piglet didn't use anything. So this is a very scary world for Pobelter to be in the 1v1 against a 2-summoner Cassio when you have nothing.
Piglet also going to get damage done to this turret as Pobelter was forced back after checking out his own jungle.
One thing this could set up on the bot side is with a flashless Thresh, you have a level 6 Rengar, you have Sivir ult, you have the Morgana ult. If Thresh pushes up whatsoever, you can flash on him as Morgana, drop your ultimate, Rengar comes ulting in with Sivir ult. That should be a pretty easy first blood, and I would not be surprised to see Immortals looking for that.
Rainover again just clearing out his own Raptors now, and maybe an attempt on this blue buff as Pobelter doesn't have enough vision. I think wants to know if anyone's taking it, because Rainover has been pretty aggressively into their territory.
Especially with Lorlo missing too, right? It's the extra worry.
Yeah, I'm actually going to ward it up also, so Immortals choosing not to fight that right now. They are going to look to take vision on this right-hand side instead. Control ward down, Scuttle Crab over to Immortals. And Matt's ward not quite far enough out of range.
And they could look for this. Ryze ultimate is up. This is a flashless Thresh on the bot side. If they see Rainover, they may try to go for a dive or at least a force on the Dragon. The Dragon is certainly the more conservative option here, but Immortals not always the conservative team.
No, especially when Dardoch is at the helm. A ward out there is going to mean he just backs away, but a blue buff steal is successful. Pobelter, perhaps unbeknownst to him, is actually going to get potentially both blue buffs here. As TL, I think we're looking to make a play on it, but didn't quite have the confidence in going for it.
Yeah, and Rainover didn't really have the health, right? No. So Rainover didn't get spotted. Immortals is not able to force because of that. But still, they have not actually stolen away that counter blue. And here's the play that I was talking about. They're probably going to commit to Matt. This should be an easy first blood.
Oleg and the Black Shield in. There's the ultimate. Tags 2 for now. Matt's going to get jumped on. Youngbin's in the mix as well. First blood go over to Ole as Dardoch getting turret hits. TP's in. Cody's stun. Going to get locked up by Lola. There's the Nautilus ult out though. And Lola's doing good damage to the Civ. He's going to have to flash
here
out.
Too.
Good hit onto Youngbin, but that's not enough to finish him off. And now Rainover, we're going to try and just clean up here. Ole goes down. Flame look to be the next target as Varus is still firing arrows in, and Pobelter is going to make his way down, but I think he's a little too late. Realm Warp out should be able to save Flame, and he does get out. Piglet takes out Dardoch on the back end of that. You can see his corpse just right under the trees, and Team Liquid come out ahead there.
Yeah, they certainly do. They get the 2-for-1 kills. They're going to get that Infernal, and they will get the wave push. So Immortals go for that low-hanging fruit. Easy first blood onto Matt, as I knew they could do. But they get punished as they get a little too greedy to overreach.
Excellent reaction once again from Team Liquid. Able to get themselves 2 kills and an Infernal Drake out of it. And Piglet again has himself that kill. If you look in the snowball this up. Yeah, Rainover being a little greedy there. Eats a binding and CC'd for a little too long. Lands not quite in range. Pobelter gets a kill back.
Finally punished for taking away those Raptors there. But here's the play. They know it's a flashless Matt. There's nothing you can do to actually get away from the Black Shielded ulted Morgana. But Dardoch did take a lot of damage from the turret, which was key because he can't really participate too much in these fights. Now that Dardoch is low, Cody-san has tried to flash out. Where is the damage for the team? So Flame diving that turret there is pretty big mistake, honestly. He was not there to peel for Rainover. He's not there to actually help his carries and stay alive and contribute something. So does end up living, but still.
And Piglet was so fast to that roam. Like, he took the hard way down behind Immortal's red buff to get down there and comfortably beat Pobelter to that fight.
His roams have been really good, to be honest. He's been quick on the draw to make those roams. In all 3 games, really, he has been moving around the map very well, and it seems like a clear strength for him.
Yep, they're looking good. Making sure he can impact more than just the bottom lane. That was kind of one of the grievances he had with the role, and seems to be certainly showing, at least, if not in the role he's now been given, but maybe just in his philosophy. He wants to be more of a carry. Now he's unable to, and it is paying off for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and while I disagree with his sentiment that bot lane can't carry, I do think that if you believe that, it will kind of become true, right?
Yes.
If you're happier in the mid lane, if it fits your playstyle better, which I think it does, because the kind of 80s that Piglet wants to play are not what is in meta, then I think this may work out for him.
I mean, Youngbin, the mid laner, played more supportive champions. We'll have to finish that story another time, though, as Ole, good Black Shield through the Varus ulti. Flame might have been enough to stop Dardoch, but he flashes out.
Here's Rainover.
Still gets snared. Rainover trying to play cleanup, takes out 1. But it is just a trade for now. TL, though, on the offensive as Rainover gets Dardoch once more. And now Cody's son going to go right to the arms of Piglet. Miasma tags him. Now Piglet's just going to play cleanup. Pobelta doing good damage, but an ult from Piglet's going to try and play cleanup. Pobelta goes down there as well, and it's a mess. 3 for 3. 3 for 4, sorry. Immortals lose 1 extra.
Yeah, 3 for 4. A bloody bot lane fight as, yes, Matt eventually goes down, Youngbin eventually goes down, but they made that fight last so long that the Roams are able to come in from TL, and they're able to get something back. And it was a good engage, it's a good early thought. Once the binding misses, though, it makes it take a lot longer, because look how much further Matt can get back to his team. This allows Rainover to come in, get those early kills. His target priority, very nice here. Cleans up the first kill, and then goes past Pobelter to take out that Rengar who was low HP. So great priority from Rainover there. And they will get mid lane turret as well.
Yeah, it's the first turret of the game. You can see Pobelter did do a nice job cleaning up and getting himself 3 kills, but Piglet, again, a strong roam, manages to clean up the other end of the team fight, and Team Liquid get the objective off the end of the fight as well. That's the thing we were looking at in the last game, and it is very true of almost all games of League of Legends. It's not just what you could get, what you get after it. And Team Liquid are consistently converting positively for themselves while also playing well both proactively and reactively. And that's a pretty good sign for what seems like another new team.
It really is. Infernal plus first turret. Very, very good. And I think a lot of the credit does go to Rainover here, who has looked better than Dardoch once again. He has been able to get a lot of counter jungling done, taking away a lot of that camps. Thanks in part to really a good ward from Lorlo in the top lane. That ward actually kind of started the disadvantage for Dardoch. It enabled Rainover to go in, and that just shows you how much vision matters in this game.
I mean, Team Liquid's vision was abysmal in Game 1, so certainly you can see when the game is much more even, certainly looks improved. Piglet with the blue buff though, Abyssal set to now finish, so feels a bit more confident about potentially fighting Pobelter 1v1, but should just see some waves being pushed back and forth. Piglet misses the Q into a cannon creep. It's a disaster. Gets the cannon though. The 80 carry mentality.
He got the cannon. That's the important part. Pobelter is having his first good game of the series, I would say. I mean, he had a good start to last game, but was not able to really continue that. Has been doing pretty well for himself, but Piglet, 3 for 3. He's looked good all 3 games. I'm very impressed.
A lot to be impressed about. And the gold lead is there for Team Liquid, but it's awfully slim at just 1,000. We've got another big Drake to fight for as well. Second Infernal of the game will be up in a minute 10. There's a teleport in from Team Liquid, getting aggressive. Dardoch might be caught here. Feed trapped in the miasma. Big arrow there from Varus. And that should be a kill. Lola collects it.
We'll have to see how that play started out, but Dardoch was looking like he was very far up. Seems like he's probably caught counter jungling. Could have been a warding mission, but does get caught, gets punished there. Flame not even going to expend the teleport. And this means bot lane turrets should be going down, as Immortals are going to have to back off.
I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where I could explain the situation to you and you'd probably reasonably guess that Dardoch did something aggressive and died for it. Because that's been the downfall of him in this series and in general as a player. He is so good when he's good and just as bad when he's bad. And that's tough. Dardoch is a player that just needs to find a little more balance. His talent is undeniable, but he just gets himself caught in places he shouldn't be, and Team Liquid capitalize.
You have to show the trust in your team to be able to get things done. And yep, it is that counter jungling mission. He is behind Rainover. He walks up. He's able to get taken out so fast. I mean, yeah, the TPs are coming through. There's no reason for Flame to try to match because he was always going down. There's 5 members from TL. Made a great collapse there.
Yeah. Big commitment, but they do get it as Immortals are trying to take the Infernal Drake as quickly as they can. TL caught on the recalls, and Dardoch having smite means that this should be theirs. A steal almost. A pretty powerful objective is nice, and Olego straight in with a flash ulti. Already getting low. Rainover's going to take him down. Little on the back of Piglet, and another great flank. Going to chase out Dardoch and zone a few more. Youngbin barely living on the other end, and now charging up another arrow. Looks for Flame, but not going to find him. And Pobelter forced to realm warp his teammates out.
Yeah, they get the dragon. They only lose Olay in the end, so it's still good for Immortals, I would say, there in that trade. But it just depends on what TL can get off of that. If they can get another turret, if they can get some pressure, that would be a victory for them. And you know, TL, they were not even close to losing that fight. Olay, he's very squishy at this point. But flashing in for an aggressive play like that usually looks a lot better if you have a Zonias or something, or if there's follow-up. But Dardoch didn't even have his ultimate, so they did not have a lot of follow-up there.
Well, actually, TL might have caught a few in the jungle. That's Flame's flash forced out as Piglet gets himself snared up by Dardoch. Blue buff one over to Rainover as well. So a successful bit of counter jungling, and Team Liquid are trying to force down a tier 2 turret or at least get damage done off that one little pick. This is a pretty big force from them, and Cody Sun's going to get the first turret here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually clear in the mid lane. Only a couple minions left, so this turret should stay alive, and Cody Sun staying bot side, picks up a turret, can get back in time to defend. But TL is just going to rotate right back up the top. They have a big minion wave here. Should be able to grab this turret.
Pretty long cross-map play here from Team Liquid, but are going to get a trade as a result. This top lane outer turret should fall for Cody Sun's collection of the bottom outer. Piglet again next to Rainover, looking to try and find a pick here. Mid-jungle synergy has looked good here. Feels like Piglet's just able to help Rainover that much more, and vice versa. So
yeah, both players are actually looking a lot better in this series.
Oh, another catch perhaps, Cody Sun. Yep, that's your feet caught. That's going to be a kill. No, not yet. Piglet flashes in. Make sure he goes down. That's the second over to Rainover as that ulti went a little short.
Dardoch.
But Pobelta still chased down, just getting slowed. Pretty zippy. He's going to be okay. Oh! A big flash hook. Finds Dardoch for another kill, and Piglet's now on a rampage.
Oh my God. Matt with the big play there to clean up another one, and Dardoch has got to be frustrated to be losing full control of his jungle. He's 0-4. And TL, they are pushing. They are going to get this tier 2 and maybe even more.
Team Liquid, just a barrage of pressure onto Immortals. They were just sticking in the top side, knowing somebody would do something silly or give them an opportunity, and they took it as soon as they saw it.
Yeah, Piglet and Rainover were setting up that trap with the nice rotations between mid lane and top lane. This is what Immortals did to them in the previous game. And they were able to kind of put the shoe on the other foot there. Really nice trap that they did set. And then this is just great from Matt, picking up yet another kill. And likely we will see that the red buff was stolen away from Rainover 2, and it was. So, I mean, Dardoch has not been able to clear any of his camps in the last couple minutes. Every one is getting taken away.
Yep, he's down a level as a result. Also, this Team Liquid got 4 turrets to 2 and 3,000 gold. Again, this is within touching distance for Immortals. But Team Liquid have shown pretty good propensity for finding a lead and sticking with it. And if this opens up any more, with the way Liquid have been playing this series, with how that second game went, I don't think Immortals don't have too much resistance to offer, but we'll see if they surprise us.
The gold lead is good for TL, but more concerning is the pattern of play that we are seeing, you know. The fact that Rainover is doing so well. Really, Dardoch has struggled to get involved in this game because it generally has been so goes Dardoch, so goes Immortals, right? And that's often the case with any team he is on because he's such a polarizing player.
Pobelta's back in the side lane, actually pressuring a turret far down in the bottom lane, but Baron is up. And Team Liquid have started it if Rainover's position
Casio
looks like anything.
This is going to go down really fast. We do see Pobelta running over, but I mean, look how quickly it goes down. They have no vision around this. Now Ole knows. TP's coming in from Lolo.
Where's Lolo? Big flank actually, trying to cut a few people off. He's going to try and find Cody Sun or Pobelta, but Dardoch off on the flank as well. Now Flame going to go back in. Oliver Piglet stuns on a 3. Absolutely huge as Team Liquid go into the backline. Piglet's still alive, just fighting it out with Dardoch and Flame, and he's still going. That's disaster for Immortals. Team Liquid, a 4-0 team fight wipe.
Oh, Piglet came up so big there for TL. Massive ultimate. Gets 3 or 4 there. He does not go down. Rainover may die to the Baron, but ooh, he had to smite early.
Ole,
a little bit scary, but
just don't let him seal it. Youngbin goes down to sacrifice himself for the good of the Baron. And Team Liquid open up another big lead.
They have bust this game wide open, up so much in gold. They have the advantage, and this was actually a pretty decent call from Immortals to turn when they see where Lorlo is. But that is the problem. And the fact that there was a black shield on Flame there, why do you care about Flame getting ultimated? Like what is that black shield allocation from Ole? I think that is such a mistake. If that black shield is on either Pobelta or Cody Sun, Piglet just dies right off the bat because they do not get stunned. That is a massive mistake, I think, from Ole.
And we saw Youngbin's reaction in game 2, kind of leaning back in his chair after a silly mistake that cost him with the Cody Sun flash auto. That reaction from Piglet looks like the face of a man that is confident, and a confident Piglet, doesn't matter where he is, he's going to slay you.
Looks like a 6-0-4 Piglet. He's doing great on this Casio. Very, very strong. They have incredible late game too, with Varus, Casio, Maokai. I mean, that core, it's very powerful. With the gold lead and the Baron, it's just gonna get worse.
Team Liquid again continue to pressure. Gonna try and take down another one. Pobelta in the meantime Finds himself trying to get sideways, pushing in the right direction, but gonna cost his teammates Ari here. And maybe they think, okay, we can't defend, but that is very far for Pobelter to be.
Yeah, it really is. And he does spend a lot of time in the sideways on this rise, and you get the farm advantage because of that, but you also can be punished. You can be caught out, your team can get dove, so you have to be aware of that and kind of weigh the advantages and disadvantages.
Well, looks like another turret is going to be sieged up here for Team Liquid. Just going to walk it in. They've got poke from the Varus. Cassio can kind of zone people away. Plenty. That looks good here as Pobelter actually gets hooked up. They're going to dive in. Lawless snares him up. And the rest of the team is diving under the turret. Chain of Corruption hits, but Immortals back away. But that's time on the turret now. This is going to go down.
I mean, Cody Sun is just too low. He's been poked out completely. He cannot really enter that fight. So even though it is a turret dive, there's not a lot of return threat because it's Pobelter and Cody Sun. 2-threat team, one's already out of there.
6,000 gold lead and counting now for Team Liquid as they bust down the mid lane inhibitor. This is only 24 minutes in, and Team Liquid are on a pretty good pace to try and end this game in just under 30 minutes. And they're not even stopping. They have so much gold to spend, and they are confidently pushing down, getting maximum Baron buff.
And I think they should be. I'm a bit flabbergasted. I think Immortals is too, because they are looking like a completely reinvigorated team and so much better than game one.
The momentum, we talked about it. They are just riding that wave, chipping down the turret. Piglet's taking tower shots, but Team Liquid will just continue this for as long as they feel like they can. And the super minions will start cascading down mid, and Immortals will run into even more problems.
And they really will. And when they have to answer that wave, it just gets so tough. Thankfully for them, Sivir is one of the best wave clear AD carries, and he even bought that static shift to help with wave clear even more. So they do have that going for them, but you can see every time he steps up, there's a sapling waiting for him, there's a Kha'Zix W, there's a Varus Q, there's so much poke.
Lolo has a lantern that does take it out. Cody Sun almost chunked completely out. Good hook from Matt, but a nice spell shield there from Olay. It's going to keep him safe. And Team Liquid may have finally found a reason to go back home. They have like 5,000 to 6,000 gold that's not spent. So that gold difference you're seeing on your screen didn't really exist in that siege, and Team Liquid still felt strong enough to try and force the game.
Yeah, and Rainover can just take the red buff on the exit, pick up a dragon for himself here too. It's so tough for Cody Sun to get involved in the fights because of the amount of poke, and I think the evolved W, very intelligent from Rainover, especially in this situation.
Well, they're going to pick up another Drake for themselves. They had pressure building, but couldn't quite stick around long enough to take down more turrets. Baron buff has dropped off, but now the gold has all been spent. And you can just look how full Team Liquid's inventories look. They have just gone back to the shop, stocked up on everything they could buy, and that blue pot in Piglet's inventory says only one thing to me. This game's over, and I'm going to end it.
But they definitely want to fight, and Flame is out here far. He has got to run.
Lolo flashes in, snares him up with the W, and Piglet's just going to keep going. Flame gets knocked up again into the arms of Youngbin. Good pickup there from the Barracks.
Yeah, Youngbin, he's down like 60 CS, but it doesn't matter. He's doing his job. He's getting it done. NTL, without Flame on the field, are looking poised to crash down and perhaps end this game.
Don't you know, Isaiah, all you have to do in AD carry is throw out a good stun or two. Youngbin has been hitting those skill shots. Whereas Piglet's sitting at 6-0 and 5, set to dominate yet another game.
Yeah, he's looking good, and this inhibitor turret getting very low. Flame is up in 10 seconds. Immortals is going to have to look for some sort of a play, but it's hard to think how they can actually get it. How do they get in?
Oh, Piglet! Tries to end the game on the spot, but they'll take the turret instead. Commits his flash and ulti, but not bad at all.
Definitely not bad at all. They're going to get that turret, but can Immortals get the fight now that he doesn't have his ultimate?
Flame again under fire, but Pobelter is just laying into them with damage. Flame, though, going to get played back in with Pobelter, and there's the kill TL. This is too much power, and Dark diving back in, trying to take on Piglet, but Matt plucks Rainover out to save his mid laner. Rainover going to get low, but he doesn't fall either, and Team Liquid claim another inhibitor.
I mean, Immortals was never going to win that fight in that situation. Dardoch is strafing back and forth in his ultimate. Olay is chunked out on no HP. It's essentially a 3v5 in people that are actually fighting. Even though 5 members are there for Immortals, Dardoch couldn't get involved whatsoever, and neither could Olay.
Well, Team Liquid don't have too much more work to do to take their first series win this week. As we'll watch this fight again. Flame, it just can't do anything.
I mean, just track Olay and Dardoch. Look at how much they're doing in this fight, right? Everyone from TL is contributing. Now Dardoch goes in. He tries to get the execute, but the fight is already lost, and Olay was never able to use his ultimate, never able to use exhaust. He didn't really do anything. It's not necessarily his fault because of the situation he was in, but still, you cannot win team fights with that little of a contribution from 2 of your members.
It's just a good demonstration of how far ahead Team Liquid are in this game. Approaching 7,000 gold, a big wave built up already in top lane, and 2 separate lanes of super minions threatening Immortals Nexus. That left Nexus turret is almost gone, just based on what we can see on the minimap. And Team Liquid, they're going to try and make this one a quick one.
Yeah, it feels like the death push here from TL. 2 inhibitors down, minion waves crashing everywhere. They're going for the desperation fight.
This is it. Flame there gets one in, but they're going to stun him up. Pobelta looking for it. Youngmin getting low. Dardoch that's straight into the backline. He needs to kill the carries, but they're living for so much longer. Youngmin finally falls, but Piglet's still alive, and the rest of TL can tank them up. There's a shutdown move for Pobelta, and Immortals might just have enough. Piglet, can you do it? 1v3, gets a couple more. Still fighting it out. Piglet goes legendary. Still fighting, but Pobelta finally shuts him down. Lolo gets the shutdown on the other side, and there's just 2 left.
Oh, Piglet was so big on the back end of that fight, taking out a couple members with almost no health, and Lorlo should be able to slowly end the game here. The tree chopping down the turret space.
Dardoch, 10 seconds left. Olay is the current point of defense as Lolo is just gonna try and take it down. Olay just can't do anything. He's dying faster than minions. In fact, there's the 8 from Team Liquid. Dardoch's up now, but Lolo just gonna keep chugging along.
Not do very much damage. I maybe spoke too soon.
He's got a G8. He's gonna fight it out. Lolo just gonna keep punching it. He's like, yeah, all right. The rest of you are coming out. I'm gonna leave. Ran out of supers in the mid lane. That was the problem.
How we can just calmly walk out. But here, let's just watch this fight again. This was an incredible engage. The ultimate form Morgana, plus the Rise ult to send Flame in. And if only they had killed Piglet off here, this would be a massively won fight. But Piglet is able to survive at such low HP, and look at the damage he still gets out. It looks like it's going to be a Immortals fight. Then Cody-san walking through the poison, 1E, 2 E's, down he goes. And that was so big. Piglet cleaned up multiple kills from almost no health, so just barely missing out on what should have been a turnaround fight for Immortals.
You can see the one death that stings a little bit in Piglet's heart, but still very happy with his performance. Team Liquid claim Baron once again, and they can just kind of chill out. Let the minions do the work for them at this point.
That said, we see what success looks like for Immortals, right? That was a great engage. If you have the tiniest bit more damage onto Piglet, that's a smashed fight. That's their Baron. That's their way back into the game, right? So they are going to be looking for this. Certainly they're still very far behind, and TL likely will be able to end the game with this Baron. But Immortals cannot wait around. They need to look for engages like that. And it's up to TL to calmly absorb the engages and then close out this game.
Well, Team Liquid kind of just have a bit of paperwork to do at this point. Mid inhibitor nice and exposed. Well, they're just on the front
Here
line.
they go.
They have to go again. Another good play is going to start off here. Olay straight to the back lines. Who can he get? Olay does stun a couple, but it's only the front line, and Dardoch exhausted on the other side. Pobelta going to get chased down and cut down. That should be the kill. Cody-san getting jumped on by Rainover, and Rainover's going to get the kill there almost by himself. Now diving in 1v2 as Piglet picks up the double. Flame's going to get chased down. Olay is left alone again. And this is going to be a win for Team Liquid. Rainover really wants to finish up the game, but Piglet debuts mid lane in style as Team Liquid win 2-1 versus Immortals.
12-1-8 on the Casio for Piglet. Oh my God, I mean, he just had such a good performance from the mid lane, showcasing 3 different picks, absorbing bans, still outperforming Pobelta. I mean, game 2 and 3, that is a TL that you can get behind. That is a TL that is going to win some games.
I mean, certainly obvious weaknesses there for the team, but
yeah,
they said that, you know, it's about gradual improvement. No one expects to make dramatic changes and have immediate payoff. But it feels really good when you do, and that's what Team Liquid get here.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, if Youngbin could step it up a little bit, if he is able to perform on a bit higher level, if we get that kind of Rainover and that kind of Piglet on a week-to-week basis, that is a pretty good team, right? I mean, this is Youngbin being down 120, 30 CS or whatever it is, and he was getting smashed in the bot lane, but Piglet was carrying in mid lane, and a big part of that was his work with Rainover, because Rainover was so good in games 2 and 3, and Dardoch was kind of nowhere to be seen.
And look, for the rest of TL, really solid game from Lolo, I'll say. I think almost underrated given how good the mid and jungle look for the team, but top side of the map looking really sharp for Team Liquid. And Matt was honestly a liability in too many games for Team Liquid this season with Piglet. For whatever reason, something just was not clicking there. Matt played perfectly fine, solid even. And here's to guide a rookie mid lane sub 80 carry in his first LCS game.
I mean, it worked out, right? They got the win. At the end of the day, they have what, 2 wins on the whole season. Before this, I think they were 2-8. This is another win. That's a big deal for them. And the fact that they've only practiced for 4 days, they just made these crazy subs. The whole team is behind it. It feels like now you have something to build upon, right? And I've got to say it. I, for one, was completely wrong about how Piglet was going to do.
Yep.
I didn't expect anything, and I think very few people will say that they did. But he looked great, and he severely outclassed Pobelter today, which is about the last thing I thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, I mean, we can really only expect the unexpected from there, and that's exactly what we got. Piglet, a huge series, honestly, in that last game, probably the best looking of them all, even in their loss, looking strong. I think that one death's going to hurt him a little bit, tarnishes the pride, feels like a bit of a blemish on the record, because if he'd come out of that team fight, just going full, effectively AP80 carry mode, kiting around, killing everyone, I mean, that'd just be an amazing debut for Piglet.
Yeah, I mean, I think
this is pretty close.
It's safe to say it already was. He, most damage in the game. Probably going to get player of the game again. I mean, he's just looked really, really good down the stretch. Game 2 and 3, and TL getting a win on the board is so big for them. And now for Immortals, they have to regroup, because this was supposed to be their kind of free week, right? They're 5-5. You're supposed to beat Team Liquid, beat MB, the 2 teams in last place, tied for last, and that's supposed to put you at 7-5 and looking great for playoffs. But now, if you lose today, you have to regather yourself and be able to beat Envy tomorrow.
And it just feels like for Immortals, the same issues keep cropping up. The talent is there. The chemistry is being built. Flame is playing so much better. The team feels a lot more cohesive, but it's not enough to just do that, right? Like, you need to continually play well consistently. That's what gets you strong results in a league, is consistency.
It's consistency. I mean, when you look at game 1 versus games 2 and 3 from Dardoch, the amount of times Dardoch is getting caught out, is invading without warding, is invading with his lanes not pushed up and getting punished for it. It's so much, and for someone to look so ridiculously good, read his opponent, 3-buff him, do all this incredible stuff in game 1 against Rainover, and then fall back to what he looked like in games 2 and 3 is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And in the wake of the victory, let's send it down to Zyrune, who's waiting on stage with Liquid's new jungle and mid duo.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Yes, I'm here with TL's jungler Rainover. Thank you for translating. And Piglet, mid laner for TL now. And so I have to ask you guys right off the bat, Piglet, man, you seem so good in the mid lane right now. Like, why didn't this happen sooner? And what actually made you make that swap?
형 지금 미드 되게 잘해 보이는데 왜 어떻게 이런 일이 일어났고 그리고 왜 더 빨리 하지 않았나?
그냥
I got it.
원딜이 너무 안 좋고 그냥 성적이 너무 안 나와서 미드를 한번 가보자고 해서 연습하게 됐는데 스크림 때도 잘 나와서 이렇게 하게 됐어요.
원딜 성적이 안 나와서?
원딜이나 우리 LCS 성적.
So when he was playing AD carry, we obviously were 2-8 until today, and the games were like really hard. So there was like a topic brought up about like talking, how about we try Piglet mid, because he used to play mid, and then a lot in solo queue, and then it was working well.
Nice. And so how has this affected you, Rainover, in the jungle? Now you have a rookie AD carry, and you have Piglet in the mid lane. So is this affecting you at all in terms of who you're ganking or anything like that?
Youngbin is rookie, but he have been playing team game a lot of times, so like he learned stuffs really fast compared to like just rookies. So we didn't really have like team game wise problem about like our bot lane, and bot lane is right now is like kind of utility focus on. So like you don't really need that much skill. Like you can learn things really easily, and then like there's like the things that like specifically you have to do, and then you can just learn it super fast. And Piglet mid, it's really nice because Piglet play really aggressive. So like I used to play with aggressive player like Huni, and even at Fnatic, I had like 2 aggressive laner, Huni and Feviven. And like, I think I'm just playing better if I have like a really aggressive laner, because I can like help them and then I can do stuff with them. So like, Piglet playing really aggressive is helping me a lot too.
Awesome. So question here for Piglet. You just came from the AD carry role, your replacement, Youngbin. How do you think about Youngbin right now? How do you think he's doing?
just came from AD carry role.
Piglet just came from AD carry, and now his replacement Youngbin is in the AD carry role. What's his impression of Youngbin?
그냥 저렇게 잘하는 것 같지 않은데 그리고 그냥 제가 많이 알려주면은 그래도 NA에서 원딜을 제일 잘할 것 같고 친구인 만큼 제가 더 편하게 알려줄 수 있어서 영빈 잘하는 것 같아요.
So basically, he said two stuffs. He thinks that he's not performing really well right now, but Youngbin is his friend, so he can teach him really well. And then also right now, I think he's playing well too on the last. So.
Nice, and of course, coming from the AD carry role, there are a few things you can teach him. But now that you're in the mid lane role, are there any NA mid laners that you're looking forward to playing?
스크림을 하면서 피닉스한테 가장 많이 배운 것 같고 피닉스가 하는 거 보면서 얘는 이렇게 하는구나 하면서 닉스 거를 많이 보고 있어요.
So he played a lot with Phoenix and against Phoenix, and he's learning a lot from Phoenix. So I guess, yeah.
Oh, all right then. Phoenix in the NA challenger scene. Maybe he'll come up and we'll see. What's that?
He's best mid.
Oh, no, maybe he'll make it to the NALCS and you'll have your chance to play against him on stage. And final question here for you, Piglet. Who's the better mid laner, Faker or you? All right, thank you very much, Rainover, for translating. Thank you very much, Piglet. Congratulations on the win. And now we're going to throw it over to the guys to close that one out.
Thank you, Zyrene. There you have it. A new era has begun.
Clearly,
we have a new Faker.
We're all about overreactions here in the North American LCS. You saw it here first. He had a good series.
He had a really great series coming out. Yeah. Was able to keep the CS in lane. Also, as we saw going through, like you said, Youngbin wasn't performing well, but we did see that he was able to kind of fix those mistakes as they went along. They looked better throughout each game and actually pretty solidly won the third game as they probably had the mental of Immortals on tilt pretty good.
Yeah, Dardoch went from a bunch of good plays to a mix of good plays to no good plays throughout the series. And I think part of that is he clashed with Piglet the whole time they're on Team Liquid together. And then he left. We got to see this sound on tape before the games where he was talking about how, you know what, they're going to wish they wouldn't have replaced me, sort of. And he really wanted to beat them. To then see the dude he clashed with switch roles and then just smash, that is a tilter for anyone. And Dardoch is definitely one of the more emotional players. So that is a huge thing. And I'm still a little shocked that Piglet did so well.
Yeah.
You saw how hard role swaps are in the same game because Youngbin did so poorly.
Yeah. And that's not to take away from Piglet. It's just the fact of doing this in the LCS, like you said, that having such a gap between where Youngbin plays in solo queue in ranked to here is still such a gap, and that Piglet can kind of transfer from lane to lane.
Yeah, and then also to be able to do it on 3 different champions with the lane that in the bottom side was losing pretty badly in all 3 matchups. So then you have to win the mid lane to kind of have a chance, because in most situations you need at least 2 out of 3 winning lanes. So Lorlo was going toe-to-toe with Flame in all those games, and it was just Piglet being stronger than Pobelter with the help of Rainover in all these games that helped them win.
Well, we did hear from Piglet. It has to come from kind of the middle, the jungle, and the top. And we have here a replay at 21 minutes where it got pretty messy in the bot lane with everybody coming down to hang out.
Yeah, and the Black Shield usage here was pretty bad on the Flame because Piglet is able to get the double stun on the Ole and Pobelter, and then the hook comes through from Matt onto Cody's son. Matt is someone who, despite having some pretty poor laning phases, did show up on Thresh this game and land a number of key hooks. But this really broke the game wide open. You can see right there, most damage in the game from Piglet, 26,600, and really just the most convincing game of the series as they continually extended the goal lead and ended it pretty quick.
And we heard Azael say earlier, this was supposed to be one of Immortals' easier weeks. We have them playing against Team Liquid here with roster changes, Envy later in the week, 2 of the bottom teams, and it actually aligns with a week that CLG is playing their hardest team. CLG just beat Immortals. They're trying to jump away from them at 5-5 in the standings, which Team Liquid is now up on that.
Yeah, and you have to make use of the easier games in your schedule because you play everybody twice. So the fact that they have no more Team Liquid games, after Envy, they're going to have no more Envy games, and then every game from there is going to be a real challenge. I mean, especially after losing this series. So we're not sure exactly what the trajectory of these teams are. Looking at the camera shots of Pobelter and Cody's son after that, they did not look pleased whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can recover from this, which has got to be a fairly emotional loss after the turmoil Team Liquid was going under and how everyone was expecting just total failure. And it looked like it in Game 1. So to come crashing down to earth in Games 2 and 3 is really hard to recover.
There's obviously the disappointment of the loss, but we have to also think maybe Immortals allowed themselves to almost get trapped in this situation and not really look at the game too much, seeing that there would be such a switch, and they might be able to ban somebody out. Looking forward for a player of the game. Piglet's going to grab that once again, coming in with his play on Cassiopeia this time, and really holding down the lane, but like Rainover said as well, playing together with that jungle.
Yeah, 12-1-8 is just an insane scoreline. Not to mention the 32% damage. Like, these are the stats you get from a seasoned mid laner. 2 player of the games in his first 2 wins as a mid laner. I mean, speaks that Team Liquid team still needs a lot of help when you can swap a guy like that and he's just the star suddenly. But what can you really say? This was insane.
No, that's kind of what you say. What do you take from it? Because this can completely change next week. Obviously, they would want to stay with a winning composition, but maybe Youngbin changes. Maybe Youngbin stays. Piglet did say that being his friend, they have done a lot of communicating before, and he feels that with his ability to learn quickly, they're going to train him up nice and quick.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Youngbin is in the games where he was behind, he was still finding ways to contribute. This is something that we were saying about Fabi last year as well, and that did not end well because people were just able to punish those weaknesses more and more.
Once
But that is a nice sign, the fact that he was still able to contribute and do reasonable amounts of damage. So I hope he can scale up fast for Team Liquid's sake because they need it. If you have a lane that's losing by 40 CS almost every game, you're not going to win that many matches.
Also trying to jump out of the bottom of the standings. You're going to need all the wins now coming into the back half of the split. Coming up after the break, we have a match between Phoenix One and Counterlogic Gaming. Don't touch that browser. You're watching the North American LCS.
그런 거 할 수 있어서
옆에 요 롱선.
Are you singing Taylor Swift now?
Dude, it's Katy Perry.
That's going to get jumped on. Youngbin's in the mix as well. First blood go over to Ole. Pobelta doing good damage, but an ult from Piglet's going to try and play clean up. Pobelta goes down there as well, and it's a mess. Okay, big flash hook. Finds Dardock for another kill, and Piglet's now on a rampage.
I'm gonna go on Rise, I'm gonna go on Rise. Nice ult, going over.
I got Ranger peeled. Ranger.
Nice.
Piglet, can you do it? 1v3, gets a couple more, still fighting it out. Piglet goes legendary, still fighting, but Pobelta finally shuts him down. Lolo gets the shot on the other side, and there's just 2 left.
We got this! Good shit!
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and entering the caster ring with me for our second match of the day is Aiden Zyrene Moon. What's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. Hopefully it's a tag team ring and we're on the same side.
That's what I hope as well. Otherwise, it's going to be
man.
real awkward sitting this close to each other for the entirety of the match. Either way, we've got our second match of the day as Phoenix1 goes up against Counter Logic Gaming. A quick reminder that over on NALCS 2, we have an Arrow versus Stixay focus stream hosted by Freak, Mark Z, and Freeze. Now, Phoenix1 come into this match after a surprisingly good week, considering they were playing with a sub-jungler.
Yeah, and there was kind of a worry whether Meteos was going to be able to fill Inori's spot in terms of shot calling and leadership on the team, because Inori was a huge catalyst for the action on P1. But in those games, P1 actually fell behind a few times, but everybody carried their weight, bringing them back into the game. So we've seen that people love, Inori's flashy plays, but everybody seems to have carry potential on this team. Ryu, Arrow, and Zig actually stepped up last week and had a big week himself.
But we can't forget that CLG delivered as well. They had their first 2-0 of the split, and it's off the back of some big improvements.
Yep, another top laner showing big improvements here. Darshan played carries and tanks, showing a versatile style, and he's kind of the last guy that we were looking for to step up here on CLG coming into that week. But now we're in a matchup here where it's Zig versus Darshan, and both of these top laners came in with people kind of writing them off as unremarkable top laners in the face of impact someday, and these guys like Flame and Looper, these carries with that huge pedigree. But still, now they're stepping up, and now this could be a very explosive matchup here in Week 5.
And if that wasn't enough for you, another explosive matchup between these two teams is going to be Stixay versus Arrow, like we already mentioned a little bit.
Yep, Stixay and Arrow go back and forth in bot laner stats here, and these guys are statistically number 1 and 2 in the bottom lane role in most stats like KDA, CSD at 10. My favorite one is your damage per gold spent, and that's how much money you're getting and the ratio to how much damage you're dealing. So Arrow is incredibly efficient. If you give this guy gold, he's actually going to deal with it and deliver. And look at that difference between the first and second. That is a remarkable difference there in terms of that ratio of how effective he is once you give Arrow gold. So he's a great investment.
One big factor in the P1 bot laner's success is his lane partner. You can't have one without the other. AD carry and support, they work together, man. He shared with us how he felt playing with their sub-jungler last week.
When I play with Meteos, I feel like I have a really experienced jungler playing with me, because like he really understands the game and like understands how the jungle and like path around the map. Like he takes every information I give him. He actually thinks about how he's gonna make a play around the map, and like he's using his brain. So it feels really good to play with a jungler like that.
Junglers who use their brains, not a lot of them. We're all toxic here in NA.
Yeah,
but I do want to say,
as junglers, we know
exactly. That's right. But we do want to actually elaborate a little bit more on that, because Meteos, he said that he was a little rusty in his mechanics. Maybe he can't do the Graves animation canceling and stuff like that, and maybe he's been taking a little bit of a step back from the game, but he still has the macro sense. He still has the game sense. He knows when you can take the play and when you can't take the play, and that was something that we saw where they were getting great objectives. They were playing from behind, and even when he was down 0-2 on Olaf and there was like this 3-0 Rengar running around, he still knew that he could take that fight, and that was the really cool thing about Meteos, is he's using his brain.
All right. Brain is going to be something very important for this one, so let's go ahead and review the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Phoenix1. Top lane, Zig. Meteos in the jungle again. Ryu at mid lane. Arrow bottom. Adrian there supporting him. And Coach Fly.
Yep, and squaring off against them on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. In the top lane, it's going to be Darshan. Smithy's going to be in the jungle with Huhi in mid, bot Stixay, support Afromu, and Coach Zix.
Now, going into this game, one thing I want to talk about is where both these teams currently stand in the NALCS rankings, because we're going into Week 6. This is the start of the second half of Spring Split. So we're halfway there. And speaking of being halfway there, both these teams are around halfway up the ladder. There's very few games actually separating multiple teams in the standings right now, so a couple losses, a couple wins could go a long way.
Yeah, exactly. The number of matches that are actually separating the 3rd place from the 8th place team is 2. So if you go 2-0 and one of those teams at the top goes 0-2, you're actually in their spot, changing it up. So they are basically, we're saying Phoenix1, it's easy to overtake them here, so they can't get complacent with where they are in the standings, even though they're tied for 3rd.
Well, let's see what these two teams are going to do in the draft for game number 1. Bans are going to be starting off with a heavy support focus from Phoenix1. Gonna go ahead and remove both Malzahar and Thresh from the pool, targeting towards Afromu.
Yeah, targeting towards Afromu, who is a big leader on that team, but a lot of Counter Logic Gaming, just like Phoenix One, have been stepping up. We've seen Darshan play a versatile style. Huhi is actually second in the entire league for solo kills. He is doing work by himself unassisted and getting things done in that mid lane. And Stixxay, you saw his stats earlier, seems to be a prime AD carry right now.
And that's the kind of thing you love to see for these teams, those upward trends. Everybody stepping up, everybody putting in work together. There's a reason both these teams had a 2-0 week last week.
Exactly. Counter Logic Gaming, they had a slump at the start. They started getting things a little bit together. Is that the continuation of this momentum? But one of these teams, a little euphoric right now, but it's going to have to stop after today because one of them has to lose this match.
Yeah. Can't have two winners walking away from this one. Graves, the final ban on the side of Phoenix One, while the CLG bans are going to be Elise, LeBlanc, and Varus.
Leaves still a decent amount on the table. The Ashe, though, over the Jhin for Arrow. But the thing is that this meta has always favored Arrow with the top three, Varus, Jhin, Ashe. It doesn't matter if he has this pick of the litter, he's going to be able to perform on all of them.
The Ashe locked in first and foremost. We'll have to see how Counter Logic Gaming wants to respond with their first rotation. The answer is going to be Shen immediately locked in, Rengar right thereafter, and there is some dangerous synergy between these two champions.
Yep, able to actually jump in on the Rengar and be delivered to the backline here. So Xmithie, see if he can step up. He's actually, I was talking about Darshan, we were looking for him to step up previously. And now that he has, Xmithie, there's a bit of a spotlight on him now. He's actually currently the leader in deaths per game and the death leader of the NALCS currently. So Xmithie, I assume he will die a few more times this game because he's going to be jumping in, going right after people, delivering Darshan.
Granted, he does have a juicy target to go for on that Ashe. Definitely one that can be popped by a Rengar if he's not careful. Meteor is going to be grabbing that Olaf for himself.
Seems to be what he considers the counter to Rengar.
That's, if it works, it works. Let's go for it. P1 has one more pick to lock in before we reach the second part of the bans. And Nautilus will be their choice, taking him into that top lane most likely against the Shen.
Yeah, like you said, most likely because it could be a flex to support. We did see that a little bit at IEM. But Phoenix One, if that is Adrian on it, or if it's Zig on it, does make Counter Logic Gaming. I think what you do is you just assume that it's the top lane, you ban supports, you ban mid lane. If you're Counter Logic Gaming.
Go for the safe options. Interesting thing to actually point out, both these top laners are playing champions that they have very few games on so far in this split of the NALCS. Only one game of Nautilus for Zig, and only 2 games of Shen for Darshan.
Yeah, Shen got banned away a whole bunch in the last few weeks. Maokai did take a nerf, so he drops down in priority, and Maokai is both of these top laners' most played champion so far this split. But it's no surprise that Nautilus with wave priority and lower mana costs now is the way to go.
Jhin will be the final lock-in for Counter Logic Gaming in the first part of the picks. They wanted to make sure that that AD carry role didn't get pinched any harder. With Varus already banned away and Ashe already picked, you gotta respond with another one of the top tiers.
Yep, you definitely have to, and you can see the bans coming through here. Counter Logic Gaming threw down the Zyra. They're banning out support here, assuming that it is a top lane Nautilus, which you would. And Echo is the response ban here against Huhi, who did have a pretty good showing on that champion, I believe, in the past. Has played it a few times now, but is one of those ones that he can TP and split push on, and I think it's one of his best champions because he loves to roam, but he also loves playing assassins.
So if you can get an assassin that roams, hey, it's almost like you got the best of both worlds.
It's kind of like you add on the triple whammy there too, because he's an assassin that roams, has wave clear, and is AP, and on top of it, you actually want to bring teleport. Whereas Zed, Ignite, things like that with Ahri, same thing.
Ahri taken off the table by Counter Logic Gaming. Phoenix One has one more ban to go, about 15 seconds to choose that last champion that they don't want to be dealing with from CLG this game. And it looks like it's the target ban onto Huhi, that Aurelion Soul. We know him so well for this champion, and Phoenix One apparently does too.
Yeah, when Counter Logic Gaming have the very last pick, they can save it for Huhi and pick him the Aurelion Soul if the environment is good for it.
Jace locked in for CLG.
Okay, that will be a mid lane Jace here. And so we'll go over to Huhi. We're seeing Jace mid primarily now since the nerfs, not so much in the top lane. But that means that this is a very heavy physical damage composition from Counter Logic Gaming up against what is already a double tank comp from Phoenix One with the Olaf and the Nautilus. So itemization gets pretty damn easy for Phoenix One.
Yeah, Ninja Tabbies, Frozen Hearts, Randuin's Omens, you stack the armor and you become very difficult to deal with. It's going to make that lethality that Jhin and Rengar like to build that much less effective, and it's going to make percent armor penetration, through Last Whisper and its evolutions mandatory.
Yes, but that's a good thing is you put in gold into Last Whisper, 45% bonus armor penetration right off the bat. You don't have to upgrade it already to get to that point where it was before. A little less AD on it, but still, the armor penetration is why you buy the item, and that's just more enhanced with just the first purchase.
Phoenix1, they're going to say, you know what? We don't really want to run the big AD comp ourselves. They're going to be locking in Nami and Syndra as their final 2 picks, and we know what kind of AP pain that Syndra can bring.
Oh, yeah. Up against something like the Jhin or the Jace, you can actually apply a lot of pressure and go for the kills, but there it is. I was expecting. This is something that Aphromoo brought out already, but it's the Adrian special. It should be Adrian's champion. It's like, you use her against
Feel it as
me?
thunder, man.
Still, these are the 2 bottom laners that the supports that you're like, these are the guys that love those healing, shielding supports. Even when it goes off meta, you're just like, these are the guys that really like to go for it. Even though Aphromoo has been making his name as a playmaker throughout the years, it does seem like the range supports do suit him quite well. You throw back to MSI where he brought over Adrian's meta and made the finals.
Just hand-delivered it. It's like, hey, this actually works. I still remember all the conversations people were having on Twitter at the time. Why isn't A playing poke supports? Why isn't A playing healers? The meta is tanks. Where's your Braum? Where's your Thresh?
Hey, range supports this game, baby.
Range supports this game. That's what we're going to be seeing from both of these teams going into game number 1 of Phoenix1 versus CLG. A team tied for 3rd versus a team tied for 5th, even though only 1 game separates them and could really put a swing on this.
Yeah, and if Counter Logic Gaming do walk away with a win, that gives them an even match record with Phoenix1 at 6-5, but Counter Logic Gaming already beat Phoenix1 once, and they would hold the tiebreaker head-to-head 2-0. So, put Phoenix1 in a bad spot.
Yep, that actually puts CLG ahead of Phoenix1 in the standings, even though it's tied, because when it goes to the tiebreaker, head-to-head decides it.
Mm-hmm. They would have to have head-to-head, of course, against all the other teams that are around them, though, and tied for the position. So it wouldn't put them completely in 3rd place just yet for Counter Logic Gaming if they walk away. But Phoenix1, it would put them one step closer if they win those top 2 and the playoff bye.
But of course, this situation we're talking about is strictly hypothetical because CLG has to win this best-of-3 first, and Phoenix1 is going to be doing their damnedest to make sure they don't get away with it, at least not without a fight. We're on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today in this series. Phoenix1 walking out the gate. CLG going to be moving out as a unit right now, but it looks like we're already starting to see a little bit of a fan out here. Probably nothing too crazy at level 1 in game number 1.
Yep. Looking at what is a little bit crazy here, though, is we're seeing the mastery change for Arrow. Oh,
all right, we're getting some action just before minions even spawn. Huhi's looking to flex those muscles, jump right in there onto Ryu.
Yeah, Ryu is going to be a bit careful, though. Novel's playing that side, so don't want to get too much of a false sense of security here if you're Ryu. And yeah, I think Zig, I think he may have spotted that, yeah. I think he just barely saw that.
Just want to point out that Meteos also used his Ghost at the very beginning just to get out onto the map faster, so that Summoner spell's on cooldown.
It's actually interesting because I see this a decent amount, but I saw it more in around October when Olaf was really popular. You would Ghost right off the bat. You already have the reduced Summoner spell cooldown from your Masteries. It's already a short cooldown itself. And you run straight to the bottom bush, and you make sure that if they're trying to face check it, you actually get there a little bit sooner. And if you're Olaf, you can run them down with the axes.
Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to force the flash because as soon as that first undertow connects, you're just going to chase them for eternity.
Yeah, and if you're doing your jungle, it's not a huge deal that you don't have it. I mean, if you put yourself in a situation where Flash would have saved you or anything like that, get over a wall, then it's like Olaf wouldn't have taken that anyway. So he's going to clear very quickly. By the time it hits about that 3-minute mark and his jungle is done, his Ghost is pretty much off of cooldown.
Seeing that pretty standard Raptor start from both junglers this time around. Ever since everybody figured out that those little baby chickens give you level 2 for clearing them all out, it's a popular place to start.
Yep, and because of the fact that at the very beginning of the game you saw Zig and we were focusing on him on the top side, it actually allowed P1 to go into the jungle, ward this up, make sure, okay, Rengar's not starting on this side, so he's going to take away the blue buff here, and you expect the answer to be from Xmithy to go blue buff on the other side. Or even go for a gank, I don't know, because Zig is pushing up, level 1. Okay, so
Zig's pushing, but
I was like,
Xmithy...
level 2 would be crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit audacious, but just a little bit.
Strange bit to his route there.
Instead, he heads into the enemy jungle. Going to be taking the wolf camp away before anything else, just trying to grab as much as he can, saying, you know what, Meteos is going to be stealing everything in mine, I might as well steal everything in his, return the favor.
Yeah, when you have that protection of your pushing bottom lane, in Meteos' case, you don't have to worry about a Soraka coming in to deal with you, feed you some bananas. It's not going to happen.
Not a welcome part of the diet here for Meteos. He'd rather just take those wolves away for himself right now as Adrian and Arrow pushing themselves up, utilizing that trading and lane bullying power that Nami.
Yep. It's the back and forth here. And when Soraka was meta, there were a few questions about, like, okay, what really beats Soraka? What really does well into her? And some people were saying, like, Nami, Sona, things that, Karma really gets destroyed because Karma's shielding versus, the Soraka just healing and actually giving HP as opposed to temporary. And Nami has CC, has the ability to heal multiple people and trade effectively. Oh, like Smithy looking for that top.
Smithy into the top side. Taunt's going to be finding its way onto Zig, who's trying to put some damage back onto Smithy, lock him down a little bit as he gets himself away. Spider-Man Nautilus still looking to walk out. Smithy without the damage to actually make that one happen, but getting the flash and sending him home is still a bonus.
Yep. Big win there as well for CLG. Just going to get the teleport, I assume. No, he's just going to pop some potions, go back to the top side. Smithy wards the Tri-Brush, and he's going to go do his Krugs, be efficient with his route instead of trying to repeat gank Zig in the top.
Shen with that multiple beat start that you kind of see as the standard these days, giving him a lot of regeneration, allows him to build those into whichever items he feels like building them into later.
I feel like you sell one of those in the build. You build Tiamat, which requires one, and then eventually you get to a Crystalline Bracer, which will take another. If you want to go something like Knight's Vow, I think that has one in it.
Where does the last beat go?
I think it goes back to the shopkeep.
All right, fair enough. I have no idea how much that item sells for.
Someday actually did the same thing and ended up selling one.
Sells for 105, so you only lose a 45 gold investment. You lose 2 minions worth of gold.
That's actually very cost efficient. Most items, just especially Torrents, don't sell back for nearly as much.
Right, they have like a below 50%
it's pretty bad
refund value, whereas that one has like a 70% refund value.
Yeah, and speaking of starting items as well, I wanted to touch on Arrow. We've seen this start on Jhin with the boots 4 potions, but he's decided to go for it on the Ashe, which is such an interesting choice in a sustain lane where they just so highly prioritize getting towards their build. And it's not so much about the potions anymore because you have a sustained support. Even Jhin, even Stixxay has taken the Longsword 3 potions. Those 3 potions are probably going to sit there for a decent amount of time because he's going to have Afro Moon just feeding them hell.
Right. You're taking the potions because you have no money to buy anything else. You just wanted the longsword so you can go towards that lethality, get the Ghost Blade up and running, and hit those super early power spikes as these two junglers will be running into each other here. Blast Cone ready to go, and that launches Smithy straight away to safety. Sends Meteos back over the wall, but
he's heading
running into each other again. Undertow's going to be finding its mark the first time around. Meteos going to run him down if he can. Flash has been used.
Oh my god.
Running towards yet another Blast Cone. Might be caught off here.
He's
looking
low
to make his way into the fight. Darshan trying to join as well. Smithy going to be brought down to 1 more hit.
Oh my god.
Meteos brings down the Axe. Able to find 1. There's number 2. Ryu's going to be grabbing that one. Darshan exhausted. And Phoenix 1 is going to be going 3 for 0.
That's 3 kills right at the start of the game. 6 minutes in off of a roam from Meteos. Smithy went back to that side and didn't avoid it. That seems like overconfidence on the Rengar. And Meteos just gives him a stake in the face. Look at
right
this.
there. Walks too close. That first one hitting.
I mean, I don't know why he goes back up to that top side and who he is losing mid in terms of these trades. Ryu doesn't have much mana, but neither does Huki. The exhaust comes down, so when he jumps in, the Q doesn't do as much damage. And now he's kind of running to his death there. Darshan's coming through, and that's just Smithy off a really bad route. And honestly, too much confidence there in what he was able to do, and his mid laner was not ready for that. Who he does try to help, but he just gets himself killed.
And even Adrian makes his way up into the fight to provide the heals, make sure there's no retaliatory kill.
Yeah, gets 2 assists on it as well, and that's something that I'm pretty sure he watched the KT-SKT series. There's points where you're like 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, there's a fight going on top lane. It's like, why is Mata here in the top lane? And I think that Adrian has started to roam a little bit more, even on these supports that are supposed to be for the lane and for sustain.
Well, you saw how effective it was right there, and now with that 3-0 lead, 1,500 gold is exactly how far ahead Phoenix 1 is just 7 minutes into this match. They got to be feeling good about that one. Full kill participation for Meteos, now 2-0-1 on that Olaf. Got the Bomby Cinder as well as the Ionian cooldown boots, and we know that Olaf is a very scary champion when ahead.
Yeah, and Meteos
He played as well, and oh my god, he's gonna come up on Xmithy, who doesn't have flash. He's too far forward. Cinder's gonna get here first, too. I think Xmithy's.
Oh, Xmithy, what are you doing, man? Trying to make a beeline for that plant, but he's not gonna be finding it. Meteos on a killing spree.
All right, when I said at the start of the game that Xmithy might get more deaths, I didn't know
we
they were gonna
weren't
be this
expecting
soon.
this. We thought maybe by the end of the game, but 7 minutes, 8 minutes in. I'll give him 8 minutes. We'll round it up a little bit just to kind of give him a little bit of an easier time, but it's still so bad. Huhi, one more hit would have been able to take him down, but we've been talking, Zyrene, about how CLG's had multiple members stepping up, about how Huhi has stepped up, Darshan has stepped up, Stixay has stepped up, and eyes are on Xmithy.
Oh my god.
To go next. Afromu having to run himself away, but the bubble finds him, and Meteos is just going to be going chop, chop, chop. Exhaust keeps him away. Afromu alive for now, but Xmithy is not having that kind of a step-up game we were hoping he would.
No, he's the last guy that I'm looking for here for CLG. We talked about how they get out of the bottom of the standings. How they get to the top of the standings is they all need to be more in sync, and I think Xmithy's the guy that hasn't really quite stepped up to that level just yet. Like we said earlier, most deaths in the NALCS and deaths per game.
Now, because Phoenix 1 is so far ahead, because they forced back the enemy support, they see the opportunity to seize a very early Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and this is going to slowly snowball towards that bottom side, getting killed.
Oh, Afromu going to be chain CC'd and just shot all to pieces. A little bit more damage. Focus Fire going to be finding number one. Meteos pressing the go button. Pedal to the metal. Arrow cashing in on that one, too. Gets himself barely away from the turret. Meteos makes this a 6-0 game.
I didn't know it was going to be that fast, but I was talking about how P1, this is going to just start to snowball to the bottom side of the map. Meteos had already taken the camps on the bottom side, took the blue buff, took the Drake, and got control of that side of the map. They get so many summoner spells out of the bottom, 2 flashes, a heal, and Meteos goes for the dive from the back. An arrow with the arrow onto Afromu, who still has flash up. He didn't use it previously when you saw Meteos in the jungle. They could have avoided that arrow.
They don't. Stixay can't get away either. And the game goes from bad to worse. 4,000 gold difference, not even 10 minutes in, is just a massive, massive discrepancy between the teams.
Oh, God. It's like 4 kills, or 3 kills, sorry, for Meteos, and he's ahead. And then the mid lane is ahead by 20 CS. The bottom lane has some kills. And the only person who's like actually behind in this game for P1 is Zig in the top lane. They have 4 people ahead.
And he's behind by 7 CS. It's not like he's actually behind. He's like, oh no, I missed a couple of creeps. Too bad my jungler's got 3-0-2 scoreline.
Look at this. He's going after the flashless AD carry.
Oh, bad news bears. Ragnarok's going to be able to tear him down before Afromu can make it in there to drop the heals. Afro now in full retreat, going to be getting himself out, but 7-0, Phoenix 1.
Yep. It's that typical AD carry life. Not everybody gets to play mid lane. I'm just saying. Not everybody gets to
carry 2017. Sometimes the Olaf's just hanging around in the bush, and there's nothing you can do about it.
But this is what we were talking about when we were saying Meteos, he doesn't have like the mechanics, or doesn't claim to have like the. He's not on his game, right? He's not at that point where he's playing the Graves, having the great mechanics. He's like, I'm a little rusty, but the game sense. All right, these guys don't have flashes. All right, I have enough damage at this point that I can just crush these kids. I can keep going in. Pop the Ragnarok for extra damage. Run straight at him. He's got nothing. 0 answers. But look at this.
Adrian and Arrow going to be caught out. Tidal Wave looking to be disengaging this one. Arrow flashes into the Dragon Pit. I don't know about that one, Cyrene. Curtain call opened up. Arrow trying to fight against Huhi, but the exhaust is going to make it a very one-sided fight for now. Meteos looking to come in, clean some of these guys up, find some revenge if he can, but instead engages straight into his own death.
Doesn't have Ragnarok.
A little bit more damage will likely spell the end of him here as Xmithy comes right back into the fight, looking to find the damage onto Adrian. Ryu's not going to be grabbing anybody. That's already. He's going to be channeled. Zig trying to make something happen here, but it's not going to be happening just yet. Ryu going to be taunted. Darshan's able to make the flash play. Xmithy's going to be grabbing that one. It's about to be 4 kills for CLG.
And they're going to come up huge. Afromu dies to the turret.
4 for 1, still a great choice. Zig gets to the party a little bit late, but he's still mopping these guys up. Oh, bucket at the ready. A little bit more damage will do it onto Xmithy as well. A triple kill for the big man.
Oh, it looks so good for CLG, and then it looks so bad for them. That TP from Zig, he got in on that ward there that Stixay's on, and he ends up cleaning house.
He comes in a little bit late. There's dead bodies all over the floor, but he's going to make sure there's even more of them.
Yeah, a little bit late. I think, you know what? A Zig is never late. He arrives
precisely when he means to.
Get the triple kill on the tank. It's because I criticized him saying he's the only person who's behind in this game. Not anymore, Zyrene. He's ahead. So Zig is doing a good job so far. This, though, Meteos doesn't have Ragnarok, so it's taking him so long to just peel away. There's a good catch out there from CLG, but they need to stop. It was time to stop. They start backing up, and they're like, oh, wait, there's a TP there. They didn't actually have vision within the range of the TP to see it coming, and so they answer with the TP as soon as they started to back off. Darshan comes in, gets the taunt onto Ryu. They pick him up, and then this is kind of the tag team back and forth. Afromu wants to get the heal on Darshan to save him, and he does, but he gives up his own life. And then Zig is here, the big tank.
Just comes in and smashes the remnants of CLG.
Good hook as well. And I think Zig, we talked about before, 3 of his last 4 games had been on carry top laners, and he sees himself as a carry top laner. But that hasn't completely carried over in terms of perception to his gameplay. They put him on tanks, and now he's on a tank against this team with 3 kills.
He may be in some trouble here. Curtain Call going to be opened up to disengage this one if they can. Xmithie looking to come around, make some kind of a flank. P1 in retreat. Shock Blast not going to be finding anyone. They disengage it well.
Darshan is here on the side, and Zig is going to continue to shove out top lane. That's going to pull Darshan up to the top. The question is, does P1 get the inside track onto the top side of the map and start going for this? Xmithie has put himself onto the buff, and they might fight the jungle here. Ryu has the ulti, and he might go for a flank.
Meteos face check into that brush. Xmithie still looking to take away the red, but it's Meteos who gets it.
Gotta look out.
Going to be sidestepping that stun, but the burst comes through anyway. Point, click, delete. Ryu going to be grabbing himself number 3.
Yep, and they're going to look towards that top turret. Zig had time to shove that top wave in, and so it's right up against that turret, and they're going to be able to pick it up right after.
Phoenix 1 looking very good so far here in this first game. Really going off that momentum from last week. The 2-0, and we talked about these teams having 2-0s last week. We can't downplay Phoenix 1's 2-0 because it was against the #1 team at the time, Cloud9.
Oh, yeah. And the fact that they beat Cloud9, one of those games was very convincing, and then it was almost a throw. And then the next one, it was like Zig, he dominated Impact in the top lane, 60 CS up against the person who was considered the best at the time. And then Meteos going toe-to-toe with Contracts and just honestly playing as if he had nothing to lose. And that's the strength right now for Meteos. He has all of that knowledge, that game knowledge, but he's not afraid to use it because he doesn't care if he makes a bad call because he's like, I'm invested in this team, but not to the point that, oh, I'm going to be here forever.
It's not like infinite pressure on you. Every single mistake is the end of the world. It's a more breathable atmosphere.
He's got the freedom.
Freedom to make those decisions, do what he needs to do, and what he's done so far is bring his team up to a 7K gold lead.
Yep. And we didn't touch on it earlier, but P1 had actually posted on their Facebook that Inori is back and they're splitting practice time between him and Meteos. But Inori is currently actually taking a little bit more of a break. He asked for more time to get acclimated and to get back into the swing of things. So they're going to be using Meteos today. Don't know what it's going to be like in the future because Inori is there and they are splitting time with him.
He tries to drop his combo onto Zig, barely cracks the shield on the Nautilus and takes a lot of damage in retaliation. Zig is so strong right now, and remember what we talked about in the Champion Select phase. P1 has an easy opportunity to stack that armor on these tanks and just make this mid-game impossible for CLG.
And that's where the difficulty lies here in the draft for Counter Logic Gaming. They picked themselves the Jace mid, which is easy to counter if you're just building up all of that armor. And then the lethality build from the Jhin, same story. Whereas P1 have a good mixed damage palette here. That's going to be hard to actually get itemize against. You can see in the top lane, Darshan, he only really has magic resistance and then Ninja Tabi. Whereas Meteos is still going to be packing a large punch on this Olaf. If he hits somebody with an axe, he gets that chain going. He's feeling himself. He's heating up.
The Cinderhulk going to be keeping him nice and toasty as well. You see that with the Skirmisher Saber, meaning he is one deadly duelist. The Tracker's Knife picked up by Xmithie, obviously to afford your team more vision, more knowledge, more control, but at the cost of having less damage in the actual fights. Meteos wants to make sure that if he gets on top of you, you are dead.
Yeah, Meteos is, it's kind of an interesting style to see from him because he had that reputation of, hey, he's going to be the farm jungler. He's just going to be farming all the time. Oh man, great KDA player, right?
Yeah.
But he's playing Olaf, which if you make a mistake and you just stop your snowball and you get killed, like, he's playing with no regrets.
Flash from Huhi going to be keeping himself safe from the Tidal Wave and Arrow combination coming out from Phoenix 1's bottom lane. But with that Summoner spell down, he's now got a big target on his back. Phoenix 1 pushing up in the bottom lane, looking to lay siege to the tier 2. They have removed all tier 1 turrets from the map, so it's time to start pushing deeper into enemy territory.
Gonna go after turret.
First call opened up, trying to stop it.
Deliver to
But here
backline.
comes that special delivery. Adrian gonna be knocked around. Arrow barely getting himself away from the Jhin range. Darshan immediately melted. Xmithie gonna be forced to flash away from the impending ultimate. Phoenix 1 makes it a 1-for-0.
Teleport from the past. Zig was already there in 2 places at once. How does he do it?
How does he make those magical moves?
But still, now they're going to be able to siege this. If they don't have Darshan there, Darshan does have teleport, so in 15 seconds it could be an issue. But I think P1 are going to pick this one up. They have the right flank around. Meteos just going straight behind the turret, and that's a tier 2 pickup, whereas Xmithie's still mid. I feel like P1 can now keep going a little bit further now, too.
They apparently feel the same way because they're marching onto the inhibitor turret. They've got themselves a 5v5 scenario now. Got to be careful to not overextend too far trying to take this. They want to bring it down, but the backdoor defense has come up, so that turret now heavily fortified compared to what it would be if minions were next to it. And P1 has to back away.
Yeah, P1, they'll probably reset here, take the blue buff, take their backs, control the minion wave, give themselves some time, and maybe reset on the top side of the map.
Blue buff going to be picked up, given over to Ryu. Next Drake will be Infernal. So not only is everything going awesome for Phoenix 1 right now, they are getting some solid Drake RNG, allowing them to have that much more damage with this huge gold lead that they have right now. 8K, 19 minutes in, 13 kills to 4, 4 turrets to 0. There's no way you can measure this game, Zyrene, where CLG is winning.
Number of rejuve beads purchased.
Number of rejuvenation beads purchased. If that's the metric we're judging this game by, it's CLG all the way to the
One of them
bank.
got sold already, so. Like we said, he sells one of them and he sit around, doesn't get the Tiamat because he was a little bit behind with that first death. So just checking back in on that build for Darshan, who did get a triple taunt, but it didn't work because they had to kill Arrow, and Arrow still has to flash up to her afterwards.
And you know, if P1 didn't have such a tanky front line, you might be a little bit, have to watch the itemization a little bit coming out from their opponents because you've got Ghostblade into Serrated Dirk on both the big damage enemy carries. But when you're stacking armor, lethality is really not that scary of a proposition.
No, it's not. It's not very effective at all against stacking armor.
And look at Ryu even. Zhonya's Hourglass, item number 2. He's saying, look, if you're all going to be AD, I'll build armor even though I'm the mage.
Yeah, he doesn't have to build like an Abyssal Scepter second. He doesn't have to build like a Ludens or anything like that, really. Just concerned with getting blown up by something like a Rengar, so it gives him survivability there, gives him more armor to deal with the poke. And also the fact that the builds from CLG are quite behind. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. We're approaching that number.
Now, one thing that I do want to bring up in the face of what looks like a very P1-sided match, Meteos again flexing those Olaf muscles, just walking up there, throwing out those undertows. But these teams have played each other already. And CLG, like we mentioned when we were talking about the head-to-head score, won that match in 3 games.
Yeah, they did. They won that in 3 games. One of those games was back and forth.
Yes, one of them was a throw by Phoenix 1. It was a comeback, however you want to word it.
Speaking of throwing, Xmithie.
Xmithie caught out again, tossed up into the air. They're going to give that one over to Arrow for free. 2-1 and 2 now on the Ashe with a 5 versus 4 for the next 30 seconds.
And so if you're P1 right now, you have so many options. You just killed the jungler. What do we do? Do we go Baron right now? It's so risky. They have poke. Do we go for the bottom turret because it's so easy to take? It's almost dead. That's what you do with Zig. You put him there, put the rest of your team mid. You do this. Infernal Drake is up in 45 seconds. You'll have time to reset the map and get that Infernal, but apply the pressure now. And you can see Hui's off on the side. He has to take care of top wave. And that's going to be, I believe, this turret going down, and they might be able to rotate to the bottom one too.
Inhibitor turret is in the dirt. Inhibitor now the target. 21 minutes into the game. Phoenix 1 deciding to back away. They hear the Rengar roar. They know that he's going to be coming. Now the call opened up. Huhi trying to come around to the side, but these curtain calls don't do anything. They're like a minion auto attack to Zig. And the last one just clears away part of the wave. Phoenix 1 goes right back in. They know the ultimates have been expended now. There's not that huge threat, and the first inhibitor falls 22 minutes into the game.
And look at that. Arrow gets hit with a shock blast, gets taken to about half HP, but he has Adrian there. He has the sustain, and boom, Arrow full HP again, has the red buff as well for some passive healing. And it looks like it's not the call to go for the Infernal Drake. They got the mid inhib, and this looks like a trap. It looks like they're looking for Arrow's arrow. And there it is!
There it is, onto Xmithie yet again! Caught out, knocked down, blown up. Ryu grabbing the killing spree onto that one, and with the enemy jungler dead, Looks like those P1 boys are heading to Baron.
P1 play with expectations so much. You expect them to go for the Infernal Drake. They move to the side of the map that has the Infernal Drake. Xmithie should probably think he's 100% safe to go in that side. And then they show up, the arrow comes out, he gets hit mid-air. And now it's going to be the Baron here. And CLG, they'll try to pick up the Infernal Drake as a consolation prize.
It's a great Drake, but when you're trading it up for a Baron, it's not the best feeling in the world. Baron secured for the side of Phoenix One. Darshan, Afro, and Stixay taking down this Drake as quickly as they can. They'll at least grab that for themselves. A minor consolation prize, considering they're now down 12.5 thousand gold 23 minutes into the match. They've got one inhibitor down and one exposed, staring down the barrel of a Baroned up Phoenix One.
Yeah, and Phoenix One, in terms of the draft compared to CLG, it looks like they're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit with this one because it got rolled over so far. And I think a lot of that is Xmithie's play and also Meteos punishing that. That was so aggressive of Meteos early on to play into the face of a Rengar. He knows the limits of this champion on the Olaf. And the question is, does it start getting banned?
And that's something that's kind of fun to see because Olaf, that's not what you're generally seeing in the jungle these days. It's about the Kha'Zix, it's about the Rengar, it's about the Graves.
But that's what makes the ban even better because you're not banning your own champion pool. You're banning the other guy's champion pool. It's why the Aurelion Soul ban is so good. You just don't want to have to deal with it, right? So Phoenix One, just take it off, make sure that it's not an issue, not even something you have to think about or consider. Afro got hit up, and Ryu.
Arrow onto Afro, Xmithie trying to be the front line. Ryu's already got the kill onto the Soraka, making a double onto the Rengar. Darshan, not really capable of doing a whole lot of anything. Teleports right into the stun. A triple kill for Phoenix One's mid laner. Who he gonna be chased down by that Nautilus ulti. Stixay gonna be going down next, most likely. That Olaf is just berserk running him down. A quadra kill for Ryu. Are we gonna see the big Penta? I'm not quite sure. Scumbag, who he hanging out in the fountain.
Oh boy, they've dove a fountain before. P1 have
they've still got time
before.
That Penta timer is like 30 seconds long.
Oh, can he kill Afro again?
Afro's alive. He might be able to find the Soraka. Nope. They're not going to give it to a man. Scumbag, who he. Zhonya's Hourglass popped by Ryu. The Nexus falls, and Phoenix One in not even 25 minutes takes game number one.
24:51 on the clock. Domination by Phoenix One.
What a wonderful performance by these guys. We're talking about wanting to win this game, wanting to continue that momentum upwards. Phoenix One is a playoff caliber team. The question is, how high can they actually go? Based on the performance we saw this game, they got some real potential.
That was dirty. Like, that game is just textbook go, go, go. And Meteos made, honestly, all the right moves. I'm looking at that play, and I'm like, he has priority mid. Xmithie, what is he doing? Why is Xmithie playing so far forward, invading multiple times? Like, he went for an invade, got caught out. Meteos punishes him. He gets killed. He gets his mid laner killed. He gets his top laner killed. Then he goes back to the scene of the crime on the other side of the map, goes after the chickens, and it's like, what are you doing there?
What kind of a chicken is worth this much? You already killed half your team, and now you're going to go back into enemy territory. And that's kind of one thing I wanted to point out, and it's not to downplay anything about Meteos' play, because he did very, very well that game, like we just mentioned. But at the same time, you got to look at Xmithie, and you got to look at him to fix those mistakes, because there were plenty of them this game, and CLG can't afford to have that.
Yeah, he was 1-7 in a game that had 19 kills for the other team, so a large portion of it where the next highest on his team was 4 deaths. So Xmithie, he's trying to make plays, he's trying to jump in, but it's not working out. He's getting punished for it, and I think that's one of the things, like we're saying, you can't really downplay what Meteos did, and I agree with that, because what Meteos did is he punished that. He actually saw the hubris from Xmithie on Rengar, saying, that's not how that champion works, brother. That's not how that works. You can't do that. You can't come into my territory this early in the game and expect not to get clobbered by an Olaf.
Yeah, that's what Olaf specializes in, right? Olaf duels you. Olaf runs you down and kills you.
Snowball early.
Massive early damage with those undertows, and Xmithie learned the hard way that doesn't matter how strong Rengar is, Olaf is still Olaf. But after that dominating win from Phoenix One, we're going to send things over to the analysts so we can see exactly how it all went down.
Thank you, Captain Flowers. Zale now joins me to break down that series, and a little one-sided. We saw things happen in the beginning from both sides, but it seemed like P1 just really had everything in the wheelhouse to make things work. And looking through the pick order as well, we do see that we see this trend of CLG kind of always wanting to take away things and almost getting hurt by that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things with CLG that is kind of confusing to me, and I feel like a lot of the teams are recognizing it now as we can just start rolling through the draft, is the fact that Rengar is pretty high priority in the NALCS in most regions, right? But teams are leaving it up so that CLG like essentially has to pick it. They're like, oh, you better pick this, otherwise we're gonna get it in a later round.
Right.
Knowing that Smithy is not performing on the champion, right? And this is my problem with it. Graves is taken off the table, so he cannot go for the Graves, but there's a lot of other champions that are still available in the jungle, and Smithy has shown that he's not successful on this. You know, there's only like there's a couple jungle bans, but there's still Lee Sin, there's still Nidalee, there's still like a lot of champions. There's Rek'Sai, there's...
And CLG is also giving a lot of resources to this to work. Having that Shen to be able to go in with Rengar, having Poke that the Jace can put in pre, so you can flank with that Rengar and even have a wish from Soraka to make things work.
And I mean, kind of what I want to talk about is that I think this is a great draft. When you look at this, if you take away the team name, you're like, great, it works well for them. But the problem is, just because you have a good team and good champions does not mean that it works well for you. And that's what we want to talk about a little bit with Smithy, you know, on the Rengar. They even have the team composition that works, but it was not successful.
Absolutely, and coming out in the early of the game, we're speaking about junglers. Player of the game coming into this one was Meteos on the other end. That Olaf play, being able to start things off in the early part of the game, really get things rolling. And we've heard from P1 since he started, it feels more comfortable to go in or let him do his own thing. And when he does his own thing, he can usually get things rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And Olaf is not a high priority champion, right? This is not something that a lot of people are playing. But Meteos is showing comfort, like play what works for you. You do not have to play the highest tier champion that is always available. You can play what you're good at. And Meteos takes the Olaf,
Zach.
massively outperforms the Rengar here. You know, Smithy was getting caught out left and right. He is 3-1 on the champion, but his stats are not good whatsoever on this champion. People are going to continue to leave it up against him because they are happy for Smithy to be picking it. And I think that CLG needs to realize this and needs to figure something out. Either you have to just accept the fact that you have to ban it away from your opponents and just take that as a hit to your team. Hey, we can't play it, they can. That's on us, right? You have to take that extra ban and kind of lose that. Or you have to have him figure out some sort of another answer, because this has been a problem with CLG all season long, and Meteos just stomped this game.
Yeah, he has been looking very good coming into the side of P1. Ryu as well in the mid lane to have Meteos kind of be able to fly around. He does so well controlling the lane on anything. They know how to play against that Jace. You see the Syndra this game, and we see on CLG side things start to flounder a little bit. We talked about picks and bans. We also know that previously, you know, Darshan would ban out that Camille on blue side. Things that they have always looked to do and kind of save people from either having to play a champion, but now putting Smithy on that champion that we kind of see to be possibly an error for them to keep taking this Rengar. We'll have to see more as we go into the later parts of the game. Obviously, looking at the bot lane, we had Freak, Mark Z, and Freeze going on chatting about that. Arrow having another great game as well. And they still put up a great fight in the bot lane. It was a great lane to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Ryu as far as consistency. Arrow is another guy. These two players just don't really seem to have bad games. It's not that they're hard carrying every single game, but it never feels like, oh man, Arrow is why they lost that game. Oh, Ryu is why they lost that game. And I think there's so much to be said for this. They're never the anti-carry, right? They're never keeping you out of the game. They will be consistent performers. Arrow is so safe. He's on point with his skill shots. He always has high damage done. He's just so effective. He's really everything you want from an AD carry, and I think that was showcased pretty well this game.
So how might CLG kind of strong arm next picks and bans against P1?
I mean, CLG talks a lot about we don't want to play our opponent's style. We shouldn't care what they're doing. We should play our own style. And I think that they need to be true to that with Smithy. This is not working. Switch it up. Get him on something he's comfortable on. Pick priority be damned. You need to be comfortable on your champions.
All right. Well, we will see if CLG can put up a fight in Game 2 or if Phoenix 1 can close this one out with a clean 2-0. We'll be back right after this break.
My name is Huhi. Haunted houses are spooky. I like cats who are floofy. My name is Darshan. Enemy top laners make me yawn.
Oh, spitting bars.
There's number 2. Ryu's going to be grabbing that one. Darshan exhausted. And Phoenix 1 is going to be going 3 for 0. Focus Fire going to be finding number 1. Meteos pressing the go button. Pedal to the metal. Arrow cashing in on that one too. 4 for 1. Still a great choice. Zig gets to the party a little bit late, but he's still mopping these guys up. Oh, bucket at the ready. little bit more damage will do it onto Xmithie as well. A triple kill for the big man. Teleports right into the stun. A triple kill for Phoenix One's mid laner. Who he gonna be chased down by that Nautilus ulti. 6A gonna be going down next, most likely. That Olaf is just berserk running him down. A quadra kill for Ryu. Are we gonna see the big Penta? The Nexus falls, and Phoenix One in not even 25 minutes takes game number 1.
Well, we're definitely really close in the playoff standings, and every game matters for us making it to playoffs or not making it. So I'm not really looking at every individual team, but I just want to win every single match and get better every match. And I feel like as we did last split, we kind of had a rough start, but things are definitely coming together better. We're having better practices, and I genuinely see the improvement. So I just want to make sure we get cleaner and cleaner as we get closer.
Wants to get cleaner and cleaner, and last game was a little bit messy for the boys from CLG.
Yep, last time they got cleaned up because that game was actually the best early game that anyone has ever had in the entire league. P1 looked really good, and now they have the record for 15, 20, and if the game had gone 25 minutes, would have been the most gold that a team had had over another in NALCS this split.
If it only would have lasted 9 more seconds, they could have put another notch in their belt for records, but sadly, they just had to win too fast. First world problems for Phoenix One.
They were up 15.7 thousand gold at 24.51. Ridiculous number there. I think a lot of that was Meteos in the jungle. He looked great. He looked aggressive. He preyed on the mistakes of Counter Logic Gaming, and specifically Smithy, who it seems like is not there just yet because there's a lot of deliberation to do because he has to clean things up. That was too aggressive of him against the Olaf, which not a lot of people are actually getting experience against. Maybe he doesn't know the limitations of the matchup because when Olaf dropped out of the meta, that's when Rengar became the meta. So a lot of people just said, okay, we're dropping those champions, we're picking up these ones. The Meteos, throwing a little bit of a curveball there, and Darth Meteos looks on point.
And it kind of goes back to what Azael was talking about on the analyst desk. Let him play what he's comfortable with. Let him play what he knows and what he's good at. Don't just go strictly for something because it's meta, right? You saw Meteos playing the Olaf, which, like you just mentioned, not a lot of people have experience against it because not a lot of people play it. Meteos is following his heart, man. And it leads him straight to Olaf. Smithy has got to find what works for him.
Yeah, and that's the issue is the Rengar, very meta right now. The takeaway and the priority that they've been showing on it for Counter Logic Gaming side, which Azael was talking about, it doesn't seem to be a very good fit for the team at the moment. The Rengar performances are very hit or miss, and even the hits are not out of the park.
Right, it's not a home run. You're getting a double.
Yeah.
It's not the best. But it's still all right. Either way, CLG has got to make very big changes going here into game number 2 because every time you get to talk about a really cool stat, like Phoenix 1 had the greatest leads in the league, period, so far of any of the games, you also have to look at the other side of the coin. Yeah. CLG had the biggest losses in the league so far of any team.
Yeah,
that's got to be fixed.
It's an incredibly devastating loss as well. I mean, but the good news is it was over fast. They didn't have to suffer.
They didn't drag it out.
A long game, but that's to talk a little bit about P1's strength of closing that game out. That was clean. That doesn't get much cleaner than that. And that was just by the book. They kept going. They kept making really creative picks too, because I will say that if Phoenix 1 had done it completely by the book, where it's like, all right, get Infernal Drake now, etc., they wouldn't have made the pick on Xmithy with an arrow to then go get the Baron. They then backed up, went for a pick, and that's the clever thing about P1 is you can't really expect exactly what they're going to do. You see some clever routing from Meteos, and you're like, all right, he's going to back off because I'm Rengar. Nope, that's not the case. P1 throw curveballs constantly.
I wanted to make the curveball comment too because I wanted to keep going with the baseball analogy.
We're insane.
We already kind of got onto that. Exactly, the synergy on point today. Hopefully for Counter Logic Gaming, they're going to get some synergy rolling of their own here in game number 2. But we're into picks and bans. Phase number 1, Elise and LeBlanc banned away by CLG. Phoenix 1 going to go ahead and make sure Aframu is not on Thresh yet again.
Want to take away the playmaking from him. The last things that they had banned was Malzahar, Thresh, and Graves. Varus, LeBlanc, Elise. Elise, LeBlanc still taken away by Counter Logic Gaming, and the Varus was banned by Phoenix 1. So do they pick up the Graves ban, or do they go for it themselves as a first pick to possibly put Xmithy on something a little bit more comfortable, a little less CC?
To see what they decide to go with here. 5-6 more seconds before they have to make that choice. There you go. You target ban the Olaf. Zyrene predicted it at the end of last game. When are they going to take away what works? And the answer is game number 2.
Yep. Take away the Olaf. When he played it against Counter Logic Gaming, and C9, he smashed him. He destroyed the Rengar jungle, and there wasn't really anything they could do about it. The Rengar was 3-0 back in the C9 game, and he still came up and beat him when he was 0-1.
Ash will be the final ban from Phoenix 1. Want to make sure that CLG doesn't decide to pick that one up as their very first choice, or second or third choice, to be quite honest.
Well, it's kind of a pinch here because now Jhin is left in that god trinity of 80 carries, but you still have all these other things on the table. Ryze, Shen. You also have Malzahar is still on the table too.
So they're saying, look, you can pick Jhin if you really want him, but just remember, we're getting 2 other ones.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there is actually a decent amount up here, and I think you'll go for Jhin here as Phoenix 1. You'll pick up one of those champions.
Darshan going to be on that Shen again this game, seeing if he can have a better performance than he did in game number 1. Zig going to go ahead, grab that Jhin, the remaining S-tier 80 carry, like you already said. We'll have to see what Phoenix 1 wants to do as their second option, and they're going to lock in the Rengar for Meteos this time.
All right, so he's going to pick up the Rengar here. Not the same Rengar one trick that Inori was previously, so we'll see how he does on that champion. It's a little bit of a different suit for him as well. Meteos had previously played a decent amount of Kha'Zix and then also the Olaf. Interesting, because Orianna has been slowly sliding back into the meta, and I actually thought CLG's composition last game could have actually used an Orianna as their third pick for a full-on ball combo. That might be what Phoenix1 go for here, depending on mid lane matchup.
I think Smithy will pick up that Graves. Like you said, it's something he'll be a little bit more comfortable on. Yeah, you aren't going to have the CC element with him, but having Smithy on something that he's like, hey, I can impact the game. I know my limits. I know what I'm going to be doing this whole time. I'm not going to make those errors that I committed last time with going into enemy territory when I shouldn't. That's going to be important. They also grab the Ezreal as their AD carry.
Yeah, and right here, Phoenix1, I expect something like a Zyra or Malzahar support, but they want to go with the top lane and pick the tank. Just matching. All right, so it's non-risk. They don't want to get themselves banned out and forced off of tank top laners. Interesting, because now all those supports that are up, doesn't matter. Adrian will play whatever. And actually, you know what, reconsidering what I said, it's Adrian. He wants to play the Nami. He wants to play the Soraka. His champion pool that he trolled around about, and people were like, oh, is he serious? Where he's like, it's so deep. It's actually kind of true now that the meta has shifted multiple times. He has experience on a wide variety of champions that banning out Adrian isn't really possible.
The Nautilus versus the Shen in the top lane. History is going to repeat itself, at least in the matchup. CLG hoping that it doesn't repeat itself in the result, of course. Phase 2, the bans are starting, and the first one for Phoenix1 this time is going to be that Aurelion Soul instead of the second.
Yeah, if it's your given ban, then use your other bans as reactionary to what they ban.
Nami going to be removed by CLG.
Nope.
Don't want to have to be dealing with that this time around.
Maybe force the Soraka, and then you can take a playmaking support if you're counter logic gaming.
We have talked about how Aphromoo is good on those playmaking supports. He's the kind of guy who can lead the team, call the shots, and set things up for success. Maybe that's what they want to do. Maybe that's going to be one of those big switches if they flip this game to change the strategy from game number 1.
Yeah, it's so interesting, too, because Phoenix1 banned the Malzahar out, which is what you would expect to be paired with the Graves for the point-and-click CC. And it means Phoenix1 don't really want to take that in their first pick, so...
Jace removed by CLG, not wanting to have to deal with that as the mid laner from Phoenix1. Now P1's got the choice. What are you going to pick up? You've still got to get your mid lane. You've still got to get your support.
Yeah, and there's still so much up. You can go for the Zyra on support. You can go for the Soraka and take it away from Aphromoo. There you go. Trading it back and forth.
Adrian going to be piloting that one this time around. You know that's a troll hover.
Do I? I don't know.
I mean,
don't tell me that.
I kind of feel bad because Stixxay used to always do the Warwick hover, but now that Warwick's a champion that might actually realistically be played in LCS, it doesn't have the same impact. It's a bummer, man.
Possibly Thresh, maybe?
You can hear the crowd cheering. They want to see that Blitzcrank get locked in, and honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing it either, but not today. Orianna locked in.
Yep, I thought that this should have been the pick instead of the Jace last time for Counter Logic Gaming to have a full combination and a mixed palette of damage. But now they pick it up so that Phoenix1 don't take it as their last pick, and they have the huge combination because this would be so deadly if you allowed the Orianna to go over to Phoenix1 because it's the ball combination, then Soraka Silence on top of the Shockwave, so there is no counterplay. There's literally no counterplay once it happens.
Yeah, the Rengar jumps in, the ball happens, everybody gets juxtaposed right in the middle of it, and all of a sudden you're on a silence field. You're just dead by the time anything ends. Aphromoo gonna be playing the Bard this time around.
Yep. A little bit of lack of hard CC here that's reliable for Counter Logic Gaming. The taunt is quite good. The Orianna will have to get the Shockwave out for Xmithy to blow up people, but that's a level 6 requirement. So the early game here from Xmithy, I expect some farming, and we'll see what he does to influence the lanes, because Aphromoo will have to be on point with the bindings.
Yeah, you can see some amazing setup plays coming out from Bard if the Tempered Fate and the bindings can find their way onto the right targets. That being said, Bard is also one of these champions where when things go wrong with him, they seem to go hilariously wrong. So CLG hoping that they go hilariously right instead. Syndra will be the final pick for Phoenix1.
And Phoenix1, if they win this match, that's 3-0 with Meteos so far. One of them against Cloud9, one of them against Counter Logic Gaming. And they're looking pretty good right now. They had a little bit of a slump that they were coming into. And then this seems to have turned it around a bit here.
And you also got to remember, if Phoenix1 wins this, that's going to set these guys' head-to-head record to even.
Yep.
It's not going to be CLG favored anymore. So then if we get to the end of the split and for some reason they're sitting on a tied record, it goes to a real tiebreaker.
And actually, I want to touch on this too, because once the tiebreakers are 1-1, it's then game record.
And Phoenix 1 have the second best game record in the league. TSM has too many 2-1 matches, so they actually played way more games and have more losses. Phoenix 1 is 16-8 right now, 66% win rate, whereas a team like Cloud9, I believe they're at 68 instead of 66.
So
they're
it's
really
that
close.
close.
They're
It's
really
very, 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 very similar. So Phoenix 1 definitely wanting to find their win here, put CLG in their place, make up for the loss they experienced to this team earlier on in the split. Like we mentioned, that series, 3 games. 1 game was very one-sided for CLG. 1 was very one-sided for Phoenix 1. The last one, Phoenix 1 was ahead, and then ultimately ends up throwing the game. CLG mounts a comeback, and that's how they find their victory. So this time around, Phoenix 1 not looking to let that happen. They are the ones who want to be looking to make sure they lock this one away very clean. CLG coming out of the base. Everything might get interesting as there's a lot of pings coming out in the river.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, everybody's just rushing forward. No ghosts, of course, blown at the start. And to touch back on that game record I was talking about, Phoenix 1 are 16-8 currently. Cloud9 is 17-8. So
that's real close.
The win here from Phoenix 1 would put them tied in game record with Cloud9, who's number 1. Haven't played this week, so of course that number will change.
Right, of course.
But it's just showing that's how close they are. Whereas TSM, the second place or first place team tied, is 16-11.
Yeah, TSM having a few too many of those games go all the way to the 3rd match, so it hurts you in terms of that overall win-loss.
Which just goes to show how much Phoenix 1 actually have dominant 2-0s, snowball games, and close them out. Even against C9, same story, the 2-0 sweep, the shutout there. So P1, when they're on, and they're looking like a playoff team. Like you said earlier, how far does it go, though? Is this a second place, first place, third place team? Still up in the air.
Yeah. And they're looking to make sure that that coin lands on heads by finding their 2-0 against CLG today. CLG in Phoenix 1 territory with Darshan and Xmithie going to be scaring Zig away there. Zig popping the shield to make sure he's all right as Phoenix 1. They're going to return the favor, move into enemy territory, and steal that red buff away. So it's just going to be a red for a red traded by both sides.
The question, though, is the enter into lane here from Phoenix 1, because they could take this super dangerous route. I hate when this happens. But it's not going to end up being anything worse than a stun.
Nothing crazy at all. Red buff gets shot down. Xmithie grabbing that one for himself. Going to be taking those chickens away as well. This time, it's totally safe to take the chickens.
Yep, it's completely safe to take the enemy chickens now. But yeah, when I was saying I hate when this happens, it's because that tri-brush, when you're coming back through it, the bottom lane was just helping out their jungler, but they kind of get destroyed by that because the enemy team has priority onto the bottom side. And look at this. Meteos just going to make himself travel across, go towards his blue buff, show himself completely through the lane. It's just like, I don't care that you know where I am. It's efficiency that counts.
I literally am more concerned with the 2 seconds I'm saving by walking through here than I am with you knowing where I'm at.
Exactly.
A bold statement. We'll have to see how well it works out for him. The CLG shoving up in the bottom lane. Xmithie moving into enemy territory, looking to maybe catch Meteos here. Xmithie's full HP and Meteos is below half. Afro going to be fighting a lot of damage onto him. Ignite taken by the CLG support, who finds first blood.
First blood to Afro move. Roams, gets those auto attacks on, and like I said, they have priority bottom. Part of it's the matchup, but also they had to give it up there. Because Phoenix 1 helped Meteos leash that bottom side red, they had to go through an unsafe route. They end up behind in levels. Adrian has to walk all the way around, still level 1, and then they just have no pressure in the bottom side. So it's kind of all of a butterfly effect of what just happened to get
Man mode engaged. 1v1 Bard, still looking to make more plays. There's your setup. The binding going to be finding its mark. Xmithie looking for just a little more damage, and he's got it with the end of the line. Xmithie cashing in for that second kill for CLG.
And there you go. Afromove threw out the binding. It hits true, and it picks up the kill there, and that's what they need to get those kills on that Graves early on. It's honestly a requirement that you land those to get him in there and get those kills.
And as soon as I saw that Bard locked in, I said this champion can go so right if the skill shots are there.
Oh, and skill shot is there on Kuhi.
Kuhi gonna be jumped on, flashing away, TP channeled by Darshan to scare them off from doing anything else. Yep. And look at this! Afromove's going big game hunting again, just constantly going after this Rengar.
Well, there's no safe place for him. He can't really run. Adrian actually just gonna pull the wave there and make sure that he saves it all for arrow and it doesn't hit the turret. And this right here, the way that Bard Q works is when it contacts, it actually checks immediately if there's anything behind the person.
and that's what matters. So if you flash afterwards and the travel time of it going through you, it hit you, it's going through you and gonna latch to the wall, that travel time does not matter. It doesn't give a damn about it. If there was a wall behind you when you flashed, it checked the wall,
stuck.
and you're stuck.
Meteos forced to flash away there. Meteos is looking this game a lot like Xmithy looked last game, where he's off to a slow start, and now he's kind of just running around like, what do I do?
Yeah, he got destroyed by the support there. Actually had a strange route because of the fact that there was a swapped invade. His bottom lane didn't get pressure, and then, of course, Meteos crossed mid, and the Graves like, I don't think you can do that against me. And went in, and Afromu with the Ignite, which, you know, you take it in this matchup for the Soraka, came in handy on the Rengar.
Yeah, that paid off really big, grabbing that first blood for himself. CLG up to almost 1,000 gold lead 5 minutes into the match. Very, very similar to how Phoenix 1 was feeling in game number 1. And the unorthodox Bard pick just doing so much work right now. Adrian and Arrow continuing to farm up well, staying even with their opponents in terms of that creep count so far, but they're spending a lot of time underneath the turret.
Yep. TP used top by Zig to get back. Darshan does not have his teleport. He used it in canceling mid Meteos. Of course, doing his Krugs, getting really low. He's not going to die to him.
Meteos still just kind of playing catch up at this point in time, walking around, getting as much EXP as he can. Going to be looking for the opportunity a little bit later on to maybe make some kind of a play, because right now, with the Graves being ahead, with how effective of a duelist he is, with the fact that he's almost level 6, it's a very scary proposition to try to make a play that you may end up in the same place as that Graves.
Yeah, and as the Rengar, you really want to rush the level 6. But the Graves is still ahead. Meteos took a back, and Graves about half a level up here, but also up in the fact that he has more items, that he's going to be able to actually bully him around, and he went for the Tracker's Knife again on Graves, so he's just looking to keep track of Meteos. Very common from Xmithy to actually go Tracker's Knife and look for the enemy jungle, and that's what he likes to do, is get the pressure that way.
Hey, it helps to be able to do extra damage to people, but sometimes you can just keep track of them. It does that much more.
Because then you get to dictate what happens. If your bottom lane knows that Meteos is on that side, they can start playing back in about 3 seconds when he shows, well, about the time that he would gank, and you go top, or you go for the counter gank. It's kind of useful in that sense. Sure, you have less in terms of combat, like you said, but if you play the macro, then you can play it out well.
Knowledge is power, man. Huhi hanging out in mid lane, staying blow for blow on these creeps with Ryu. Both of these two are going to have so much playmaking potential as they hit these level 6 marks, as they unlock those ultimate abilities. We've seen shockwaves turn entire games. For the people who watched SKT, KT, the magic shockwave by SKT when they were down almost 10,000 gold.
Oh, this right here, it actually going to be a collapse from CLG. They're unknowingly actually getting themselves into a good spot.
P1 grabbing some decent damage onto Afromu there, but a good magical journey through the wall keeps him safe, and uh-oh.
Spaghetti-o.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a problemo here. Not quite sure why our screen has turned into this wonderful stepping
we're not
stone,
dead.
but we're going to figure out eventually what's going on. But for the time being, as Meteos, you said the best thing that you want to do on the Rengar, you want to hit the level 6, you want to go for the ultimate, and then you want to look for a play there. What is the call for Phoenix 1 as a team right now to make things happen here, to get themselves into a good spot?
Well, they're trying clever things like we just saw where they're hiding out in the bush. That actually looked like Counterlogic Gaming was having Xmithy on that side, and then they had Afromu roaming up. So it was almost an unintentional pincer onto that bush, but Afromu took so much damage that he had to get out of there. And it looks like it's something for Meteos on his computer. Don't know exactly what happened, but we'll see.
Hopefully it's a short-term problem. You always hope that it's a 2-minute kind of a pause instead of a 20-minute kind of a pause.
Apparently his screen was alt-tabbing.
Ooh.
Which is honestly one of the worst things that could happen.
Yeah, that sounds really awful. You're just trying to play the game and it minimizes itself.
Yeah, only time that happens with me is when I'm oh hey, that's us.
Hey,
no, it's like
what's up, me?
Well, the only time that happens with me is when I'm doing 2 screens, right? And it's like borderless. And sometimes the mouse goes onto the other screen.
And you click out of it.
And you're like, oh, whoa, what happened? And it just didn't register it there. But of course, they don't have 2 monitors on stage. But it's a very frustrating problem that I'm sure a lot of people can relate to. You're just like, that kill would have been mine.
That would have been, I would have been able to do this. I would have been able to do that if my game was working
Don't think
properly.
you would have gotten the kill, but I do think that, it's one of the frustrating points.
Still something that you don't want to see happening to yourself. Hopefully they get that fixed as soon as they can. Looking at the items completed so far on these various players. Swiftness boots completed before anything else for the Jhin this time around, even before going for any of those lethality items. No Dirk or anything just yet, making sure he has that mobility to get himself out of situations.
Yeah, I actually talked to some Jin mains, and they were saying, rushing boots is so good. That's why the boots for potion start is quite good as well. Because the Swifties, I mean, you can actually start dictating lane because you just naturally have more trading power on your 4th shot, and you can walk up, run away without any retaliation. And if you keep doing that in a lane that already has high trading potential with the Soraka, who covers all of your mistakes, then you're good to go. Just like right now. Hui!
We're back into the game. Hui barely keeping himself in the game, staying alive through that burst from Ryu. Afromu looking to come in, make some kind of a play, but will not do so. Ryu getting himself back in time, but Hui takes so much damage from that Syndra. Really going to have to be respecting that burst.
Yeah, got out of the pause, and it apparently is reported as user error. Meteos was hitting the keyboard too much and tapped himself. So,
we all have them, man. We all have them.
We've all been there. But so there was no actual issue. As we go back to the trading top lane, and yeah, Shen, he's going to win this once he has the Tiamat. And you can see Darshan goes for the Tiamat super early on because he didn't die in the matchup.
And he gets to use the bead.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to sell it.
He doesn't have to sell that one. He gets to put that one right into the blades. Don't know exactly how it ends up there in the Tiamat.
Yeah, I never really bothered to understand some of the recipes in this game. Like, some of them make sense. A lost chapter building into Morello. You have a page that turns into a book. That's right there. It's logical.
Yeah.
But then we also have a bunch of bow and arrows being made out of swords.
You never build a bow and arrow out of swords?
What about I learned how to do that one?
My favorite is take amplifying tomes, you put them together,
and you get a gun.
You get a gun.
I wish I...
Yeah. Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power, yeah.
Stay in school.
Kids would want to read more if you could make these dope magical pistols out of their books.
Yeah, that'd be pretty dope. But still, item builds don't have to make sense.
They don't.
Video game.
That's the magical part of video games. Speaking of magical, a nice magic buff for both AP and AD going to be coming through for CLG. The same first Drake as last game, the first Drake this game, that Infernal, that buff that everybody wants so very much.
Yep, want it as soon as you can get it. Very early Drake take there, about 9-minute mark for Counter Logic Gaming.
With a big damage threat jungler like the Graves, along with having the big damage from your Orion and your Ezreal, they're going to get a lot of use out of that.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty much across the board. They don't really have too much that the Shen will make of it, but he does have the Tiamat, which will turn into a Titanic Hydra eventually, one day. But you want to get tanky before you start actually investing in that item.
P1 still down about 700 or 800 gold. They've staunched the bleeding well from their early deficit against CLG. Top laners just trading blows back and forth here in that northern part of the map.
Yeah.
We talked about these two kind of at the start of the game when we were in Champion Select, and they are in an interesting spot.
Hold on. This looks like they're actually roaming mid. They're going to try to open up with the Jhin ultimate, I assume, and try to make a pick here. Meteos does have the ultimate. They're looking for Hui, and we'll see.
Barriers exist to be broken. Can Ryu break any of those barriers right now? Xmithy might be in a spot to come around behind, make something work here. Everybody else from P1 kind of dispersing. Yep, we're just heading home.
Yeah, and that's good to do, is just keep roaming back and forth like that. CLG do actually do the right thing, take a back timer for Stixxay and also Afromu so that they can get back to their lanes, reset, have more items, and now you're going to see Arrow and Adrian, they're going to have to take it back, and it won't be a very favorable one for them. Large wave here will be caught by Stixxay, and they can stop Adrian, force him back, waste a few seconds. And so yeah, I definitely think CLG get a little bit better there for the roam that had been made by P1.
Yep, just a little bit of a rotational edge for him. True Shot Barrage fired off to stop that back again, and just by a few more of those valuable seconds, make it that much more of a pain for P1 to do what they need.
And he does it again. Adrian just didn't walk all the way back and go for this. So what's going to happen now? Counter Logic Gaming can push this all the way to the turret. They can bring Grave to the bottom side of the map, and this is going to be Arrow by himself underneath the turret for, I would say, about 15 seconds, maybe a little bit more.
And a Jhin by himself is one of the last champions in the game that you want to leave undefended. Very difficult for him to get out of situations that are difficult by nature, considering he's largely immobile.
Yeah, and so Graves still clearing out the Krugs. Xmithy doesn't go for the invade instead, or the dive. Right now, though, they're looking for Hui in mid.
Flash away as soon as he hits that roar.
And Ghost.
And Ghost. Both summoner spells blown for that one. So even though they don't get the kill, taking both summoners down is going to be huge if they can come back and make a play in that window before they come back up.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, though. And I'm noticing this more and more from P1, is Arrow loves to roam towards mid to
pop his ulti. Stixay, though, has the Shen. Oh, can't get the blast cone.
Adrian locked up. Taunt comes through, trying to get himself away, but it's not going to do anything. Smithy grabbing kill number 3 for his team.
Yep, couldn't get to the blast cone on the bottom side of it, so Adrian gets taunted up after the Stand United. That was an aggressive Stand United. That's the one that I like to see, where you make a play and you force it.
Curtain call opens up. Meteos coming in, looking to make some kind of a move here. Ryu wants to find some damage if he can, but not going to be making it happen just yet. Darshan going to be knocked up underneath the enemy turret. More damage coming through. Stun's not going to be finding anyone. Stixay, now the target, going to be taken very low. Arrow still looking to find damage, but he's got to be careful. Huhi rotating over. True Shot Barrage only going to be making its way onto Zig. Very tanky, but also very low. P1 needs to be very mindful of exactly where they're at right here. The stun comes through. Darshan going to be JCC'd. A nice shockwave. A double kill for Darshan. Going to be losing his own life for it. But it's a 2 for 2. 2 for 1, excuse me. CLG coming out on top.
Huhi, big play there with the shockwave. That's exactly what they needed, because it was a few seconds, about 2 or 3 before Adrian was there. He pops the wish as a counter to the shockwave. It's still not enough, but if he had been there to kind of, first aid, apply the bandages, get people healed up, that shockwave would not have had the same impact there. You can see on the minimap, he's just so close. He's almost there. He's almost on the screen. There's the shockwave. Didn't have the time to actually just get to everybody and has to blow the ultimate there. And still the double kill for Darshan.
Nicely done by Huhi, making sure that they're able to walk away with the advantage in that fight. The 2 for 1, over 1,000 gold lead now. 1 minute until the next Infernal Drake spawns, and it looks like CLG is feeling pretty comfortable being able to set down some vision around this area and prep for it.
Exactly. They already have a lot of vision with the control wards on the blue side, or I guess it's always hard because you're like, CLG's blue side, but it's the blue side of P1's jungle. So the eastern side of the map.
wording. Yeah.
I like to use directions, east, north, south, and west. And that's the eastern jungle right there, and they have complete control of it right by the Infernal Drake. And they have about half of this HP.
Afro move, finding himself in a bit of a curious position. Oh, himself away with the magical journey. Huhi and Smithy looking to make the moves if they can. Arrow stuck underneath the turret. What did I say about Jin being alone? You don't want him to be there, but Stixay, more than happy that he is, going to be grabbing that kill for himself. First turret of the game going to be dropping. Infernal's going to be the prize for it, and everything is coming up CLG.
Exactly. Arrow doesn't even use flash there, decides to hold it. But there was just so many members here. P1 do not have control of their bottom side until now.
Smithy, Stand United, keeps him alive just barely, gets himself over the wall to safety.
Yeah, he's going to try to do this camp. Don't know if he's going to smite it or anything like that, because the Infernal Drake is coming up, and I don't know if this goes over to CLG as definitively as we had just said a moment ago.
P1 has control over the area for the time being. Smithy back up to about half HP, smite at the ready.
Darshan has TP. Darshan is already there. Zig is still top lane. This is so risky. I think P1 have to get rid of this. They have to go away.
There's no way. There's no way you're going to be able to fight that 4v5. You're down anyway. CLG's got a 3,000 gold lead after those kills and those turrets. Bird Call opens up, looking to make some kind of a fight if they can. Infernal Drake going to be secured. A very magical journey as Ryu's not going to be finding his stun just yet. Tempered Fate locks him down. True Shot Barrage comes out. Shockwave forces away the flash. And CLG with another success, but they do lose their top lane tier 1.
Yep, Zig ends up picking that one up with all the time that he was spending up there. He could have roamed down, but decides to go for the lane advantage. It is an Infernal Drake, which is high priority, but it seems like the call was, we'll try to get a kill, we'll try to get something here. But it's one of those, if it falls into our lap, we'll take it plays from P1. Whereas CLG, they did the right thing. They went for it. They forced them out and knew they had TP advantage in the first place with Darshan in attendance as well.
Darshan's pretty hard to kill right now. He's got the Spirit Visage completed, so he's going to be able to resist the magic damage coming out of both his lane opponent and the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because Arrow isn't really building lethality this game. This is the old school Essence Reaver.
Meteos finding some damage onto Smithy, but not a ton of it. Backed himself away, utilizing the heal from the Empowered Battle Roar.
Yeah, but this is going to be 2 turrets for P1 total, and they'll take a turret lead here off of the priority that they have on the bottom side of the map, and you can see the control wards they have in the southern part. So Arrow will pick this one up for himself, and it'll make the gold 1,000 between them.
Yep, P1's doing a good job, despite the fact that the game is 1-6 and the fights keep going the way of CLG. P1's doing a good job keeping themselves in the game, finding opportunity under any nook and cranny that it might be hiding, and keeping themselves relevant.
When you get to the highest level of League of Legends and you watch the professional play, you realize that the game is a lot like when you're fighting someone. The punches, when they're punching,
there's always an opening somewhere because they're extending their arm. Where are you punching them back? And that's how you have to do it. Is you can't just, you know, take the punch, right? You have to be able to. Okay, they're top side. We're going bottom side. You have to be like water and
bob and
adjust.
weave.
Exactly. You have to adjust to what they're doing and play around it. And that's why you see like some of the best teams on the international stage are the ones that can play defense so well and not lose as much when they go offensive.
I have to see if P1 can keep this up as CLG continues being the ones who seem on the aggressive. Always pushing up into enemy territory. Gonna be removing some of those wards, setting down some of their own. They've got only one turret removed, but it is the mid lane tier 1, so it opens up a little bit of space here around the enemy jungle, allows them to step up a little bit further. Oh, it's not the one in the middle, excuse me. I have no idea why I was looking at the map like that. It's the bottom lane tier 1 they were able to take down. Darshan walked himself away from Zig. Curtain Call opened up mid lane.
And here comes Meteos to the bottom side, looking for Darshan. He's got flash still.
Darshan might look to get himself away, but he does not have the tools. Zig gonna be grabbing that kill.
And that's complete bottom side control here. Sure, Stixay will do some damage to that top side. Meteos gonna clear out the bottom. Red buff's about to come up as well. There's pings onto that. P1 have all moved themselves to the bottom side, and they are playing to bottom mid. And Stixay is going to have to push really hard. And look at that, he's gonna try to clear out the mid wave, deal some damage to it so it doesn't get pushed.
Ryu eats the true shot barrage. Arrow's gonna be bound up. The damage is through, and Adrian's gonna be taken down too, almost. Xmithie with one more auto attack makes it a double kill. Ryu looking to return the favor, find some damage onto Afromu if he can. Xmithie running himself out. Stand United gonna be used, keeping him alive. Darshan into the fight. Zig is there, but very low on mana. Gotta be careful about that one. Ryu still looking for targets, but Darshan is tanky. 1 for 2.
So they lose pressure on the bottom side on P1, and Counterlogic Gaming are able to push them away. Still have to be a little bit careful there. Meteos.
Darshan wants this. Finds the taunt onto Meteos. The binding's not going to be making any sort of a stun, but doesn't even need to. The damage continues. Meteos trying to cleanse those slows. It's not enough, and Darshan grabs that one.
That's one of those times you go, did he have flash the whole time? Because he used it like right after everything. He didn't use it to dodge the taunt, didn't use it to get over a wall and escape. Use it to put himself a little bit further ahead. We'll see, because it looks like it is a cooldown. Looks like he had it the whole time. Ryu does actually take a decent chunk there, and then Adrian has to... Oh man, Adrian has like nothing left in the tank. You can't heal people like that. He gets chunked out, the shockwave ends up blowing him up, so he has nothing to offer. And that was a really split fight by P1, but big props to CLG there for punishing that, because they were in a situation where their top side, they were pushing it in. They could just handshake and say, all right, bottom side, you go in, and we'll end up taking the top. But they forfeit mid in that point. And so they had to make a play like that. And so Huhi Shockwave was very important. But I think Xmithie gave him a lot of criticism last game for the matchup he had against the Olaf and how he was playing it. In this game, he definitely punished Meteos early on his Rengar and made it so that we're looking at a 4-0 and 4 Graves. It's very scary with a black cleaver.
Xmithie is doing exactly what we wanted to see Xmithie do. We said this is the player on CLG that needs to step up. This is the player who's lagging a little bit behind when you compare it to the improvements that his teammates have made. And the difference between Game 1 Xmithie and Game 2 Xmithie can't be understated.
Yeah, on a much more comfortable champion for him. Had the assistance in the early game. Afromu was able to put Meteos behind, and I think like overall, just looking at the members of CLG, Stixay, like he's adapted his build. Doesn't have boots yet as well, and the gold lead, which we had just seen a second ago, both Xmithie and Stixay are significantly ahead of their lane opponent in CS, in kills, assists, and so they're doing a really, really good job right now. And I also like the fact that Stixay bought the Executioner's Calling very early on to deal with the Soraka, and just didn't leave it up to the Morellonomicon, which comes into play once they have low HP, but this is consistent. And CLG, looking for a cross-map play here. Zig, no teleport. He's gonna have to truck it here.
Zig can't work his way into the fight. Curtain Call gonna be used, but it gets canceled out by the Tempered Fate. Baron gonna be taken down to about half HP. Phoenix 1 wants to stop this, but they gotta be careful. The health bars are low. Ryu's gonna be bursted. Adrian 2. Darshan looking to find even more onto Arrow. Walking himself out, trying to stay alive. Darshan gonna be eating some damage. CLG's focus is split. They're able to find Baron Nashor, and now they turn back onto Phoenix 1. Zig is the target, trying to find a way out of this one, but there's no way out today. Stixay grabbing the kill, and CLG has found an awesome bout of momentum.
Darshan running through. He's got home guard. He's looking for Arrow.
Can't quite find the taunt onto his mark, but he still does a lot of damage when he actually hits him. Arrow trying to get himself away. Afromu coming up with the wall, using the blast plant. Magical Journey set up into a spot, so Darshan's able to lock these guys down. There comes your taunt for the kill. I don't think I've ever seen that one before, but Meteos now 1 hit from death. Adrian nearby to keep him alive, gonna be channeling those heals, but CLG is looking good in game number 2.
Yeah, they make all the right moves there. They get the Baron, they force it when they know the Zig doesn't have teleport, and then the fight starts up. And look at that, they caught Ryu again!
Ryu just deleted off the face of the world, inhibitor down in mid lane, and the CLG push continues.
Yeah, they're gonna push here, they have Baron. They're gonna say, you did it in 24:51? CLG, they're gonna try to do better.
We're gonna beat you even faster. Darshan locked up underneath that Nexus turret, getting himself out of the aggro for now.
We got him!
Xmithie with a nice shot. Nexus turret number 1 is history. Zig's gonna be joining it now. Meteos jumps in, but all for nothing. Darshan very, very close to grabbing the kill on that one. Stixay is the one who goes on the rampage. Xmithie finally gets a death before the game ends. 23-20, CLG. Looks like they may be forced to retreat here. He's trying to bob and weave these bullets in between these guys, but CLG gets themselves out in a way that they don't sacrifice any lives to that. I don't think they're gonna get the record time, but they are gonna be close.
Nope, they're not gonna get the record for the series. But this right here, they walk onto the ball. They didn't really have vision. They had to face check it, I guess. And they're just so desperate. I like the Bard play to actually interrupt the curtain call there, because that's the big deterrent that Arrow would have, and now he has to play at a much less effective range and be right up in the face of all these guys. Darshan as well punishes there and picks up a kill for himself after getting Ryu into taunt too. And then Zig walks forward, but the Baron's gone. And this is just insane. That crack that you heard right there, that's the Black Cleaver. The way that Black Cleaver works on Graves is it's actually a stack per bullet that hits the person. So he gets 6 stacks onto Zig after 2 shots. It shreds the armor.
Very, very powerful. And remember, that's not just for him. That helps the damage from his allies as well. The physical damage coming from the Shin, the physical damage coming from the Ezreal. They both get that much softer of a target to collide with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just really big.
Now CLG just has to finish this off, put the final nails in the coffin, win a game that should be completely free at this point. You've got a 10,000 gold advantage, 24 minutes into the game. Your Graves is 6-1-7, Steric's gauge completed.
He's hard to kill.
Very, very hard to kill, especially with the Bard and the Shen and everything else protecting him. Huhi also capable of those shields.
Yeah, I like what Counterlogic Gaming have done this game. The small little counters to what P1 are trying to do. Executioner's calling. Hold on, though. Ryu, he's looking for a pick there. And they're looking for a pick, too, from Zig and Meteos. They're going to have to forfeit this turret, and it looks like it's going to take a back for Meteos here because they're losing a little bit of their base.
Yeah, that turret fell a little bit too fast for Zig and Meteos to try to do anything about it. CLG continuing to push up, respecting the stun potential of Ryu, recognizing, hey, we're 10,000 gold ahead, but if somebody gets stunned and just instantly blown up, we're still going to have a problem on our hands. They're playing it slow, they're playing it steady.
Yeah, it's a 12,000 gold lead right now for Counterlogic Gaming. They want to close this out, bring us to a game 3 here. Both these teams, they seem to be able to play. He hit a blast cone.
Yeah.
He hit a blast cone.
Woo! All right.
Go for a ride.
Ringar ult.
It makes you leap, so.
It was something. Okay. Phoenix 1 in a spot where it's do or die. And CLG is not looking like they're going to let him do much of anything. Zig going to be targeted first. Tempered Fate finds its way onto him. Stixay going to be eating the Syndra ultimate. Darshan making sure Zig is down. Ryu still trying to keep these guys off if he can, but Xmithie is on the hunt. Meteos has already fallen. Arrow trying to fire off the bullets. What does it matter? Ladies and gentlemen, 26 minutes, and we're going to game number 3.
20-4 in kills. It looked a lot like the last game, but the other way around. Jungler punished early, turns into a bottom side dominant performance, and then it ends up going through the mid lane there. And everybody's stepping up again. These teams are at the level where if somebody makes a mistake really early in the game, they're just punishing them so hard, and then they just snowball from there. It's kind of like you look at these games and you understand the scrim culture from a long time ago where it was somebody gets killed early. It's like, ah, man, that's GG. Because if they play perfectly, there should be no way that we win this game.
Right.
And that's kind of one of those games there where
dies early, gets punished, snowballs into bottom lane. Now Arrow can't do anything. Now Smithy's crazy. So CLG, they actually did a really good job of punishing and then closing out, and that was really cool.
And after the game 1 performance by Phoenix 1, I was thinking that's probably going to be the most one-sided game that we see. But apparently CLG was willing to call that bluff and say, look, we're going to beat them just as hard as they beat us, if not harder. And now we have a very interesting prospect on our hands for game number 3.
Yeah, those are very similar games. The game ended in, I believe it's about a 13,000 gold lead for Counterlogic Gaming. Other one, it was 15,000. So it's so close. And these two teams, it's whoever gets that small advantage, and then it snowballs the other way.
Both have shown that they have the ability to snowball the game and win like that. But for a deeper dive on how CLG tied this up and is taking things to game number 3, let's send it on over to Riven Azale.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And what, a 24-minute game, a 26-minute game, they're just getting turned on their heads. And now we head to a game 3, but much cleaner from CLG. And Smithy looked much more comfortable. Awesome to see that he can just shake off that first game performance.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he almost always looks good on Graves, on the champions that he's good at. And we talked about it so much in the first game. Like, Smithy is a different player when he is comfortable, right? And when he is playing a champion that he is strong on, he always looked good on Kindred. He's always looked good on Graves, kind of the AD-type junglers, the marksman junglers. And it really did show this game.
And we saw in the team comps as well, they were even okay to say, hey, you know what? No Rengar this time. We'll even first pick Shen. You guys can have Rengar. And it seemed to get under the skin of P1 as well. Once he fell behind, Meteos couldn't have the same impact he had on Olaf. So CLG used that to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Meteos, almost it feels like he fell into the trap that CLG has been falling into. So you could just replay the last analyst segment, but just replace CLG with P1, right?
Tweak it just a little bit.
Change the names a little bit. But I mean, Meteos at the same time, if he's not playing a lot, I do think that Rengar is a pretty different champion. And Meteos has said he's not playing as much as he used to. He may not be as practiced on some of the meta champions. Things like Olaf, he's been playing for a long time, some of his really comfortable picks. Yeah. But especially since Rengar has recently been nerfed, I think if you're not very good at it, it's not actually better than the other junglers.
And we'll show our first replay coming in here, a CLG fight in the mid lane, 3-for-1. These got a little scrappy, but it did show P1 kind of overstaying and thinking they can get the better of these situations.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, they were already quite a bit behind. And the nice thing about that Bard ult from Aphromoo is that it's actually zoning 2 people off of Arrow, so they can push forward and actually get onto Arrow and be able to take him down very, very quickly. And, you know, I think a lot of credit has to go to Darshan this game, too, because Darshan is someone who had... It felt like he was always there. Basically, he's always there at the right time with the Shen ultimates, making the right roams down and stuff, and he did work very well with the team.
Absolutely. Him and Afro having some sweet plays towards the end of the game. Another replay at 21 minutes in where CLG took the Baron fight, and we were a little hesitant on this one because this is when you say, just use your power to fight, not bait yourself into a loss.
I mean, this is 21 minutes into the game. This is some of the greediest stuff I've ever seen. It works out for them. It's like, sweet, you're going for a 21-minute Baron, you're going to peel and fight. Instead, CLG's like, nah, let's just get the Baron and get the kills at the same time. And it was some really nice play. A lot of it's because of how well he did in this fight. The initial shockwave chunking people out, Aphromoo Bard ulting, the Jhin ultimate stopping that, and then Huhi and Smithy landing that combo, smashing them with the AoE after Darshan came with the wall of con. So this was very well played from CLG, and although it was super greedy, it was actually really well executed, so they could get away with it. And CLG just looks so much better when they're playing the champions that they're comfortable on. I mean, Aphromoo on the Playmaker, he's playing Bard.
First blood and juggle.
Exactly. I mean, it's like, not a lot of people are playing a champion like Bard, but who cares? It's good for him, so it's a good pick.
And then we got the next kill of that game going over to Graves, or for Smithy on Graves in the bot lane, which he continued to play good on. Player of the game going to him for that honors, or really picking it up and kind of righting the ship for the first game performance and really helping out the team.
Yeah, I mean, great kill on the bot side. He's able to get ahead, and it just looked like a reversal of last game. Smithy was really able to take over. He was very effective. He was proactive. It felt like he had a plan for what he was doing the whole way through, and Meteos felt a little bit lost. It really is just a reversal, of Game 1. Graves showing that it's a big pick for Smithy.
Yeah.
P1 banned it out in Game 1.
That's what
likely
I was
going to ban it out in Game 3, and CLG is going to have to show us something different.
How do you look at what happens to the mid lane now? Do you go after what Ryu does with anything? He's been double Syndra, which is somewhat carrying the fights, but then he's got a big champion pool anyway.
Yeah, see, that's the thing to me is Huhi and Ryu are both guys who can play so many different things. It's not worth throwing bans at them unless it's a specific bad matchup. Sure, if I want to play Ryze and I don't don't want to play any Cassio, then great, ban out Cassio. Something like that makes sense to me. But when you're just trying to target ban a specific player, those guys play too many champions.
And I believe looking at that player of the game, Smithy's first one coming in on that Graves to do so well for the team. So looking for him to do more coming to this next game. There's still the Kazakhs and what up there for the junglers, but we do see him reflecting back onto that. So maybe it's something P1 can look at. Looking at the top lane, Darshan has been getting this first pick Shen quite a bit. He did falter back, not falter back, he did go back to some carries we saw in the last few weeks, but then back to the tanks because it seems that split push works for CLG so well.
It really does, and I think that Darshan, for a tank, Shen makes a lot more sense than even like the Maokai, even though he has been just playing well, period, in my opinion. I think Shen is really nice because he likes to take his advantages and give it to the rest of his team to get them ahead. Shen does that very well. So he was bullying out lane. He ends up a little bit down in farm, but he's the one showing up to the fight, getting the rest of his team ahead, making plays with the taunt flashes. So Shen works well for the team, and I also think it's the highest priority top laner on this patch with nerfs to, with nerfs to Maokai and some of the other champions getting knocked down a bit. I think Shen works very well.
We've been seeing the Shen Nautilus. That's what Zig is. It's 2 matches of that now. We'll see if we get a third rematch of that top lane battle. So with CLG able to up the series, we will see if Phoenix 1 can bounce back in Game 3. Don't go anywhere. The match concludes after the break.
Trevor, go. Hit Nautilus, hit Nautilus.
No. Sun.
I'm watching, I have ulti still.
I got their backline.
Okay.
Oh, I got not.
Didn't ult to me.
I have shield for
Kill.
Watch Syndra, watch
Syndra
Syndra.
has nothing. You guys can end. If he doesn't do anything. Bring your flash,
Ulti J.
Got him. Nice.
Watch in.
Jin.
End.
Don't let me die, boys.
Yeah, end.
Alright, we got it.
Good shit.
Nice.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to CLG versus Phoenix 1, a best of 3 that is going to be going the full distance today here in the Battle Arena. Phoenix 1 had an awesome game number 1. CLG had an equally awesome game number 2. And now we're heading into what is sure to be a phenomenal game number 3.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of this is junglers and top laners and who gets priority. Because honestly, it's a team game when you're jungling. It's definitely a team game. Everybody has to cover you. You have to actually find the enemy jungle. And I think Smithy on Graves, you definitely saw that he was able to actually use a lot of what the pressure that his team was getting. Aphromu roaming up, getting the kill early on. So a big beneficiary in the way that the game was going.
And you know, we originally just used it to kind of frame a conversation about the goofy rejuvenation beads. But Darshan on Shen, he had a much better game in game number 2. He didn't have to sell the beads, and he didn't have to take anybody's crap either. He had an awesome game where he was just unkillable.
Yeah, and he did a really good job, and I think that it came down to those matchups and like how they were played early, and the fact that he also abused the Shen globals. That's what we were looking for, the aggressive plays, not the defensive plays, the ones where they're pulling the trigger. They get a slight advantage. They get flashes out of bottom lane. Go back. Have somebody dive. You're going to get in there, and I think that that's what they were doing, and it was quite effective. So I personally want to see carry top laners from Zig. I think that if he pulls something like the Rumble out, then that's going to be really good for Phoenix 1. If they're able to actually have a carry up there, sure. I feel like, you know, tanks are much easier to execute on and play with your team around, but I do think that Zig is a good carry top lane player, and it can give him that X factor in matchups where Darshan can't go even on tanks or be a little bit ahead because they're playing tank on tank. I do think that the carry could give them that edge up, like I said.
Now into champion select for game number 3. We're going to see that prioritization, that targeting against Meteos again with the Olaf. They're saying the difference between game number 1 and game 2 was super extreme.
Night and day.
Let's keep that going again. Let's get rid of that. LeBlanc also going to be banned away by CLG, while the support focus is the name of the game for P1.
Yeah, literally just completely polar opposites in terms of the performance of having Olaf, not having Olaf. And there's the Shen ban from Phoenix 1. So Varus on the table. Still have Graves is up.
Graves gets by. Phoenix 1 not going to be banning that one away at all. Varus does get taken off the table by CLG, so we'll have to see what P1 wants to decide to do here. Camille was left available. That gets hovered for a split second, but Ashe is ultimately pick number 1.
Over the Jhin as well, so they go for it again. It's what they had first picked back in game 1, but the Elise that Counterlogic Gaming had banned in the last 2 games makes it through, so they were already throwing a ban at Meteos' Elise, and now it'll be back and an option for him, as well as the Graves and Rengar still on the table too. So we'll see what these junglers go for, whether it's comfort or a little bit more meta.
Based on the performances of game 1 and 2, I feel like Rengar is bad luck at this point because both junglers have had a very unhappy performance on that champion so far this evening. Darshan and the rest of CLG going to be picking up that Elise for Xmithy. So we'll be seeing that in the jungle this time out of him. Hopefully for their sakes, it's more like his Graves than it is like his Rengar. It does have a lot of playmaking potential. We know Elise as a capable duelist, a capable ganker, capable of pretty much everything, but wants to get involved early.
Yeah, you want to have that level 1 through, or 3 through 5 effect on the team, and you want to be able to snowball. And so we'll see if Xmithy's able to do that. It had been previously banned twice by Counterlogic Gaming. Now they pick it up for fear of Meteos having that champion that he was so well known for back in the day, as well as Zac. Will it be the Rengar? It is the Rengar over the Graves here for Meteos.
Okay. Gonna be picking that one up, deciding to try it again, saying, look, game 2, we got all the bad stuff out of the way. That was the one where the bad Rengar stuff happens. Now we've got nothing but good Rengar stuff coming down the pipe for Meteos in game number 3. He will be up against an Ezreal. So a bit of a slippery target to have to assassinate.
It's hard to get onto. You would expect the Jhin to come through, but since there's been buffs to fervor of battle by about 2 seconds in the duration of the stacks, Ezreal, people who are Ezreal players really like playing Ezreal now because he feels a bit better than the Warlord's users. Granted, he doesn't build lethality, but he's still very safe. Backline poke, and if they don't have a tank on Phoenix 1's side to soak up those Mystic shots, it becomes a really big deal.
The poke can be so very effective. It's like you see Varus piercing arrows just absolutely shred people, and obviously a Mystic shot is not going to be as strong as a piercing arrow, but it's also coming through a lot more frequently. He can apply them pretty much at his leisure. We'll have to see if he's able to dial those in as the game goes on. Nami going to be picked up as the support for Phoenix 1, and the response from CLG is going to be Braum.
Yeah, I'm noticing Afromu is going a little bit more for counters here as much as he can. The Bard into the, oh wow, the Talon, that's, okay. Took me back there. Counter Logic Gaming banned Talon.
Counter Logic!
Away from Zig and Ryu. It is a flex pick. Can be played top, can be played mid. I'll go back to what I was saying about Afromu. Bard with Ignite for the Soraka, but also in this matchup, also the Bard was also for ulting the Jhin, making sure he can't use it, use the Curtain Call. And here, it's for blocking the wave. It's for blocking and making sure that they can't engage as readily as they'd like to on Phoenix One's side.
You can also get in the way of arrows very easily, too. The Ashe arrows coming out, you can block those. You block the Tidal Wave, like you said. Just a lot of denial potential. First ban in phase number 2 for Phoenix One is going to be Camille, so they don't want to have to possibly deal with that from CLG. They know what Darshan is capable of doing when he's playing a carry-style top laner. We saw previously this split, him go absolutely off as Gangplank when he was against Phoenix One. So they're recognizing that carry potential and saying, no, not going to happen.
Yeah, and Darshan, see if he goes for the carry with the Shen banned out. The Nautilus still on the table. Maokai did get nerfed, but some people will still gravitate towards it and play it.
Both these, and you mentioned it in game number 1, both these players have a lot of Maokai games. It is their most played champion. It's not an extreme difference for Zig. It's like 8 Maokai games, 5 games of the next closest thing. For Darshan, it's 13 Maokais and 4 Nautilus is the second closest. So he's a big Maokai player, but CLG is going to be picking up the Jace for themselves to see exactly how Phoenix One responds to this. Currently thinking about using that Orianna.
Yeah, I think you go for the ball combo, the Orianna plus the Rengar. Jump in, get some Wombo in there.
Always fun to mix up a little bit of Wombo with combo. Kled, though?
Hey.
Is this? Hey, okay.
All right, all right.
We're going to get the carry top laner.
I mean, it's not the Kled, but I'll be satisfied with this.
We'll take this Yordle instead. It's a Yordle riding a robot instead of riding a lizard.
There's a big difference between them as well. So the Rumble, though, for Zig, I mean, he loves playing carries, and we've said it multiple times. He sees himself that way, and we'll see if that actually ends up being a good thing for Phoenix One in this game, because he has been having more and more carry performances. He bodied Impact in the top lane, to a point he had to get subbed out for Ray, and then it still didn't matter. And so we'll see here, because Phoenix One, they're running a composition that has a lot of engage, and a lot of ways that it's kind of like soft engage, but you add them together. The Nami Wave plus the Rumble Ultimate plus the Ashe Arrow plus the Rengar jumping in. You have all these ways to go forward, so if they get a lead, they can definitely push a lead, and it's a very good team at controlling Baron Pit and things like that.
And look what they are up against. The last pick of the draft for CLG, Aurelion Sol. When he's not banned, he's coming in. This is going to be a lot of fun to see who pretty much the player for Aurelion Sol. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And it looks like it's a little bit of a change up there too, because Jace has been played more and more and more in the mid lane, to the point that it's almost like 70% played in the mid lane as opposed to top. It's expected now, so you do expect that Jace most likely to be played there. But it seems like CLG preyed off that knowledge. The Rumble matchup into the Jace can actually do a lot of damage and zone the Rumble off early, and he doesn't get off the ground until he gets about 1.5 items there, or if he gets a gank rather early on.
One thing you got to be careful, though, when you've got that Jace in the top lane, that means you don't have a tank in the top lane. You don't have a tank in the jungle with your Rengar either.
They got Afro.
They do have Afro, but they've got to be careful, because if CLG puts them in a spot where that Wombo combo can go off like we talked about, they're going to find those health bars just disappearing.
Yep, and we'll see. Aurelion Sol, though, for Huhi. Signature champion, I would say, at this point.
Definitely.
If you were to do a pocket pick, it would be on.
Yeah, if you're to see, hi, I'm Huhi and my pocket pick is X, everybody fills in the X with Aurelion Sol. That's what he's known for. It's a very unique champion, not just in the fact that he's the only person who plays it, but just the way the character works. Very different from a lot of other champions. So when you see somebody who really likes it, who really knows a lot about it, it's fun to see the kinds of outplays and mechanical things they can demonstrate on that champion.
Yep. It's funny because you're like, oh, he just runs around with stars on him. But his mastery curve is actually very high. You have to invest a lot of time in him. And even around Worlds, people were still not investing the amount of time needed to actually master Aurelion Sol. And so Huhi was definitely way ahead of the pack on that, and putting so many games in and knowing how to space himself, how to use the Celestial expansion to full effect.
We just got to hope those darn stars don't end up disappearing on us and causing us to remake this one. Aurelion Sol.
Caster curse is a thing. Don't do this.
The Lord of Stars and Visual Bugs. The CLG.
There's no Bjergsen in this game, so he won't get Aurelion Sol disabled.
The ball comes over the wall. Ryu tossing that one towards that dragon, but not going to be finding anything so far. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is for all the marbles.
Somebody got really excited about marbles.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I loved marbles. And some kid stole mine on the playground. I was actually really upset.
That would be upsetting, man, especially if you loved them as a kid and some other kid just comes up and says, "No, this is mine now."
Yeah.
That's a heartbreaker.
We're jerks. They took all my shooters, my slammers. my pogs, too. They took my pog collection.
Not the pogs.
Not the pogs. Leave the pogs. Take the marbles.
All right. Darshan in enemy territory. Going to be finding a little bit of damage onto Zig as he gets a little bit barbecued in retaliation. But level 1 Flame Spitter not exactly going to be cooking up too much trouble as Huhi moves into a solid spot in mid lane. And Aurelion Sol's push power is nothing to joke about.
Yeah, we'll see what he does with it as well, because he'll clear out level 1 very quickly. Meteos running to the other side. Xmithy is actually doing all of his jungle, though. And we'll see level 2 collide here. No, Xmithy is just in for the buff, and he's out. So it doesn't affect Rengar too heavily due to the fact that he's not mana-based.
Right.
But cooldown reduction is always nice.
It's also nice to just get the golden experience from getting the buff as well. It sets you behind a little bit, not being able to have that as Huhi and Ryu just kind of going back and forth here. Like we already mentioned, Huhi's wave control potential on Aurelion Sol very early. You can shove it up, make Orianna just kind of stay on the back foot.
Yep, and because he dips in and out of brush, it's like, we don't know where he is. He could be anywhere. And so the bottom lane, you see Adrian's like, I got to back up, because he could be coming down, and then immediately he shows himself mid, and then they'll start pushing up again. It's this fog of war game that you can play really early on with Aurelion Sol. And hey, sees the blue buff is still up.
Yeah, the Cosmic... I'm trying to remember the actual names of this champion's abilities. I haven't seen him in so long, but his Comet of Legend, his ability to soar into other lanes and make those rotations so effectively means you've got to be very, very aware of that positioning for Aurelion Sol at all times.
So even right there, right, he goes into the fog of war, he's playing around with it. And then Ryu has to go ward it, has to walk up.
Smithy hanging around here, might find Adrian walking a little bit too close. Flash
no!
Cocoon misses! Adrian pops summoner spells to get himself away. Flash going to be used, arrows heal as well. Disaster for CLG.
Adrian, so you'll do this in solo queue and you probably look like an idiot to the other person, where you're going back and forth. You're like, there's somebody in this brush. I just feel there's somebody in this brush. You're like, all right, shoot the cocoon. Do it, do it, do it. And you're slowly but surely approaching. And eventually, if they wait long enough, you'll probably walk into the bush. But there, Xmithy goes for the aggressive play and uses the flash cocoon. You ever approach a bush and you're just like, I know there's somebody in here and I shouldn't check this.
My mind's telling me no, but my body,
yeah,
my body is telling me yes.
Darshan's actually losing that trade. Zig about to have his cooldowns back a little bit sooner than Darshan. Gets the flash.
Flash away from Darshan.
Look at that.
Be big. Darshan can't really find anything in retaliation either, so kind of drops the gate off to the side of himself.
Yeah, I think what happened there is the cooldown for QE is a little different than 2Q cooldowns early on. So he Q'd and then he clicked back and E'd then, just slightly off. Because normally you'll hit EQ in one direction, and if your E is like a half second off of cooldown, it'll then come up afterwards if you're hitting that key too much. So a little bit off there, but that's going to cost him in that lane, and it's a lane that he is up against cloth and potions. So Zig, oh wow, going after who here, and there's Meteos.
Ward it, jump, flash over the wall. Meteos not going to be able to jump over the wall. The ward is not there. He gets himself out, but it's at the cost of both summoner spells, which means he's likely a target for a repeat visit from Meteos sometime in the near future.
Yeah, Ghost of course does have a pretty low cooldown. And we'll see if he's able to actually do anything with it. But hold on, look at this. He comes back into lane to try and shove it up. Make sure that Ryu doesn't get a good back or it freezes. Smithy in the area to cover. And so now he actually has a better back timer than Ryu does.
So easy to just push that wave up, expand the stars, wear them all down with a couple of those ticks, and get that wave where you need it to be. Xmithy paying a visit towards the top part of the map right now. Not really seeing any opportunity to get anything done up here. just hanging around in case Meteos decided that he wanted to make some kind of a move onto Darshan, who does not have a flash after that little bit of a problem in his 1v1 versus Zig. Meteos is now down on the bottom part of the map, still farming towards that level 6, like you talked about last game. Very important for Rengar. You want to hit it as soon as you can.
And speaking of level 6, Zig just hits his, and Darshan is honestly in threat of being killed at almost all times now because he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have a way to get off of the equalizer, and the Rumble will jump straight at him. So if Darshan puts himself in a position where he could just be equalized and destroyed, and that's what Zig is looking for here, he'll put himself in heat range, I assume.
Yep, and all the way into full OP.
Yeah.
He just wants
I was
to
like, he's not
burn
gonna
this
look for it.
away.
He's going to go for the push and try to force Darshan to have a bad back, miss some CS. And so Darshan is going to have to stay around longer. And that's kind of like, we talk about back timers, we're like, oh, it's a bad back. It's because the other guy gets back to lane about 8 seconds faster than you do.
Zig heading on his way back up towards top side now, decides to go back to base and grab an extra control ward before he does it. We talked about the importance of vision already, but it can't be understated. Wards win games. Having the ability to know what's going on and see things just a couple of seconds before you otherwise would can be all the difference.
Yeah, and we see some Elises go for Moby boots first to roam around, get the cocoon, get into lane, and get a kill. Xmithy's not having that early pressure. Xmithy's 2 levels down, by the way. Meteos is crushing into the jungle right now. I assume Xmithy will get close to 5, if not 5 off of this. And if not, it's scary. There we go. 5 for him. So he's a level down. He's a full level down. But it's a level 6, and he's going for Huhi here. Pop the ulti.
Shockwave going to be used. Huhi having to walk away from this one. Meteos in hot pursuit. Remember, no summoner spells for this dragon, and Meteos grabs first blood.
First blood again for Meteos. Now he's going to run into the jungle and see. Try to find out where Xmithy is. I think he just saw that die. So yes, he does know that Xmithy was right there. And now Xmithy's on top side. So he's free to clear the bottom side. Look for wards here and get control.
Good play from Ryu and Meteos, taking advantage of the lack of summoner spells. You can see the ghost back up now for Huhi, so it was just a little bit off.
Yep, because they saw Xmithy go to the top side. It's time to look for an Ash Arrow. What is he doing?
Meteos getting himself in a pretty sketchy spot. TP is going to be used by both top laners. Do they go through or do they cancel?
Oh.
Diggs is going to be canceled, but Darshan goes ahead and completes his into the bottom part of the map. We'll have to see if he can get anything out of this. Otherwise, it's just going to be a lot of lost CS.
The funny thing is they actually get something out of it, and it's called the enemy blue buff. And it's weird that they get it out, but hold on. They're going to try to stun Ryu, and then Darshan's right there.
Ryu eats the accelerated shock blast, keeping himself alive, though. Pops the ghost, not the flash. CLG does not want to go for the dive.
Yeah. Xmithy. I guess continue to clear. He's long gone.
True Shot Barrage not really going to be finding a whole lot of anything. Was looking for Meteos, but Meteos made sure that he backed in an unorthodox spot just to avoid that very scenario.
Yeah, Meteos getting caught up a little bit here by Xmithy. Xmithy got that whole left side of the jungle, so there isn't really anything there for Meteos to take. The blue buff is up now as well, and look at that. Xmithy punishing Meteos so hard for showing bottom and going for such an aggressive play. When there was a blue buff that was coming up shortly, maybe Meteos could have stayed around and gone for the efficiency or gone for the camp trade. But they tried to go for a bottom lane play. He almost got punished with the stun. And Darshan's on the top side of this. He gets a shock blast on. We'll see. Oh,
there comes your shockwave. CLG looking to make some kind of a counterattack, but they won't be going any further. Oh, Ryu holds them all off.
Oh, he found him.
Darshan going to be finding each other. He's overheated, and that burn is extreme.
He has flash again.
The heat wearing away. Darshan does have the ability to get out of this one potentially. Equalizer still going to be landing. Meteos looking to make the move. Flashes over the wall, finds the jump. And Ziggs grabbing kill number 2 for Phoenix One.
Meteos with a flash over the wall into the jump there. You can still jump about a half second and after you come out of that. And look at that, hitting Huhi, but not hitting Huhi. Hits Afro, but it doesn't matter.
Huhi getting himself away for now. The exhaust going to be used onto Zig. Ryu grabbing the kill on Afro. Huhi trying to keep himself alive. Both summoner spells expended. Afro Mu grabbing the kill onto Zig. Meteos grabbing the kill onto Huhi in retaliation. 1 for 2.
Explosive game so far, though. They ended up just kind of doing nothing for a little bit, trading back and forth, waiting for level 6s. The junglers finally caught up. Xmithy got up there. Then it's time for action. They go after Ryu. Great flash in the mid lane to avoid being killed, and then that made Darshan overextend. It's the right play for him to go and try to look for those kills, but then Zig was there. Zig with the perfect answer, the pickup there. Now he has both spell penetration items. And this was the continuation of the dive. After Darshan had died, Zig
and Meteos were both on the back left side in the northern part of the map. Zig has turret aggro again, and I
think he lost 80% of his health to turret shots.
I believe so. He tried to go back through the turret, and I believe the Deathfire touch from the Rumble had actually redrawn aggro to him.
Never lucky.
Yeah, the way that it works now, ever since the change in the preseason, is that the turret call for help, even if the enemy isn't in range of the turret that you're hitting, then it'll still target the person who's dealing damage to them.
More shockwaves on
again.
Huhi. Ryu is just using this non-stop, and it's working. Smithy shows up only to find the cocoon onto the enemy caster minion, and Ryu just feels very in control.
Yeah. A lot of people were trying to find counters to Aurelion Sol for the longest time. Orianna, Echo popped up as one as well that people were trying out. Hold on, Zig, though, doesn't have an ulti for a few seconds. There we go. Yeah, up now.
All right, we're going to make it happen. Equalizer on the escape route. Darshan going to be eating multiple turret shots, but not enough to make it a 1-for-1. At the same time, though, on the other end of the map, first turret blood goes over to Phoenix1, and they'll call that worth.
Yep, and they're going to look mid lane as well. Meteos on the right side of mid. Looking for just taking over that side of the jungle. Adrian is also going to make a roam here. Has the wave, so they might actually make another play. Honda Huhi, we'll see, because they see so many people top. Don't know if they will. They decide not to. Meteos has ulti. He's just going for the punish. I guess he saw Smithy level 8. He's like, I got to take his jungle or else it's not going to matter.
Blue turret falls in the top part of the map. That's going to tie that objective count up at 1-1. The first Drake this time around, I knew we couldn't get all 3 games in a row of Infernal as #1. It's just Cloud, so you're going to see a lot less prioritization of that.
We saw like an 8-minute, 9-minute one previously, and now it's Cloud Drake.
Now it's just a big old bucket of I don't care. This poor Cloud Drake is always left out in the rain, man.
Yeah, everybody's like, he can stay.
I'll just let him. It's a.
He's harmless. Just leave him.
Right? Just leave him there. Still a 1,500 gold lead for Phoenix1. 4-2 in terms of kills. They've got kills on the Rengar, kills on the Orianna, kills on the Rumble. Some real significant damage threats coming out from these guys. And it's very worrying when you've got something like a Rumble and an Orianna and a Rengar going into the mid game.
They hide so much. P1 hides so much. And like you're saying, it's scary. And there they go.
There comes the fear itself. Aphromoo trying to get himself away, but it's not going to be doing anything. The arrow going to be going a little bit wide right. They don't make it a double, but they at least get somebody, and the trap succeeds.
Yeah, they just use the CS as a bait all the time, and they've done this again and again and again. And it seems like Arrow, Meteos, and Adrian are the ones who are doing it most often. Arrow is just popping out of vision and throwing Enchanted Crystal Arrow out. Looking for Ryu.
Smithy and Huhi want to make the play. Ryu's going to be stunned up into Chain CC. Voice of Light decrees his death, and Huhi's going to grab kill number 3 for his team. Hey, they got the Cloud Drake, though.
Yep, they got it. I picked it up there, but they're losing their top side of the map. Zig was running through the jungle, so that Darshan now has priority on this. Higher up in levels at the moment. Completes his Maw of Malmortia so he can continue to duel. Do a little bit better in this matchup.
Smithy hanging around in the jungle, got Aphromoo with him there as well. Just in case Zig tries to go a little bit crazy in the 1v1, they'd be there.
This blue buff is just counter logic gaming. It's not even, it doesn't even belong to P1. It shouldn't even be on their side of the map because it's just been taken every single time. Even the first one.
Yeah, P1's been 3 buffed all game.
Yep. That's 3 of their blue buffs gone over. It's all of them. So far to counter logic gaming, they've been doing a good job controlling that top side buff, but it's not like Meteos needed it in the beginning of the game, but Ryu would like it right about now.
Yeah, it helps control Ryu a little bit.
Yeah.
Puts a constraint on him, not allowing him to do that non-stop spam. CLG looking
for
Huhi. Kind of a defense. 2-man stun coming out from Huhi. Trying to find more damage onto these valuable targets. Not going to be making it happen just yet. Zig makes his way into the fight with the TP. Equalizer available means CLG does not want to fight in these small corridors.
And so they're looking for the engage. There's the arrow.
Arrow comes out, finds its way onto Aphromoo. There comes so much wombo with the combo. Zig grabbing the kill onto that one. Huhi going to be forced to flash away from the bubble. Accelerated shock blast finding its way onto Meteos. The Spiderling and the Mystic Shot take him very, very low, but he's not dead yet. And Phoenix1 make a 1-for-0.
This is legitimately 5 ultimates to kill Aphromoo. Like, they wanted him dead.
Yeah. Like, why pull punches?
I was like, Aframu's gonna die or Darshan's gonna die. And Aframu took the bullet for him.
Very good stuff from Phoenix One, showing the power of the team working together like that. Stixay now looking to make the moves onto Arrow. Darshan and who he want him to, and Stixay grabs a kill credit. The Voice of Light would have been cutting him off no matter what. And now the push comes for CLG here in the mid lane, looking to take down this tier 1, get themselves an objective advantage in that department if they can. Adrian gonna be tossing some bubbles at these guys, but to no avail. There comes your Cocoon, here comes the Winter's Bite. Adrian hangs around too long, and he's gonna be punished for it.
Yeah, when you use 5 ultimates to catch out a support, the enemy team now has pressure. It's a gigantic vacuum where they still have their Voice of Light. They have ways to actually catch you out. Aframu still has the ultimate to jump in.
He got caught backing right there a little bit, but no real punish, just a little bit of damage from the Orianna and a delayed back timer.
Yeah. And so Arrow, he's a little bit too far forward here. And then they Shock Blast, get him. Who he's in, Voice of Light gets the kill there. And then they're ending up getting the turret. Ryu is bottom, and he's the primary source of wave clear here. The Ashe ends up a little bit too far forward, clearing the wave when it's equalized. And then Xmithy went just with the Cocoon. Nothing fancy, no flashes or anything. Goes straight in onto Adrian and gets the kill. They should not have been there. I was going to talk about how Arrow has actually been playing really well on this Ashe. I love how he's dipping out into Fog of War and throwing the arrow and having somebody sweep the area to make sure that there's nobody that could possibly see him throwing it. And he's doing a good job of setting up the picks. But right there, that's just him being too far forward.
Hextech GLP now completed on
Super Soaker.
Aurelion Soul. Yeah, an item that you don't normally see a ton of, but on Aurelion Soul, it's going to be giving him that much extra burst. He's going to be in your face anyway, most likely.
It's the kind of core build item for him. It keeps people at the right distance. It'll slow them down, keep them inside of your W. And it has all the stats you need. It's actually not too much worse than a fully stacked Rod of Ages. Some instant gratification, some instant stats for you.
Everything else in this game pretty much par for the course. The Leandry's on the Rumble, the Warrior on the Rengar, going for that Black Cleaver next, wanting to make sure he gets down that additional armor penetration onto whichever target he jumps into. Also going to be helping out Arrow with that. Mana Moon stacking up for Ezreal. Stixay currently has that at about 530 out of 750, so it's going to be done in the first half of the 20-minute area of that clock. So he'll have the Mermana done at that point. He can do that much more damage with that bonus passive. Until then, they got to keep waiting on as the fight breaks down. Still looking to make something happen. Stixay grabbing the kill onto Meteos. Arrow backing himself away. There comes the damage. Accelerated Shock Blast finds that one. Aframu having to jump back. Who he still wants more. Equalizer comes down from a long way away, grabbing the kill onto Aframu. Xmithy may be in some trouble here. Electro Harpoons and fires over the wall. Ryu grabbing the kill onto him. 2 for 2 when the dust settles.
That's how you do it. When Spider's up against the wall, you just burn him. Yeah, throw an Orianna ball at him too, apparently.
Kill with fire.
But that ends up being rather good for CLG when they get pressure, but it does end up being a rather equal trade across the board. Yeah, it looks like they're just they're trying the same old. They're trying to catch people out, and Aframu, he's just baiting here.
Meteos comes too close.
That's just one of the reasons that they really love having... Ooh, nice repel there. Shockwave actually hits nobody, and they love having this Aurelion Soul because who he can join these fights so quickly with his E. And Aframu gets picked up. And Xmithy gets picked up. And he's up against the wall.
It takes them a little while, but they get him.
Cook him. It was a 2 for 2.
8-7 game. The damage in that last team fight, a lot from Orianna.
It's a missed Shockwave.
A missed Shockwave. And a surprisingly low 78 from Rengar.
Really surprising?
Not the most damage in the world. A little bit more work. Hey,
when the Nami does more.
If he keeps that up, he's almost up to 25% of the damage that Nami did. Ah, what a god.
The junglers, though, it's not all about them this game so far.
Right.
We talked about it.
That's very different.
The carry top laners came back in, and that play was started mostly off the back of the fact that CLG, they knew they could take it with Huhi coming in and roaming a little bit faster. Also, Darshan was going to get there quicker, too. Zig didn't have teleport. He was up on the top side of the map. Counterlogic Gaming are playing the macro game quite well. And now they're actually playing around the Infernal Drake. Ryu wouldn't be close to this, and Sig
Really want to set this up. Sig walks just a little bit too close. The follow-up CC is not going to be there. They almost get what they're looking for. Now they're going to have to head back towards that Drake pit. With Zig hurt, this might be their opportunity to jump on this one. It is Infernal.
Yeah, but he is going to get healed up by the Nami. I think that you still fight for this if you're Phoenix 1.
P1's got the tools to make one hell of a team fight come out. Meteos jumping in on top of his opponents, finding a little bit of damage there onto Darshan.
Yep, it's the ball delivery now on cooldown with the ultimate from Meteos. Try to get mid-pressure.
Meteos eats a cocoon, but it's not really going to do a whole lot of anything. Adrian's heals doing a great job keeping P1 topped off, clearing out some of the wards in the pit. Now they've gained control over the area. CLG are the ones who have to respond to this. True Shot Barrage doesn't find anything at all. Both teams have now drawn a line with this Infernal Drake between one another.
Yeah, they're going to actually go for the 50-50. They're both giving the junglers access.
Here we go. Xmithy going to be the one who grabs it. Meteos having to back away. Glacial Fissure going to be used to make sure that P1 cannot mount a counterattack.
Oh, that was Afromu right there. That was Afromu through and through. Ooh, hit Stixay.
Arrow finds its way onto a very valuable target. There's your equalizer. Wave going to be coming through as well. Afromu barely getting himself back. The heal's going to be popped. Stixay and the rest of CLG full retreat now, as the Phoenix 1 attempt to make something happen ends up falling just a little bit short.
You have to be careful. There's still an ultimate coming up from Meteos in a few seconds here. Let's see if he does anything with it.
Looking for finding Xmithy in the jungle and just delete him off the face of the world. That is not your red buff today. Meteos going to be grabbing this one away, making up for a few of those stolen blues from earlier.
Yeah, making up for it just a little bit there. It'll take a kill to boot. Hold on. They're in an awkward position. They're gonna have to use the blast cone, I believe. Try to get out. Meteos!
Or just walk straight into the bush, flash over the wall, try to keep yourself alive. Darshan is gonna be chasing this one down. The Nami heal, trying to get Meteos out of there. Accelerated shock blast, not gonna find the mark, but the tier 1's still there! Meteos has no choice but to turn around and try to fight it. Exhaust gonna be used, but Nixay is too close and they can't find the damage. Adrian now having to run for his own life as CLG will settle with the kill onto the jungler.
It's such an awkward position to be in because the red reset and they walked all the way back and he's like, I still gotta get this. And then it put them too far in the jungle. Ryu and Arrow both actually backed off because they were forced out by superior numbers. And then the blast cone apparently wasn't an option for him. And he face checks and almost dies. Then dies after.
Then dies afterwards, but he gives him a hell of a chase in the process.
Well, he didn't get any real summoners for it either. He had to blow his own flash, and he got Adrian's flash and exhaust as well.
Yeah, they spent a lot of summoners trying to get Meteos out of that trouble, and ultimately it doesn't pay off, so really sad investment.
It's not good
for Phoenix 1, as they're now going to have to play around not having those available here until those cooldowns come back up again. And with the game only being 1,500 gold apart, with it being so potentially swingy off the back of one really good or really bad fight for either side, you've got to take every single consideration into account, because one wrong move could be the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hitting that point where the Baron definitely on the table.
With the carry top lanes, that means the Baron can go down very quickly, too. It's not like you've got something like a Maokai or a Shen in there doing almost no damage to it. You got a Rumble, you got a Jace, you've got these champions that can take that down effectively.
Also makes it really risky to do as well for both teams. Afromo would want to zone, and he did a beautiful job, by the way, of zoning on the Infernal Drake. His ultimate, his Glacial Fissure, was perfect. It was exactly what they needed, and I assume the communication was burst it now, and he used it diagonally towards Meteos, the only person who could possibly steal it, with his smite against Xmithy, and zoned him out of the fight, not just with a knockup, but also with what would be a slow afterwards, too.
Banshee's Veil completed as item number 2 for Huhi.
So the build for Aurelion Sol, you go basically as annoying as possible by building as much resistance, simultaneous AP, things that will keep you in the fight. And so I believe almost every item that he will build will have HP on it. GLP, Banshee's Veil, Leandri's, Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
I was going to say, Rylai's is still a pretty critical part of the build, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's a very big part. You don't have to get it immediately, but hold on. Smithy.
Smithy in some trouble, has to repel, but he's got nowhere to go, forced to flash out as well. Huhi going to be soaking some damage over the wall too, very, very low. Both of these champions
Phoenix 1 looking to make more happen here if they can, but it doesn't look like they're going to find that opportunity. Meteos pops the ultimate, still looking to close in on who if he can. The pings are there, but Meteos is not going to be there in time. Instead, just backs himself away.
Yeah, Ryu got poked out and had to actually go to the top side of the map, clear out that wave. Let's take care of that and go back. But yeah, the Aurelion Soul build that we were talking about, it's pretty much all HP items and mixture of AP and resistances, because your whole job is to just stay alive, and the longer you're alive, the longer you have your stars out. And the stars don't need to do more damage if you're still alive and just hitting everybody with them.
Right, you're not going to get a lot of revolutions of the stars if you go in and die in a second and a half.
Exactly, so the build has been adjusted for that. It also makes it so that your mistakes aren't as hard punished, right? Of course, it goes without saying that the tankier you are, the more mistakes you can make by not dying immediately.
Right.
So when you just position or misposition for a quick second, sometimes it'll cost you your life, but if the build is like this,
there's more leeway.
It takes more seconds.
Yes! More than 1 second to pop you is generally preferable to the alternative. Leandri's Torment and Void Staff both completed onto Zig's Rumble, working on the Zhonya's Hourglass next. He's got a lot of penetration for all this damage. So he'll get through that Banshee's Veil, he'll get through that Maw of Malmortius, and he's still going to pack one hell of a punch in these team fights with a lot of AoE. And the same can be said for the Orianna. A Void Staff of his own has been completed for a while now. Needlessly large rod in the inventory means he's just stacking that much more raw AP. And that's what they need. They need to be able to find somebody with these, as P1 looking to make their move if they can. The arrow comes out, but it's not going to collide onto anyone. Even if it would have hit Huhi, the Banshee's Veil would have blocked it. Very useful against that spell.
Yep. Meteos, though, trying to jump onto Smithy. And now they're in a point now for Phoenix 1 that their bottom turret's going down to a Jace. This is the Jace split push dream. He has teleport. He'll get here. He'll get this turret. They have to start up the Baron, try to force something out of Darshan like a teleport. They have to threaten this. This is the macro play from P1. But if it doesn't work out, they lose mid priority, they lose bottom priority, and they're going for Afro.
Could be very bad. Afromu looking to jump over the wall, pops the flash, doesn't even bother with the jump, plays it safe.
But they don't get the TP out of Darshan. Darshan is now onto the turret bottom. This is the macro play failure here.
Ryu almost getting himself popped, gets back in time. Redemption gonna be used, comes out, hits onto CLG members, who he forced to flash away as Darshan is just dismantling things bottom lane. They have left him there way too long.
Yeah, that was the gamble from P1. They said, we're gonna start up the Baron because we can't get rid of this Darshan on the bottom side. Jace takes 2 turrets, gets the inhibitor, mid lane was shoved in by Stixay, and now the Infernal Drake on the table as well for CLG. And Phoenix 1 do not have an equalizer, so they will most likely not try to go for this fight.
Great macro level outplay from CLG. Just out-rotating and out-thinking and out-maneuvering their opponents.
Yeah, they were down about 2,000 gold, a little bit more a few minutes ago. And now they've just kind of slowly climbed their way back into this game. They slowed it down. Oh, this is risky. There's some backs. Darshan is backing. Meteos, not tanky though.
Yeah, Meteos does not have the tank ability to do this. He's all glass. We've seen some tankier types of Rengars. We've seen Deadman's Plate. That's not going to be it. Who he's stunned up. The bubble comes in. The follow-up CC is down. Shockwave finding its way onto Afromu, who he's still barely alive. A killing spree for Zig. Darshan comes in behind these guys, but he's not able to find anything just yet. P1 is still moving as a unit. They've got a 5 versus 4 for the next 25 seconds.
I don't know if they'll be able to use this, though. They got the TP out of Darshan, which is kind of what they want more than anything else. So now they have TP advantage on P1 side, pressure on Counter Logic Gaming to play around Baron, and now Zig can go bottom, know that he's not matched by Darshan, and Darshan is probably going to have to actually group up and try to force something with CLG to get Zig to answer.
Zig happy to stay in the bottom lane for now. His team's still only down about 700 gold, so couldn't ask for a much closer match 30 minutes in. And considering neither Game 1 or Game 2 even made it this far, Game 3 is easily the closest one of the season.
You're right. I almost spit out my water.
Yeah, we can't compare the score now to the score at this point in the first couple of games because it didn't exist.
That's true. It was just completely dominant performances. It was not a 10-8 in kills. It was not a 2-5 in turrets for CLG. CLG definitely up there.
That means there's
more comparable in a lot of metrics.
There's a lot of standing gold on this map. If P1 gets the opportunity to take down some of those CLG turrets, they're going to find themselves building a lead very rapidly. But the question is,
can you get yourself in a spot where you can out-rotate CLG, get to those turrets, and make those kinds of plays? That's what P1 has to figure out how to do. Well, and that's what CLG's been beating him at.
So what CLG have going for them is it's much easier for a Jace to split push threaten turrets. Rumble, not so much. He's a big team fighter, would have to rely on the teleport to get in if he was going to split. And now they're at kind of the mercy. Afromu, they're going to try to go through him again.
They're always finding Afromu. It takes so much effort to kill him, though, but they've got what they came for. Who he going to be target number 2? That's a big one. That's the one you can walk away feeling good about. Stixxay going to be walking right into it. A little bit more damage will find him. Another volley would do it, but he flashes away to stay alive. But with him that low, Baron is what P1 is looking for.
Yeah, Darshan's going to try to do what he can. Mio's going to go around the back of the pit. I assume he kills the blast cone as well. Or not.
P1 just kind of waiting.
They're baiting. They're trying to get more out of this.
Seeing if they can maybe get Xmithy to walk a little bit too close. Darshan as well. Arrow attacking, firing the hawk shot back. Darshan just want to get away from the volley. They're trying to find him. The flash going to be used. Meteo's still looking to make this one happen if he can. Xmithy running towards enemy lines. That's not where you want to see him. Goes into repel mode, tries to land on the chickens, getting himself away for now. Adrian still in hot pursuit. Exhaust going to be used, and the spider gets squished. Meteo's grabbing the kill.
But now they're coming back.
CLG might be in a spot where they could potentially do something.
Another arrow.
They're going to be using the TP. Arrow onto Afromu. P1 still looking to fight this, but Stixxay's able to find the damage. Darshan going to be dropping next. Who he's got that star. Meteo's having to get himself away. Adrian going to be taken down. Stixxay's finding all the damage. Double kill onto the Ashe. Still looking for more damage. Sig going to be run down next, and P1 is all but aced.
What are you doing, P1? They go through the batting order.
That delivery! Shut down, Stixxay!
Meteor's a little early with the W there. Doesn't get out of the CC. Still gets picked up by Stixxay. And man, what was P1 doing? They went through the batting order and they're like, nah, screw Baron. We want these 2 kills. That was a weird shot call there. They were just too afraid of Darshan and Xmithy killing this medium to high HP team. They just really didn't want to do the Baron. They had blue buff on Ryu. He had the resources to deal damage. They just don't have a tank, and I guess that's what's scaring P1 off of doing the Baron. They get the kill, and then they jump in and look at that. Counter Logic Gaming in the bottom left-hand screen are on it. And this is great because Zig comes in. He doesn't have Equalizer back yet. He's running straight through. Who he gets here so quickly. They aren't expecting this. The star comes through. Now they all have to dodge away. Arrow now has to walk towards Hui because he's pinched in by Stixxay. And now Hui with the Ghost, able to chase them down, keep his distance.
And this is so perfect right here. This star gets out of range of him at just the right time.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
No, they just pass it off, give Stixxay the kill, and walk away. That was so well done by CLG. They got the Baron, like you just mentioned, while we were watching the replay. CLG was able to pick it up. So now with a 2K gold lead, and off the back of that awesome fight, they're in the driver's seat.
Yep, and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter completed for Hui. So now, very tanky, a lot of damage here, but Stixxay picked up a lot of those kills. 6-0 and 3. He's been playing so well. We're talking about him and Arrow, number 1 and 2 for 80 carries statistically right now. And we'll see if he finds that consistent stride for him, because Stixxay, I mean, he had a crazy performance at the Mid-Season Invitational last year, and then it was just inconsistency back and forth. He's hit a bit of a stride this split. Question is, can he keep it up?
Seems to be on one in this game right now. Xmithy going to be taken low, repels up to stay alive, but his Guardian Angel is going to be popped. He's in a spot where his team can protect him for now, but Meteos is able to grab the burst. There comes the damage over the wall. Shockwave, one of the carries. Stixxay and Darshan able to grab the kill onto Meteos. Zig to the side. Stixxay cashing in again. Afromu going to be killed by Arrow, who's now stunned up. The damage comes through, but he's not going to be going down. He commits suicide. Darshan's looking for more. Arrow's going to be killed. One left on both sides. The showdown that may decide the fight. Stixxay looking to back away with the Baron-empowered recall. Arcane Shift over the wall. Trying to find some opportunity here. Going for inhib. He's vamping up off of the minions. The red buff keeping him healthy. He's going to grab this inhibitor, keep himself alive. Ryu's still looking to chase it down. Arcane Shift not up just yet. One more second. Getting himself back, has to continue kiting with those Mystic shots. And Stixxay is one smooth criminal, man. He takes that inhibitor and he gets away with it.
Oh, that was beautifully played by Stixxay there.
uses the red buff that he had just picked up to actually regen, waits, bides his time, and it plays it so well. Here, though, we're looking for some great shockwaves from Ryu. That's what they're looking for. Meteos jumps in, kills Xmithy, gets out. Stixxay now shockwaved in, not right on top of the equalizer, but not burning. Then Meteos jumps in, gets blown up. Zig is on the left side trying to contest. It's not working out for him. Arrow on the right doesn't have a front line, so it's so hard to actually approach this fight. But then right here, he just gets so much life back, gets the crit, takes down Huhi. Darshan jumps forward, gets the, he doesn't kill Arrow, but it's still then enough to kill him back. And triple kill goes over to the AD carry of Phoenix1. And then we all know the rest.
And like last time that we saw a really cool replay, during that really cool replay, CLG took another neutral objective. They grabbed the Mountain Drake. So just another notch in their belt for ways that they are ahead in this game, but it's still only 2K apart. 36 minutes in, Baron buff still with a little bit of time left for this Ezreal.
Yeah, comes down to execution, comes down to where's that equalizer, where is that ultimate from Ryu, where is that shockwave? Because they can wombo and they can combo and they can rock your world, so CLG have to make sure that they are conscious of that. They've been avoiding it so well so far. Aphromoo has been the primary target for P1. With
That's
8
not,
deaths. Like,
that's not really what you want to see your primary target as.
I mean, he's got 8 deaths, right? So they're doing their job. If your job is to kill Aphromoo, a mission accomplished for P1. But CLG are doing a great job of winning the game right now.
Problem is, you got this Ezreal that's 8-0.
Looking for a flank.
A much bigger threat. Meteos looking for a chance to come in off to the side. CLG gets a whiff of what's happening, decides to maybe cut him off here. Star going to be thrown out, doesn't really find anything with it just yet. Meteos not going to get his chance to run in there. Ultimate wears off. Huhi looking to make the dive here. Comes in behind Meteos, drops the stun. Meteos does not have the resources to cleanse that CC. The equalizer's gonna be dropped next. Aphromoo looking to soak the turret, provide that tankiness to keep Huhi alive. Ryu's gonna be cut down. Stixxay grabbing the damage. Aphromu's gonna be shut down by Zig, but Darshan has the revenge kill. 4 for 1 for CLG.
Stixxay and Huhi completely in sync. They are playing so well this game. Huhi has such a mastery of this champion, the zoning potential, using it to its fullest. Honestly, they're going to end the game here. They're going to try to plow right through Arrow, who's desperately trying to clear out this minion.
Arrow is 1v4 for the next 20 seconds. There is no way to defend. And ladies and gentlemen, in game number 3, 38 minutes in, CLG has earned their win over Phoenix1.
And that's going to be CLG 2-0 as a tiebreaker.
What a phenomenal spot to be in, and you couldn't have said that you wanted a better game for game number 3. After the performances in 1 and 2, after the completely one-sided nature of both of those games, this third one was a battle.
Exactly. Goes the full distance, goes the 3, and now Counterlogic Gaming, same game record, same match record as Phoenix1, but they do have the 2-0 head-to-head. They don't have to worry too much about Phoenix1 in the standings competing, but this is CLG on an upswing. Huhi looks like he's in here. Looks like Stixxay as well.
And that was what we were talking about going into this series. Last week, both teams 2-0 coming, well, not last week, 2 weeks ago. Both teams 2-0 because we had our off week, but now going into the second half of Spring Split, one of them would get to continue that momentum, and for the other one, the dream hits a little bit of a hiccup, a road bump. And that's Phoenix1 right now, because CLG is still feeling good.
And you wouldn't think so after that first game. The most dominant 15, 20, and almost 25 minutes that we've had in the NALCS 2017 Spring Split. And you think that that would be crushing. They come back, they fire back. Game 2, completely the opposite. And they end up dominating P1. And then this last game, neck and neck, 22 kills to 20 was the final score there, when CLG had taken away the 22 kills themselves. So, like, seriously, crazy performance from their carries in that game. I think Stixxay and Huhi both were a huge factor.
And you know, that really kind of soils the records set by Phoenix1 in game number 1. Because now when people ask, oh yeah, Phoenix1, you guys set all those records, right? Yeah, and we lost the series. Yeah. So it's one of those things.
They won the game, though.
Where, yeah, they won the game, but it's all about that 2 out of 3 that CLG was able to walk away with. And just like you said about Huhi, the mastery on the Aurelion Soul. Game number 3 showed us why it was banned in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and then you go and you look at Phoenix1, you're like, oh, they banned Camille Nautilus. They're like really targeting that top lane. And they banned Shen as well. They left the Aurelion Soul up. It was something that they were so scared of in those first 2 games. And then they're like, okay, maybe we're just overthinking it. Maybe he wouldn't pick Aurelion Soul. And then he does it, and he's running around with 3,000 HP, multiple resistances, and just so hard to kill. But the damage that he deals simultaneously is so high, as well as provides so much utility with the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
And he always had his Voice of Light placements and his Star Surge placements exactly where they were connecting onto valuable targets.
Yeah, or zoning somebody off of a certain option. Sometimes he'll miss them, but it's him zoning away from a wall or making sure that he's hurting them in a certain way.
It's all about controlling the fight. He did a wonderful job of doing it. And with CLG taking that close series, let's send it over to the analysts to close us out for the day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Shooting stars for CLG. Wish is coming true. And wins coming through as well. It's a good week for them. They have TSM next, I believe, coming up. I'm not going to say Sunday, but I'm not sure. So coming up for the rest of the 2 days. So it's going to be a tough one for them. Nice to get a win here. And the change they made coming into Game 3 really seemed like it felt good for them throughout the whole play.
I mean, the ball is rolling for them. 2-0 week last week. Yeah. They get another win here. That's 3 in a row at least. I'm not sure if they won actually the last one the previous week too. But I think this comp was pretty cool from CLG. And we can start there, talk a little bit about this. Top lane Jace, I've been a big critic of the top lane Jace. I think that no tank compositions, people are not playing them at the level that you need to be able to win. And I just think that your window to win is much smaller than if you play with a tank, right? So they bring in a tank for Aphromoo, but not only that, the Aurelian Soul is essentially being played as a pseudo tank. Who he is zoning people out. He's chasing down the ulting Rengar in the last fight of the game as the mid laner. This is not like a Syndra running at him glass cannon, right? This is a guy that has thousands of HP and he can act as a tank. So they're filling that gap very, very well. And I think it's a super smart composition.
And it's allowing Darshan to do what he does best, to bring out the Zion Spartan in himself, take down inhibitors, make himself a nuisance to the team, and allow CLG to play Aphromoo engage again, getting into those fights. He was sitting on equalizers for Stixxay, taking all those tidal waves and playing a much cleaner game, seeing that he could go in on when he wanted to.
Yeah, I think Aphro on the Braum, despite his scoreline looking quite bad, I think he actually looked really good. So yes, he had a lot of deaths, but almost all the times where he's getting caught out or whatever, it's actually one of his teammates that is going to get hit by an arrow, that's going to get hit by a tidal wave, and he's the one sacrificing himself to keep them alive and then to get that later teamfight victory. He blocked almost every single Nami wave the whole game. He was on point in absorbing the abilities that he needed to do. And I also thought he made some smart choices in the early game. The fact that
builds,
exactly the fact that he went coin instead of the relic shield against Nami Ashe, which are going to poke you and punish you very heavily in the early game. They're going to push you in, and when you go for those relic shield stacks, they will harass you. So he goes the coin, he gets the ambient gold, and doesn't have to sacrifice his health to do it.
And we have seen recently, as we talk about the bot lane, Stixxay's kind of resurgence of his cleanest penta ever seen by an Ezreal. Plays some Ezreal here again today, and he looks pretty clean on it. He's looking at the end of the game.
Bang-esque. He's looking really good on the Ezreal. The Ezreal was clean, most definitely. I mean, he is such a good mechanical player. We have seen him at MSI famously. We have seen him in the NALCS dominating. And, you know, this was a bot lane matchup, the bot lane stream. Stixxay came out on top today.
Yeah,
I think
there was the question there.
Exceptionally good. You know, it's funny, we've mentioned it a number of times already, but the Piglet video talking about how 80 carries cannot carry the game. You can't actually do it. Well, there are a lot of arguments to be made against that, and here is one, right? Stixxay taking over a game on Ezreal, and guess what? He's not playing a CC champion. He's not playing a lethality champion. He's playing Fervor Ezreal, and he is crushing the game on it.
And they're injecting that comfort back into a few other lanes, like you said. Jace back in the top lane, a carry for Darshan, and the tanks across the map otherwise. Counterlogic Gaming looking good coming out in this win, although it was still a little back and forth towards the end of the game where you would expect them to kind of close it up.
It was a very close one, and Rengar 0-3 in this series, right? And not paying off. And I think that priorities do need to shift somewhat with this champion. It's not that it's not good, but it's not at the level that it used to be when you must pick it because it's so overpowered that the other team will get it and you will lose, right? Like Smithy did fine on Elise. You know, he didn't have an outstanding game, but he had pressure. Even when he got behind, he was still able to come back through some smart pathing and stuff. And I think we're seeing the trend as some of these super OP champions have been nerfed and toned down and toned down. I think the gap between, you know, the best champion and the like pretty good champions is not as big now. And that's why it's more important to play to your own strengths. Pick what works for you and don't just crumble and conform to the meta.
Well, how much can, that's kind of a question, this is also a little ambiguous. How much can you go outside the meta? We've seen the Shaco come in, but teams also kind of go against that. How much can you kind of broaden that outside the meta? Can you just do anything towards the top lane? We see AD Cannons again come down to the back of the bot lane.
I think you can do a lot, but it's dependent upon a lot of what your opponents do, right? So there's things that are situationally very good. If you want to talk about AD Cannon in the top lane, it was situationally good into these low damage tanks because you could build things like Wit's End. You could even get away with greedy Cull Starts and things like that. So it's situational, right? If you're going to play Braum, is Braum meta right now? No, he's not. But guess what? He blocks Nami's tidal wave extremely well. That is something that matches up well with that. He can absorb the Ash arrows. He can tank up the damage for his team. So it's contextual, right? If you have picks that you can do, it doesn't have to be meta for it to be very successful. Jace Top has not been successful in NA. This was very smart, alongside with Aurelion Sol, not really meta. Alongside with Braum, not really meta. You know, Elise, I think, is very strong, but still not maybe considered the S tier for a lot of people, lower tier than Rengar on a lot of people's lists. So I think it just shows that it's dependent on what your opponents do.
All right, and as we do close out our chat for Counterlogic Gaming versus P1, honors of player of the game is going to go to Stixxay. Cannot forget the awesome play he just put up on Ezreal as we spoke. Really getting in some clean plays towards the end of the game that we saw. Still out mechanically playing, but really making the other team want to just engage. Stixxay pulls back, and they find themselves in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to stay alive till all the Akil abilities are down, the shockwave's down, the Ash arrow's down, and then he's able to go so aggressive and really have his mechanics shining through. He looked great. He's highest damage in the game. Even in a game with a Rumble, who traditionally smashes in those kind of numbers, I think he has a lot to be proud of from this game.
All right, well, with day 1 here of week 6 in the books, let's take a look at the standings. Despite the loss, Phoenix won, remain in 4th place. CLG and Immortals stay in 5th and 6th, respectively, while Team Liquid are looking to start a climb now, ending the day in 9th. We'll be back again tomorrow with more league action. Coverage kicks off with Echo Fox taking on Cloud9 on NALCS1. And then we have a rematch between storied rivals TSM and Counterlogic Gaming. So it is tomorrow on NALCS 2. We have Moon and FlyQuest taking on Lyra and Team Envy, with Phoenix 1 versus Team Dignitas later in the day. I know it's a lot of info, but you're going to be here anyway, so you're going to take it in.
Yeah, there's so many big matches there. Even FlyQuest going against Envy, they need to stop their losing streak. CLG looking to continue their success, and Echo Fox coming off a bad week, want to bounce back. So a lot of big storylines.
Talk about FlyQuest. I can't get in a trap game. Fly C9 coming up once again.
You never know.
Be a good game. So now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North America LCS. Good night.
Well, onto the rip for Immortals versus Team Liquid.
The debut of Piglet mid.
Damages through, Exhaust is great, but that's a good stun. First one though over, as that's a trade kill for Dardoch. Rainover goes down, and Dardoch chasing Youngbin.
Look for Kyle, look for Kyle. Kyle flash, no jump. Okay, we can end. Push on mid.
And now Cody-san onto Youngbin here. 2v2 all in, could be a kill. Boomerang Blade, not quite enough, but Cody-san wants it. Flash auto. Looking for Matt. Dardoch flashes straight in and blows Matt apart.
There's number 2. Ryu's gonna be grabbing that one. Darshan exhausted. And Phoenix 1 is gonna be going 3 for 0. Zig gets to the party a little bit late, but he's still mopping these guys up. Oh, Bucket at the ready. A little bit more damage will do it onto Xfinity as well. A triple kill for the big man.
Actually, center. Back up.
Nice.
What are you doing, P? Why didn't they go through the batting order?
That delivery! Shut down! Stixxay! The damage comes through, but he's not going to be going down. Who he commits suicide. Darshan's looking for more. Arrow's going to be killed. One left on both sides. And ladies and gentlemen, in game number 3, 38 minutes in, CLG has earned their win over Phoenix 1.
The final question here for you, Piglet. Who's the better mid laner? Faker or you?
I'm gonna go on Rise. Nice ult, going over.
I got Rengar peeled. Rengar.
Nice.
We got 12, 1, and 8 on the Casio for Piglet.